أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. There was a review in the first sermon of Nahjul Balagha of the history of the prophets and how and why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent them and what they accomplished in their mission. And it was mentioned that ala dhalika nasalat al-qurun, on this pattern the generations proceeded. وَمَضَتِ الدُّهُورُ وَسَلَفَتِ الْآبَاءُ وَخَلَفَتِ الْأَبْنَاءُ, and the fathers passed away and the sons replaced them, until came the time إِلَىٰ أَنْ بَعَثَ اللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ مُحَمَّدًا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم لإنجاز عدته وإتمام نبوته, until Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave a mission to Muhammad, peace be on him, to fulfill his promise, that is to complete the circle of guidance that he had promised to human beings that they would receive from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, وَإِتْمَامِ نُبُوَّتِهِ, and to complete his whole round of prophethood, so that after him there would be no need for any prophet. He would completely receive and convey the knowledge from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to human beings, and that would remain forever among them. And this was the completion of the prophethood. However, this prophet, Muhammad, peace be on him, who was the last prophet, was so prominent among all other prophets that every prophet, as soon as they were given knowledge, they came to know about him and about what is going to happen to him. And as we have in many, many different traditions, that the previous prophets knew about Prophet Muhammad, knew about his holy family, knew about what is going to happen to them due to the knowledge that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had given them. And it is of course natural, because if you are given knowledge about the future or knowledge about the secrets of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most prominent of these secrets was, prior to the appearance of our Prophet, the coming of him, the coming of Prophet Muhammad, peace be on him. So it was quite natural that every prophet, as soon as they received knowledge from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they came to know about such a man who is going to come and to complete and accomplish the whole mission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in his prophethood. So he mentions that مَأْخُوذًا عَلَى النَّبِيِّينَ مِيثَاقُهُ, a pledge was taken from all prophets about him before he comes, that they would somehow convey, transmit his name to the prophets coming after them, or to the awsiya, knowing everyone should have known that such a man is going to come, who is from the progeny of Ibrahim, to complete the mission of prophethood from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we know that Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, as it is mentioned in the Quran, he himself actually called for coming of Muhammad, peace be on him. He had somehow such a pledge realized in his own heart by asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that رَبَّنَا وَابْعَثْ فِيهِمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْهُمْ يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِكَ. When he brought Ismail to Mecca and left him there, and he knew that his progeny are going to grow, he asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, send that messenger who is going to come and complete the mission of prophets, send him to them so that he would recite for them your verses, your ayat, and teach them the book and purify them. So all prophets, as is mentioned here, and as it is mentioned in the Quran, Prophet Ibrahim certainly knew that he was going to come. مَأْخُوذًا عَلَى النَّبِيِّينَ مِيثَاقُهُ. The pledge about him was taken from all the prophets. مَشْهُورَةً سِمَاتُهُ. His signs, his characters, his features was quite famous among the previous prophets. This also we have a mention of it in the Quran, as I mentioned last week about Ahlul Kitab, and especially in Torah it is mentioned that all outstanding features of our Prophet were mentioned there, so that if for a Jew you would have described the Prophet, they would have known him as they know their sons. He was so familiar to them. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابِ يَعْرِفُونَهُ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاءَهُم. Those to whom we have given book, they know this Prophet as they know their sons, because his features, his characteristics are explained for them. So here Amir al-Mu'mineen says he was quite famous with his characters, with his characteristics, with his features among the previous prophets. Kariman miladu. His birth was so honorable, or so generous, so beneficial, as we have with his birth. Many things happened in this world, and this was due to the honor and due to the respect that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had actually regarded for him, and also the purity of his soul, the greatness of his nature, which gave all these generous things. Some of these are mentioned in the ayat, some are mentioned in the Quran. For example, in the Quran we have, when the Prophet was born, something happened in the upper skies, that the jinn could not go and listen anymore to the whispering of the angels, knowing about what is going to happen in future, spying upon the future, unseen things which are going to happen. We had, prior to the Prophet, we had some people who were called kahana, the plural of kahin. Kahin was someone who was related to jinn, and receiving news of the unseen future from them and conveying it to the people. Every king had a kahin who informed him about what would be the best thing to do at what time. And usually people, when they came to very big problems, they went to these kahana and asked them about their future. Something that some people pose to do nowadays, but that power is now gone, of course, because there is no such a power for jinn anymore to foresee the future. You have seen in many places of the Quran, our Prophet is accused to be a kahin, because this was quite common in Jaziratul Arab and in other places of the world, that there were people having this type of power. They were called sorcerers, and they ceased to exist after the birth of the Prophet, because the power of jinn to go and spy on the whispering of the angels was ceased to exist. And this is mentioned in Surah Jinn, that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala quotes the jinn speaking about their own world, and it starts with a very interesting verse that قُلْ أُوحِيَ إِلَيَّ أَنَّهُ اسْتَمَعَ نَفَرٌ مِّنَ الْجِنِّ. Say, it is revealed to me that a group of jinn were listening to my recitation, that you were not aware of what was going on, but we revealed to you that this happened. And then what goes on in the world of jinn, in the verse which relates to this issue, it mentions that وَإِنَّا, the jinn inform, actually. Allah informed from the jinn about their world. وَإِنَّا كُنَّا نَقْعُدُ مقاعد للسمع. We were going in some special places that we had in the sky. We could spy upon the angels and find out about what is revealed to them, about what should be done in future. However, now, from now on, فَمَنْ يَسْتَمِعِ الْآنِ, from now on, whoever goes and listens, يَجِدْ لَهُ شَهَابًا رَصَدًا, there will be a shahab waiting in ambush for him to come and to hit him. In fact, it was closed, the doors of the sky were closed to these vicious creatures by the birthday of the Prophet, peace be on him. And they themselves were amazed, because it is quoted again from the jinn in the Quran that وَإِنَّا لَا نَدْرِي أَشَرٌ أُرِيدَ بِمَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ أَمْ أَرَادَ بِهِمْ رَبُّهُمْ رَشَدًا. We don't know whether a calamity, an evil is intended for the inhabitants of the earth because of this, for which this is a sign, or their Lord has actually intended for them some guidance and some good thing. So here, when Amir al-Mu'minin says Kariman Miladuh, by his birth many things happened in this world for the honor of just this man coming, this great soul who was destined to come right from the beginning of creation of Banu Adam, to come and to guide people. So وَأَهْلُ الْعَرْضِ, now on that time when the Prophet was born and came to the people, أَهْلُ الْأَرْضِ يَوْمَئِذٍ مِلَلٌ مُتَفَرِّقَةٌ, the people on the earth, they had different types of religions and creeds. وَأَحْوَاءٌ مُنْتَشِرَةٌ, with very dispersed type of desires on how they should worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how they should connect and communicate with the world of the unseen. وَتَرَائِقُ مُتَشَتِّتَةٌ, and schools of different inclination. بَيْنَ مُشَبِّهٍ لِلَّهِ بِخَلْقِهِ, some of them, of course, they simulated between Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his creatures. They made a parallel, and actually they worshipped a God who was in form of one of his creatures. So the idolaters, those who worship idols, or even those who worship God in a type of distance from the material world, but they gave him qualities who were qualities of his creatures, like, for example, need to have associates, for example, or need to have a wife, as there were many people in Jaziratul Arab believing in such things as those times, although not a wife from human female, but a wife of his own. So these were qualities which made Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala similar to his creatures. So there were some people like that. أو ملحد في اسمه, mulhid is from ilhad. Ilhad is to incline from the middle to one side. That is to go away from the balanced situation or the balanced position. So mulhidun fi ismah means the people who, in description of God, they incline from the balance, they incline from the middle path. So they started to describe or to give attributes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a way which he did not deserve. أو مشيرا إلى غيره, or they completely forgot about God, they started to worship other things. فَحَدَاهُمْ بِهِ مِنَ الضَّلَالَةِ. Now, you can imagine at this time when Amir al-Mu'minin is talking, he is talking when everyone in Jaziratul Arab were worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Of course, except Jews and Christians. Now, all those different groupings of idolaters, because the idolaters were not one group of people. There were many myriads of schools and sects which all quarreled among themselves about the qualities of their idols. Now everyone is worshipping one God, and that one God is very clearly described for them by the Prophet, peace be on him. So this is a very, of course, pleasing situation that has come after that very arguable and displeasing unpleasing situation. However, of course, after that, when we come to the history of Islam, we will see that all these different creeds came back again. Even in Islam, we had some people who made Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be similar to his creatures. They thought that Allah had body. Of course, that body was different from human body. They thought he had body. Or they described or attributed some sifa to him, some attributes to him, which of course he did not deserve. It did not suit him to have those attributes. And these type of differentiation and differences in opinion among Muslims, it appeared again. And this was a calamity, of course, as Amirul Mu'minin mentions later on himself, that ألا وإن بليتكم قد عادت كهيئتها يوم بعث الله نبيا. Your calamities have come back exactly in the same way as it was the day Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent his prophet to you. As you had all these different opinions, then you start to make all these different opinions again inside the Islamic faith and creed. So, however, after this, فَحَرَاهُمْ بِهِ مِنَ الضَّلَالَةِ, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with that prophet, by that prophet, guided everyone from going astray, from dalala, وَأَنْقَذَهُمْ بِمَكَانِهِ مِنَ الْجَهَالَةِ, and because of his position in knowledge, he saved them from ignorance. ثُمَّ اخْتَارَ سُبْحَانَهُ لمحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم لقاءه. Then he chose, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose for Muhammad, peace be on him, his meeting, that he should go to his meeting, to his liqa, not staying on this earth, as all other prophets had the same fate. وَرَضِيَ لَهُ مَا عِنْدَهُ, and he was pleased for his prophet to have what is in the vicinity of him, not what is in this world. وَأَكْرَمَهُ عَنْ دَارِ الدُّنْيَا, and he honored him by taking him from this world. This is a very, very nice expression. أَكْرَمَهُ عَنْ دَارِ الدُّنْيا. It means, akram means to honor someone, to give some sort of favor to someone. Now, here, Amirul Mu'minin says, as if taking the Prophet from this world to the next world, it was giving him an honor, because this world is not deserved for the Prophet being in there. It is, of course, the Darul Balwa and not the place for staying. So, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala honored his Prophet by taking him from this world to the next. وَأَكْرَمَهُ عَنْ دَارِ الدُّنْيَا وَرَغَبَ بِهِ عَنْ مَقَامِ الْبَلْوَى, and he intended to choose for him a place other than this place of testing and tribulation. فَقَبَضَهُ إِلَيْهِ كَرِيمًا صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَآلِهِ. So, quite honored, he took the Prophet to himself. He came honored, he went honored from this world. وَخَلَّفَ فِيكُمْ مَا خَلَّفَتِ الْأَنْبِيَاءُ فِي أُمَمِهَا, and he left in you, among you, what other prophets left among their nation. Now, this is, of course, Amirul Mu'minin is coming to describe the faith about Ahlul Bayt, that every prophet left a wasi, someone who actually continued the teachings of that prophet among his nation. So he also left behind what other prophets left behind themselves, in terms of a wasi, a teacher who had the knowledge of that prophet in full and continued his teachings. إِذْ لَمْ يَتْرُكُوهُمْ حَمَلًا, as other prophets did not leave their nations idle, did not leave them without a teacher. بِغَيْرِ طَرِيقٍ وَاضِحٍ وَلَا عَلَمٍ قَائِمٍ, without a clear path, which was of course the book, that the Prophet left among their nation. وَلَا عَلَمٍ قَائِمٍ, and not a standing post, which was the wasi of every Prophet. So every Prophet, according to Amir al-Mu'minin here, and according to Shia faith, left two things with his nation to guide them after themselves. One was at-tariq al-wadih, the clear path, which was the book, of course, that was revealed to them from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then a signpost to interpret that book, to explain that book for the people, because the book could be interpreted in many different ways. So every prophet needed someone after himself to be the interpreter of that book. So he left among you what other prophets left among their own nations, because they did not leave them idle, and they left a clear path, the book, and alamun qa'im, a standing signpost which could guide people through that book. Then Amir al-Mu'minin starts to speak about the Quran, that you have to stick to the Quran. However, he speaks in a way that you cannot stick to this book, you cannot actually benefit from this book unless you have someone who explains it for you. Without that, you would go astray. It is very, very clear. You would see that Muslims asked the Prophet. They went many different ways in interpretation of the Quran. We had Mu'tazilis, we had Ash'aris, we had Shiites, we had Mujassima, those people who actually literally took everything about God in the Quran, and many different ways, as Allama Tabatabai mentions in the introduction to his tafsir of Al-Mizan. He says that if you look into different creeds of Muslims which developed in 2nd and 3rd century, you would see that there was not one issue in which they did not disagree about it with each other. The only thing which they did not disagree was that there was one God, and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is his prophet. However, what are the qualities of that one God? What are the qualities of the prophet? What's going to happen after this life? What are the explanations of different injunctions in the book? You see, every injunction, every concept of Sharia, every concept about God was a point of disagreement among Muslims. As in any other religion, in other religions it was the case as well. And therefore, it would somehow force us, or it would bring to our mind that there should be some guide here who tells us what is the true creed here, what is the real teachings of the Quran. Of course, at the time of the Prophet, it was the Prophet himself, as it is mentioned in the Quran in Surah Nahl. وَنَزَّلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الذِّكْرِ, we have revealed the dhikr to you, لِتُبَيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ مَا نُزِّلَ إِلَيْهِمْ, so that you explain for them what has been revealed to them. Of course, these are revelations coming through the Prophet to the people. You explain for them. And after the Prophet, of course, there is a need for someone else to explain. Now, Amir al-Mu'minin speaks about the book. However, the book is so complicated that it needs somehow a sheep. It's an ocean. It needs a ship by which you could navigate through this ocean of knowledge and gain the knowledge properly. Then he says, Kitaba Rabbikum Fikum, the book of your Lord is among you. Mubayyanan halalahu wa haramah. Its halal and haram, of course, is explained in the book. What is halal? Like, for example, eating everything is halal except what is haram, which is, say, for example, pork and blood and other things which are mentioned. It's halal to have transactions, for example, among yourself. It's haram to have riba. It's explained in the book. وَفَرَائِضَهُ وَفَضَائِلَهُ, and what is compulsory upon you, this is fara'id, and what is additional merit for you if you do it. These are fada'il, which are called nawafil as well. For example, it is a farida on us to pay zakat, and it is a fadila, it is a merit to pay more than zakat, to have a portion of money apart from zakat in our property to give to the poor. It is faridah to pray 5 times a day. It is fadilah to pray Salatul Layl, as is mentioned in the Quran, وَمِنَ اللَّيْلِ فَتَهَجَّدْ بِهِ نَافِلَةً لَكَ. And during the night you stand up and pray. This is addition for you. عَسَىٰ أَن يَبْعَثَكَ رَبُّكَ مَقَامًا مَحْمُودًا. By this your Lord will give you a very high position. So فَرَائِضَهُ وَفَضَائِلَهُ. Now these are clear. Then it comes to more complicated issues in the book. وَنَاسِخَهُ وَمَنْسُوخَهُ. There are some parts of the book who abrogate other parts. So there are abrogations and the abrogated verses. Anyone going through the Quran, navigating through this ocean of knowledge, should not be misled by different verses of the Quran which apparently contradict each other. But they are injunctions for different times, for example. وَرُخَصَهُ وَعَزَائِمَهُ. Okay, there are some issues mentioned in the Quran which although Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala advises us to do, but there is a rukhsa in it. There is a permission to leave it, to abandon it. However, there are azaim, there are injunctions which are categorically asked from us to do. And sometimes the way it's put would mislead us unless there is someone there to explain for us completely. For example, we have one azima in the Quran which is mentioned in form of rukhsa, an injunction, a categorical injunction, which is mentioned in the form of an advice. For example, about as-sa'i bayna as-safa wal-marwa, going between Safa and Marwa, we have that لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ إِنَّ الصَّفَا وَالْمَرْوَةَ مِنْ شَعَائِرِ اللَّهِ فَمَنْ حَجَّ الْبَيْتَ أَوْ اعْتَمَرَ فَلَيْسَ عَلَيْهِ جُنَاحٌ أَنْ يَطَّوَّفَ بِهِمَا. Safa and Marwa are from Sha'a'urullah, signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whoever does Hajj or Umrah, there is no harm on them. They are permitted to do tawaf between Safa and Marwa. That's sa'i, of course. أَنْ يَطَّوَّفَ بِهِمَا. This is in form of rukhsa, but it's azima. It should be explained for us. And also there are things which are in form of azima, but they are rukhsa, for example. So these things we have to know. And who is going to explain this for us? وَخَاصَّهُ وَعَامَّةُ. There are some verses of the Quran which addresses specific people, but it is general for everyone. يَا أَيُّهَا النَّبِيُّ إِذَا طَلَّقْتُمُ النِّسَاءَ فَطَلِّقُوهُنَّ لِعِدَّتِهِنَّ. It's added to the Prophet, but it's very general. Or some verses are very general, but it is addressed to very specific people. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. In this way we have made you a middle ummah, so that you be the witnesses over the people and the Prophet be witness over you. Which is, of course, according to the explanation of Ahlul Bayt, this Ja'alnakum refers only to Ahlul Bayt, who are the middle ummah between the Prophet and his ummah. However, if we want to generally say كَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا, you are a middle ummah, an ummah which is an exemplar ummah for everyone, then in this ummah is included all those kings and caliphs who were despots. And how could we say, for example, that the despotic rulers of Mongols who became Muslim are part of this Ummatun Wasat, or for example Yazid ibn Muawiyah is part of this Ummatun Wasat, then we will have difficulty. Now anyhow, وَعِبَرَهُ وَأَمْثَالَهُ. There are ibrah in the Quran. There are lessons to be taught. Like for example, the story of people who have passed away, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings those stories for us. And there are certainly examples in the Quran, or parables in the Quran, amsalahu wa mursalahu wa mahdudah. Then there are rulings in the Quran which are absolute, which there is no qualification or stipulation for them. And you think that there is no stipulation. However, they are explained in other places that there is a stipulation. Right? For example, in case of many kaffara, it says فَتَحْرِيرُ رَقَبَةٍ, and to free a slave. However, this is مقيد. This is محدود تحرير رقبة مؤمنة. It should be a believer, a faithful. So we shouldn't be misguided by these type of verses. ومحكمه ومتشابه. And this is the most important type of concept that we have to differentiate when we recite the Quran. Now, all these things Amirul Mu'min mentioning is that these things are clear, but not for everyone. They are clear only for those people who are deep-rooted in knowledge. And especially this muhkam and mutashabih. There are some verses which are confusing, which put you in mistake, and some verses which are quite clear. It is impossible that by reading them you are in any mistake. For example, we have a verse in the Quran, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ. There is nothing like him or like his example. Now, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ, if you want it as a general rule, you would say that whatever you think about God in your mind is not him, is not like him. God is different from that. That in that way, nothing can ever delimit God, can ever restrict God to their own understanding and imagination. And nothing you could look at in this world and say that God is like this. There's nothing in his likeness, or he is not like anything. So this is quite clear. However, we have some verses that Allah is somehow simulated, or there is a similarity, a parallel has been drawn between Allah and his creatures. For example, Ar-Rahman ala al-Arsh istawa, Allah is sitting on his throne. This is for the world of creatures. It's creatures who sit on the throne. It's creatures who sit, first of all. And it's creatures who have a throne to sit on. Or, for example, Yadullah fawqa aydihim, the hand of God is above their hand. This is, of course, something which makes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala a bit similar to his creatures. Now, this is not muhkam, this is mutashabih. This is something which puts us in mistake. Now, why these types of verses are used in the Quran? Why Allah wants to leave us in confusion and ambiguity by using such type of expressions and phrases in the Quran? Why there should be a mutashabih in the Quran at all? Well, the reason is very clear. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he wants to speak about his world, he has to use metaphors, because it is quite far away from our world. He has to use imagery. He has to use some sort of language that we can understand. When we want to do anything, we do it with our hands. When we want to see anything, we see it with our eyes. So when Allah wants to say he sees things, of course, in other places, in muhkamat, he explains for us that he doesn't have eyes, be careful. But when I say that, إِنَّكَ بِأَعْيُنِنَا, you are under my eyes, I am watching you. Well, of course, I'm using your language so that I make it understood by you. Therefore, there is no escape from using this language of mutashabahat, because the metaphors are needed, imagery are needed, examples are needed, and when they are used, there will be some sort of confusion, because the metaphor would bring the concepts near to our mind from one aspect and makes it far away from another aspect. When you say, for example, "Oh Allah, turn towards me by your face, I want to face you." This is a metaphor we use, and it means that we want to be completely towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our direction. However, we have used some sort of concept of face for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It makes the concept of God far away from one aspect and near from another aspect. Therefore, this is used in the Quran. There is no escape from it. However, the mutashabahat and the muhkamat should be explained for us by those people deep-rooted in knowledge. وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ, those who have deep standing in knowledge, they would know what is mutashabih, what is muhkam and how they have to return mutashabahat to muhkamat, as is mentioned in the Quran, minhu ayatun muhkamatun. In this book there are verses which are quite firm, quite without all these metaphors. And hunna ummul kitab, these are the reference for the book, for other verses of the book that use that imagery. Wa ukharu mutashabahat, and there are of course confusing verses. فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ زَيْغٌ فَيَتَّبِعُونَ مَا تَشَابَهَ مِنْهُ. Those in whose hearts there is a sort of inclination towards batil, they all the time want to use those mutashabahat, those aspects of those verses which somehow makes the concept of God farther away from God Himself. Those aspects, they want to use those aspects. Like for example, in the Muslim world we have many sects who, because of these verses which exist in the Quran, they said, yes, Allah has a body, of course He's quite huge, His body is from light, His body is not like our flesh, but yes, He has hands, He has feet, He has eyes, He has ears, He has face, and all these things, because of course وَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ زَيْغٌ فَيَتَّبِعُونَ مَا تَشَابَهَ مِنْهُ ابْتِغَاءَ الْفِتْنَةِ. They are after discourse, creating fitna, وَابْتِغَاءَ تَأْوِيلِهِ, and they want to somehow interpret it in a way that they can understand it. So Amir al-Mu'minin also mentions this concept here about the book, وَمُحْكَمَهُ وَمُتَشَابِهَ مُفَسَّرًا مُجْمَلَهُ وَمُبَيَّنًا قَوَامِدَهُ. We leave this inshallah for the next session. وَصَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَى مُحَمَّدٍ وَآلِهِ الطَّاهِرِينَ.
Sheikh, you explained the creation of Adam. Can you explain in short the creation of Hawa and how the sons were married, or who they married to?
Yeah. Well, Hawa was created from dust, as Adam was created from dust. The same thing. However, with regard to their children, there are different opinions here. We have traditions from Ahlul Sunnah, traditions from Shia, Ahlul Bayt, and traditions coming, of course, from other religions, from Torah and Bible. Generally, the Mufassirun of Ahlul Sunnah, they view that there were twins, of course, coming for Adam and Hawa. Like, for example, Qabil had his own twin sister, and Habil had his own twin sister. And it was ordered that Qabil should marry the twin sister of Habil, and Habil should marry the twin sister of Qabil. And then they say that what should we do with the ruling that sisters and brothers cannot marry, because anyhow they were sisters and brothers. And the explanation would be that, well, this is an injunction coming afterward. At that time there was no other choice. They should have married each other for reproduction. Therefore, there was a permission to do that at that time, and then afterwards the permission was revoked, and then no sister and brother could marry each other. However, there is an explanation from Ahlul Bayt, traditions from Ahlul Bayt, which explains it in different way, and that is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as He created Hawa for Adam, created spouses for Habil and Qabil and other sons of Adam alayhi salam, so that they married those spouses without them being their sisters, and then from then on the reproduction process carried on. Yeah.
What are the concepts of cousin marriages in Islam? And medical research says that there are lot of them are created by cousin marriages, blood relation marriages. What are the concepts of Islam around this?
There is nothing mentioned in Islam about this, and we have actually, especially at the beginning of Islam, we had cousins really married each other very successfully without having any problems. And nowadays what has happened, why these incidents of cousin marriages happen why illnesses come after that for children, I don't know. But this is not something which was very common in the past, and therefore there's no injunction about this in Islam. Yeah.
I think you said that every prophet is left a book, a clear path, and a signpost to help us interpret the path. So obviously, I would imagine that the book is the Quran, and the signpost is the Imam Ali. So I was just wondering with the other prophets, what was the signpost that they left?
Yeah, we have in Ahlul Bayt traditions that every prophet left a wasi. Like for example, Musa alayhi salam left Joshua, Yusha, and Musa alayhi salam left Shamun al-Safar, Petrus, the person who is famous as Petrus, as their wasi and imams who were after them actually, as those signposts. And they left other people after them that we might not know them. But as a general rule, we have in our traditions that every prophet had, like for example, even from the time of Adam alayhi salam, they say, of course, it was destined that Habil should be that signpost after Adam alayhi salam, but since he was killed, then another son was given to Adam alayhi salam who was called Sheeth, and that Sheeth was the wasi of Adam, that signpost who was guiding people after him, and so on with all other prophets.
Shaykh, if there is a question on this subject, you can ask another subject. On one of your lectures, you talked about Mala Ghanima and how this belongs to the Prophet. But when you say it belongs to the Prophet, actually what you mean is it belongs to the people. And the Prophet or the Imam is in his hands to deal with it as appropriate. In that case, what happens to Qadr? Because that was Mala Ghanima, taken without a fight, and it belonged to the Prophet. But it makes sense. In the sense that it belongs to the people, or he could give it...
No, that was because what is mentioned in Surah Hashr especially about this type of ghanima, because not all ghanima belongs to the Prophet. The ghanima which is taken without Muslim army fighting for it, as is mentioned in Surah Hashr, مَا أَفَاءَ اللَّهُ عَلَى رَسُولِهِ مِنْ أَهْلِ الْقُرَى, whatever Allah gives back to His Prophet from different cities who have surrendered without fight. Because if they are taken with fight, then that ghanima would belong to the army. It should be distributed among the army according to the rule which also we have. That ghanima is the ghanima upon which they had to pay khums. وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ مَا غَنِمْتُمْ فَإِنَّ لِلَّهِ خُمُسَهُ وَلِلرَّسُولِ وَلِذِي الْقُرْبَى. Whatever ghanima you take, in terms of being soldiers taking ghanima, 1/5 of it would go to Allah and Prophet and the Qurba. However, those type of ghanaim which came to the Prophet without fight, without troops being involved, it's mentioned in Surah Hashr very clearly, مَا أَفَاءَ اللَّهُ عَلَى رَسُولِهِ مِنْ أَهْلِ الْقُرَى فَلِلَّهِ, it belongs to God, that it should be used in the way of God. وَلِلرَّسُولِ, whatever way Rasul would see appropriate to be used. وَلِذِي الْقُرْبَى, and for the Qurba, the relatives of the Prophet, those who cannot receive zakat, certainly. فَلِلَّهِ وَلِلرَّسُولِ وَلِذِي الْقُرْبَى وَالْيَتَامَى وَالْمَسَاكِينِ وَابْنِ السَّبِيلِ, the orphans, the poor, and the wayfarers. Now, Fadak was part of those ghanaim which was not taken by force but by surrender, and it was something that Prophet gave to Fatima as the portion of Dhul Qurba, as the relative of the Prophet. It was given to her as a gift, as part of that. So it is included in the injunction of the Quran.
So you said that it's not, no one can imagine what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is like, and you cannot compare. How do you explain the fact that people say that human beings are created in God's image?
Well, that's that's a type of mystical understanding of human station in this world. It means that there are qualities in human being which reflect the qualities of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Image, we don't mean by image physical image. The qualities of Allah, the names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which are the origin of all creation, all being, they are reflected in human being in a way that it could reflect all those qualities and all those names. And that's why they say Allah has created a human being after His own image. For example, He has free will, we have free will. This is the image of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala being reflected in us. He can see, we can see. He can know, we can know. And all these qualities of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which originally belongs to Him, have been reflected in human beings. And therefore we say that Allah has created human beings after His own image.
That's a different question.
Yeah.
Since then, the Mu'min says that when the Prophet was born, most of the things changed. But he was already created. So what was the need for the Prophet to be born as a human being when he was already there, created first?
You see, there are levels of creation for everything, not only for the Prophet, peace be on him. For every creation, there are different levels of creation. There are different orders of creation, so to speak. So when we say Prophet was created, not in the order of this present world, of course, not in the level of this present world. And when that creation comes to this level, it brings so much benefits and, of course, favors that would come along with it. We can say that at different orders of creation, all of us are created already. But it takes time for us to come and pass through time for that creation to unfold itself. You can say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already created everything in that higher order of creation, but it needs time to come so that it unfolds itself in a way that we come to this world and go back to Him again. And this is what we mean by the birth of the Prophet, of course, coming to this order of creation, this level of creation. And whatever we have in terms of Prophet, peace be on him, being created before this creation, we have, I think, to take it in this sense. Because in other types of understanding, it wouldn't make something that we can understand. It's not understandable for us. Therefore, yes, of course, for the arrival of the Prophet, peace be on him, to this present world, there are those benefits. By him going from this world, those benefits and favors would go, many of them, as Amir al-Mu'min mentioned in Nahjul Balagha, لَقَدْ انْقَطَعَ بِمَوْتِكَ مَا لَمْ يَنْقَطِعْ بِمَوْتِ أَحَدٍ. By your demise, something was cut off, a favor was cut off from this world, that it wouldn't have been cut off by the death of anyone. And that was the revelation coming, because he was the last person receiving that revelation. And by him going, that was cut off completely from this world. So yes, I mean, coming to this world, going from this world, it has its own very real effects. Yes.
There's a lot of narrations of stories on previous people that they were turned into animals or thrown into something, a punishment. I mean, has this come to an end after the Prophet's end?
Well, we haven't seen any incidents mentioned in the history. The only things we have about this are some verses mentioned in the Quran, which again we cannot identify exactly where that happened, to which people it happened. There were a group of Jews that Quran talks about them being muted into qaradatan wa hanazir, into chimps and pigs, which again we might take this literally, we might take it somehow metaphorically. It depends how we approach the explanation of these verses. But certainly after our Prophet, we haven't seen any such incident happen.
Doesn't Allah anymore send azab down, society?
Of course, there were punishments which were concomitant with the presence of prophets. So when there is no prophet, those punishments would not come anymore. And that's, for example, when a prophet was sent to a civilization, that civilization completely rejected that prophet. And then a sweeping punishment came to them. These types of things do not exist anymore, because that is something which comes with the prophets. And it's only there because the complete proof and hujjah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is there, and that's the prophet. Otherwise, وَمَا كُنَّا مُعَذِّبِينَ حَتَّى نَبْعَثَ رَسُولًا. We wouldn't make any such punishment unless and until we send a prophet. Without those prophets, of course, there is no such punishment. Yeah.
Sheikh, is there any indication of narrowing down the area in which Adam could have been created, whether, for example, in Saudi Arabia or in North Africa? Why I'm asking is that according to the scientific dating criteria, the oldest modern skull that they have been able to date is 190,000 years, somewhere found in the area of Ethiopia.
You say today. Tomorrow they might find something somewhere else.
I'm just ignoring about this.
Yeah. Well, you have this tomb of Habil and Qabil in Damascus, near Damascus, isn't it? And tomb of Shaykh as well, somewhere in Lebanon. So, if this is authentic, if these tombs which are there really are the original tombs of these people, of course, ignore the size of the tombs that they have made. This is something made later on. For example, Nabi Shish, there is a 15-meter long tomb, grave. However, if these are authentic, then it would tell us that somewhere in Syria, in that region of Middle East, probably was where originally Adam was living, probably. Yes.
Regarding from the few lectures ago, you spoke about Hazrat Adam, why Allah descended him to another, why he came down to earth from another dimension, and it was away from Allah. And although Allah had forgiven him, there was still a consequence to face for his actions. And he was put further away from Allah. Could Hazrat Adam perform any acts to come back near to Allah? Because if all our actions, although some forgiven and some not forgiven, have consequences like those, like we are away from Allah, although He forgives us, we are not near Him anymore. And I would know this is a complicated question. And the consequences probably are not only in the world, they are also in hereafter. A build-up of consequences of our actions are in both worlds. Then isn't there any way where, although we are forgiven, those consequences can get reduced?
Yes. The prophets like Adam alayhi salam, they can move to that dimension very easily. That dimension is very closer to the world of God, of course. And however, after they came to this earth living with this type of body, then it was something that they could not go back to it again, to that dimension. They can move to it spiritually, but not to that body anymore. It's impossible. It's just like, for example, when you try to, for example, you jump from a very, very high cliff, and you don't have anything to go back up the cliff, any means or any stairs or rope or whatever, you might, and suppose that this is a sin at the same time, you might ask for forgiveness, and Allah might completely forgive you. But you are down there, you cannot go up, because you have no means to go up anymore. And you have to live down there. And Allah might bring you completely close to Himself, but physically you are down there. This is what happened to Adam alayhi salam. He physically came down and Allah forgave him and gave him all guidance, all the type of attention that he needed. But he had to live here, and we have to live here, of course.
When it comes to us, in the sense of prophets, when it comes to us and our sins and forgiveness and the consequences,
Yeah.
the consequences could be here, upon the consequences could be hereafter for us in the day of judgment.
Yeah.
But the consequences, as you said, they are there.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not going to go away. The consequences remain. But if the forgiveness happens, the consequences don't go away.
In this world, in next world, it might, yeah. In next world, as we have in the Quran, Allah would cover, would have maghfirah. And that maghfirah would take away those consequences, certainly. But in this world, no, you can't. I mean, if you cut off your hand and ask for forgiveness, your hand wouldn't go back. I mean, that's very clear.
There are so many things that you don't see as clearly as that, like you're killing somebody, you're not going to come back, falling down, you're not going to fall.
Well, it depends on the sincerity of repentance and how you have gone back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and how that repentance is accepted, how forgiveness is given, all these things. But
forgiveness is there already. The consequences don't go away. That's scary.
For this world. For this world.
So surely there are some consequences. There is shafa in this world as well as next. I mean, you have sadaqah, which repeals so many consequences.
Yeah, that's right.
There's
that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. In this world as well. But some type of sins, if you commit in this world, then it cannot come into its original situation. Things cannot come into their original situation. Well, let's hope. Okay, sallallahu ala Muhammad. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. In the last part of the first sermon, actually in the section just before the last part, Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam started to explain or define the nature of the Book of God, which is left with us. The logical sequence of the discussions in the khutbah actually has led us to the discussion about the Quran, because after the creation of the universe and creation of man, and then expulsion of Adam from the paradise coming to earth, and God mentioning that when a guidance comes to you, whoever follows that guidance, there should be no fear, no sadness for them. Then he mentioned how this guidance came to human beings through the prophets. Then the last of those prophets, our prophet. And then the guidance that he left with us, the book, the Quran. So it's a quite logical sequence which the khutbah follows. And now Amir al-Mu'mineen mentions that the book of God, your law's book, is in midst of you, with you. And the halal and haram is quite clear in it. The fara'idahu wa fada'ilah, what is compulsory, what are merits, in addition to the necessary injunctions, all are explained. وَنَاسِخَهُ وَمَنْسُوخَهُ, which we explained last time. And then we discussed about مُحْكَمَهُ وَمُتَشَابِهَهُ, the ambiguous verses and the definitive verses. And then he mentions a few other instances of these different categories of the verses of the Quran. مُفَسَّرًا مُجْمَلَهُ وَمُبَيَّنًا غَوَامِضَهُ. Mujmal is something which is so brief that you could not find the details out of it. However, he says there are, of course, brief instances of injunctions in the Quran which are mujmal. You cannot find the details of those instances, but even those are explained in other places. For example, aqimus salat, establish prayer. This is mujmal. We don't know when we should do that, how many times a day we should do it. But this is again explained in other verses of the Quran, which tells us أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر, for example, that you have to establish prayer when the sun moves from the middle of the sky, that's Salatul Zuhr, until when the darkness falls, and also the Quran al-Fajr recitation of the morning, which explains how many times these prayers should be performed. So there are mujmal and they are explained in other places. وَمُبَيَّنًا غَوَامِضَهُ. There are some concepts which are very difficult to understand in the Quran, very complicated. However, a person who is well versed in the verses of the Quran can find out the clarification for those complicated concepts in other verses of the Quran. And the way Amirul Mu'minin explains the Quran for us, it seems that the Quran is a self-sufficient book of guidance. That if someone becomes well adept in reciting the Quran and understanding its meaning, it's a self-sufficient guide for human beings. And this is what Amirul Mu'minin explains here, that if you understand the Quran, you will see everything is there explained by the Quran itself. And this is actually the explanation of the verse in the Quran, وَنَزَّلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الذِّكْرِ تِبْيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ. That this book which we have revealed to you is the explanation for everything. And everything means everything which is related to guidance, of course. However, we can infer one other very important issue from this type of explanation about the Quran. And that is, you have to be aware, you have to be careful that Quran is not a very simple book that you can just read and understand, you just recite and make your own deductions. There are many, many different aspects to the Quran that you have to know first before you can make a reasonable judgment of the whole concepts which are there included in the Quran, because there is nasikh and mansukh in the Quran, there is muhkam and mutashabih in the Quran. You have to be able to discern and distinguish between these different types of verses. So, although Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam mentions that the Quran contains and includes all types of knowledge related to the guidance that Allah wants a person to know, and it is sufficient to understand the meaning of the Quran, you need lots of other guides and helps, different types of knowledge, and also, of course, someone who has the final authority in interpretation of these verses, who is the Imam or the Prophet, peace be on him. And then other types of these verses of the Quran, or concepts which are included in the Quran, بين مأخوذ ميثاق علمه وموسع على العباد في جهله. These verses, some of them, it is compulsory for people to know what they mean, or to know the concepts which are implied by those verses. There is a pledge taken from human beings about this knowledge that they have to know it. And this is actually this type of knowledge is meant by the hadith from the Prophet, peace be on him, which is very famous, reported by both Sunnis and Shi'is, that طلب العلم فريضة على كل مؤمن ومؤمنة. To seek knowledge is a compulsory duty, is a necessary duty on every mu'min and mu'minah, every faithful man and woman. And of course, we know that not all types of knowledge are compulsory for us to go and seek and learn. It is a certain type of knowledge which the Prophet mentions, it is wajib, just like salat, which is wajib for every mu'min and mu'minah. Seeking a type of knowledge is also wajib for mu'min and mu'minah. And then when the scholars explain this, they say this is usuluddin, the tawheed. What is tawheed? The mere necessary aspect of tawheed that every mu'min and mu'minah should know about. And the knowledge about prophets and hereafter, of course, very briefly, not in details, not complicated ideas about it. In very brief way, we have to know about these things. Also, what we have to do in our lifetime, in our everyday duties towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how to fast, for example, how to pray. These are the things that we have to learn, we have to know. And the implication of the hadith of the Prophet, peace be on him, who mentions talabul ilm faridatun ala kulli mu'minin wa mu'minah, seeking knowledge is a faridah, is wajib for every mu'min and mu'minah. It's this type of knowledge which is the minimum necessary knowledge of religion. And this is what is actually alluded to here. بَيْنَ مَأْخُوذًا مِيثَاقُ عِلْمِهِ. Every mu'min should know the concept of tawheed, which is mentioned in the Quran. It is a pledge. Every mu'min knows that they have to worship one God, for example, or how to worship him. وَمُوَسَّعٍ عَلَى الْعِبَادِ فِي جَهْلِهِ. There are also things mentioned in the Quran that it is a leave for mu'minun, for the people, for the servants of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not to know them. They are free to go and learn them or not learn them, to understand them or not understand them. And some of them are so complicated that only a few elect people can understand. For example, the idea about qada and qadar, the predestination or free will, these are things which are very complicated. It is not possible for every human being, ordinary mu'min, to understand these things. Or very minute aspects of tawheed, very detailed aspects of tawheed, is not possible for everyone to understand. And therefore, the ignorance about these issues are permissible for mu'minun. Although they are mentioned in the Quran, as we heard here, everything is mentioned in the Quran. Every bit of knowledge about guidance is mentioned in the Quran. But Amir al-Mu'minin says there is a permission for mu'minun about their ignorance. It's only the very broad, basic ideas of tawheed, of nubuwwah, of ma'ad, that the mu'minun should know. The details, the jahl, the ignorance about them is permissible for mu'minun. So again, we have two types of knowledge in the Quran. One knowledge which is necessary for everyone to know and understand, and the other knowledge is, of course, a knowledge which is more complicated, only for those shrewd and knowledge-seeking type of mu'minun. وَبَيْنَ مُثْبَةٍ فِي الْكِتَابِ فَرْضُهُ وَمَعْلُومٍ فِي السُّنَّةِ نَسْخُهُ. Now, these make our approach to Quran, of course, to be based on more cautious foundation. Because we read things in the Quran that sometimes we do not, for example, act according to it. And then we might say, okay, if this is mentioned in the Quran, why we are not following it? There are things which are recorded in the book as injunctions. However, it is known definitely, by a definitive type of knowledge, that they are abrogated in the Sunnah of the Prophets. This is, of course, a very dodgy concept, but we have things mentioned in the Quran. For example, at the beginning of Revelation, there was no punishment for adulterers mentioned in the Quran. There was a punishment mentioned in the Quran, but it was abandoned later on. In Surah Baqarah we have وَاللَّاتِ يَأْتِينَ بِفَاحِشَةٍ مِّن نِّسَائِكُمْ فَأَمْسِكُوهُنَّ فِي الْبُيُوتِ حَتَّى يَتَوَفَّاهُنَّ الْمَوْتِ. Those women among you who commit adultery, you keep them, you imprison them in their homes and do not provide anything for them until they die. That was a type of punishment. However, later on this was abrogated. It was not mentioned in the Quran by the injunction of rajm, or stoning of the adulteress. Now, the verse in itself mentions that this is temporary. This injunction is going to be removed by another injunction. But that other injunction was not mentioned in the Quran. But definitely we know that the Prophet brought this revelation to us about stoning, for example. Because the verse says, حَتَّى يَتَوَفَّاهُنَّ الْمَوْتِ, until death comes to them, أَوْ يَجْعَلُ اللَّهُ لَهُنَّ سَبِيلًا, or God puts another way for them, which is of course the other injunction coming. Here, Amir al-Mu'minin said there are things which are recorded as injunctions in the Quran. However, when you go to the Sunnah, there's another injunction about them. In our Shi'i tradition, of course, we have some sort of, these are actually explanations of these verses, not really abrogation. Now, in Surah Jumu'ah, of course, we have يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا إِذَا نُودِيَ لِلصَّلَاةِ مِنْ يَوْمِ الْجُمُعَةِ فَاسْعَوْا إِلَى ذِكْرِ اللَّهِ وَذَرُوا الْبَيْعَ. O you who believe, when the call for Jumu'ah prayer comes, you leave everything, trade and business, and go for Jumu'ah. Now, you know that in Shi'i fiqh, in Shi'i jurisprudence, this is not a necessary injunction to follow at the time of ghaiba of the Imam, when the Imam is in a quotation. This is only for the time of Prophet and the Ma'soom Imam. And in other times it is, they call it wajib al-takhiri. You are free to choose between Salatul Zuhr and Salatul Jumu'ah. Now the explanation is this, that although you have this injunction in the Quran, although this is not mansukh, it is there. However, فَاسْعَوْا إِلَى ذِكْرِ اللَّهِ, Dhikrullah would be realized really when an Imam or a Prophet is preaching you towards Dhikrullah. Otherwise, the true meaning of Dhikrullah is not realized without an Imam or a Prophet preaching you. And that is what would bring the compulsion of leaving everything and going to Jummah. Of course, this is, as we know, is different in Sunni faith. It's wajib at all times, even if the Imam is zalim, even if they mention things which somehow distance you from Dhikrullah rather than bringing you nearer to Dhikrullah. However, well, they are following literally the verse of the Quran. Of course, the literal meaning is that you go really to Jummah if there is Dhikrullah there, not something else, not things which somehow distance the Ibad, the worshippers, from Dhikrullah rather than bringing them closer to Dhikrullah. So, of course, there is a qualification here in our faith which would make this verse to be seen, to somehow come to mind that, well, we are not following this verse, what should we do? And, of course, then we have to analyze what the true meaning of the verse is. And then we go to the Sunnah of the Prophet to see whether this is compulsory when the Prophet is not preaching or not. And many, many other factors that come in here. There's another injunction in Shi'i faith which is very interesting, and that is where you can do i'tikaf. You know what i'tikaf is? The seclusion that usually you do in Ramadan or other times accompanied by fast, which is a type of mystical worship that you seclude yourself for a while, at least for 3 days and above, from your family, from your ordinary life. You stay in a mosque and you completely dedicate yourself to prayer. You don't come out of the mosque except for very, very necessary and compulsory type of duties that you have to do, or other exigencies. And even if you come out of the mosque, you don't have the right to sit down anywhere. If there is something very necessary, you have to come out of mosque. You don't have the right to sit. You don't have the right to walk on the shade, and all these difficulties, so that you are completely dedicated to worship in the mosque. Now, in Shia jurisprudence, they say one of the conditions of the mosque in which you could do i'tikaf, you could sit for the i'tikaf, is that mosque should be a mosque in which a prophet or an imam has performed a Jummah prayer. And that gives a type of qualification and special characteristics to those mosques. And that's why many fuqaha, especially the past fuqaha, nowadays most fuqaha say even in a Jami' mosque of a city you can do that. However, the old fuqaha especially, they used to say that it's permissible only in Masjid al-Haram and Masjid al-Nabi, these two mosques in which the Prophet performed Salatul Jum'ah, and Jami' al-Kufa, in which Amirul Mu'mineen and Imam Hassan alayhi salam performed Salatul Jum'ah, and Masjid al-Mada'in, in which again Amirul Mu'mineen performed Salatul Jum'ah. So the very existence of the Prophet and the Imam, even in the past, performing the Salatul Jum'ah, he leaves the trace of that zikrullah, so that i'tikaf in that mosque would find its true realization. Okay, ومعلوم في السنة نسخه وبين مثبت في الكتاب فرضه. Okay, some of them, the injunctions are recorded in the book. However, the ruling, we know that it is not obligatory anymore due to the sunnah of the Prophet. وواجب في السنة أخذه ومرخص في الكتاب تركه. And there are some issues, some injunctions, which was wajib in the sunnah to perform. However, later on, the ruling of it was abrogated in the kitab. There was given leave in the book that we can just do away with that injunction. For example, it was necessary, according to the sunnah of the Prophet, at the beginning of the prophethood, that in Ramadan the spouses shouldn't go near each other completely for 1 month, whether during the day or during the night. Then we had the injunction in the Quran in Surah Baqarah, أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةُ الصِّيَامِ الرَّفَثُ إِلَى نِسَائِكُمْ هُنَّ لِبَاسٌ لَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ لِبَاسٌ لَهُنْ. The going to your spouses during the night in Ramadan has been permitted for you because they are like your dress, you are like their dress. عَلِمَ اللَّهُ أَنَّكُمْ كُنْتُمْ تَخْتَانُونَ أَنفُسَكُمْ. Allah knew that you were going to betray yourself by that very strict injunction in Ramadan. So there were things that it was wajib in the sunnah. However, later on, the permission was given to perform them in the book. وَبَيْنَ وَاجِبٍ بِوَقْتِهِ. There are things in the book which are wajib in their time. وَزَائِلٍ فِي مُسْتَقْبَلِهِ. But if the time passes, then that compulsion would go. Like salat, for example. It's wajib in its time. When the time passes, you can't do it anymore. You have to do it as a makeup, as a compensation, not as the wajib. وَمُبَايَنٌ بَيْنَ مَحَارِمِهِ. Also, there are injunctions in the book which there are things which are forbidden There are maharim, things which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has forbidden the people to perform. However, these have different degrees. Of course, all these different categorization of the verses go back to address an issue which was really a problem at the time of Amirul Mu'mineen. For example, in the case of Mubayanun Bayna Maharimih, we know that, for example, we have sins which are Saghira, small sins, and sins which are Kabira, big sins, great sins. And there were some Khawarij at the time of Amirul Mu'mineen who were mentioning that anyone committing even one Saghira would become kafir, and you have to kill them. And of course, Amirul Mu'mineen explains that it is not the case. You shouldn't look at things just black and white like this. There are, of course, big sins, small sins, and there is a difference. You have to discern between different types and categories of maharim. So, mubayanun bayna maharimih. There are maharim, there are things which are forbidden, but there is a spectrum of strength in forbidding. Some of them are huge, some of them are small. So, what are these things that should be discerned from each other? Min kabirin aw'ada alayhi nirana. There are big things for which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised that would punish anyone committing them by the fire of the hell. أو صغيرا أرصد له غفرانا, or a small thing that Allah has actually left for them His ghufran, His maghfirah, His forgiveness. He has put His forgiveness to wait for them. أرصد له غفرانا means that these sins are going to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but He has put His ghufran, His maghfirah to wait for them, just to make them perish and go away. Of course, the definition of kabira and saghira is very difficult. Here, what Amirul Mu'mineen mentions is that a kabira is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised to punish whoever commits them with the fire of hell. And this is what most scholars have accepted. That if you commit a sin, and it is not mentioned in the Quran that the punishment for it is fire of hell, then that sin is saghira, it's not kabira. The kabira, of course, the kabair are not many. They count until up to 70 type of sins, but of course there are repetitions there. So any sin for which the fire of hell is promised is a kabira. Otherwise, if the fire of hell is not promised, then it would be included in maghfirah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is actually the meaning of the verse which says, فَمَنْ زُحْزِحَ عَنِ النَّارِ وَأُدْخِلَ الْجَنَّةَ فَقَدْ فَازَ. Whoever is kept away from fire. And the meaning of that is to enter the paradise. And enter the paradise, these are the successful ones. These have succeeded. Although their degrees in paradise might be so low. However, not being punished by the fire of hell means that they have been successful. They have been accepted somehow. And this meaning is mentioned in many different verses of the Quran. That if you avoid from the big things for which the fire of hell is promised, then of course Allah would do away with your other sins, would cover them with His maghfirah. إِن تَجْتَنِبُوا كَبَائِرَ مَا تُنْهَوْنَ عَنْهُ يُكَفِّرْ عَنْكُمْ سَيِّئَاتِكُم. If you avoid from the big sins that you have been forbidden to commit, then of course the other sins will be covered for you, will be forgiven for you. من كبير عوض عليه النيران أو صغير أرسد له غفرانه وبين مقبول في أدناه موسع في أقصاه. And there are some rulings which are accepted if a minimum of it is performed. And then the more you do, the more reward you receive. So you are free to do the maximum. But what is required from you is the minimum. Like, for example, the salat. Of course, the minimum is the 17 rak'ah that we have to do every day. That's the minimum that we have to do. The maximum, of course, وَمِنَ اللَّيْلِ فَتَهَجَّدْ لَهُ نَافِلَةً لَكَ عَسَىٰ أَن يَبْعَثَكَ رَبُّكَ مَقَامًا مَحْمُودًا. During the night, you wake up and do tahajjud, do salatul layl. It is additional, of course, it's nafila. By performing this, it is hoped that your Lord would elevate you to a very high position. So the additions are merits which actually raise a person to high positions. The minimum is what saves a person from the fire of hell. So these 17 rak'ahs that we do, they save us. That's the minimum. However, the maximum we do, the more we do, of course, the maximum has no limit. The more we do, the more elevated we will become. We get more elevation to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As the verse mentions, عَسَىٰ أَن يَبْعَثَكَ رَبُّكَ مَقَامًا مَحْمُودًا. Or, for example, in Surah Muzammil, we have this verse which is, the tone is compulsion. يَا أَيُّهَا الْمُزَّمِّلْ قُمِ اللَّيْلَ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. Of course, this is what the address is specific, as we had, of course, explained here by Amir al-Mu'mineen in previous sentences. The address is specific to the Prophet, peace be on him. But the ruling was general, that all the mu'minun should do that. يَا أَيُّهَا الْمُزَّمِّلْ قُمِ اللَّيْلَ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا نِصْفَهُ أَوْ انْقُصْ مِنْهُ قَلِيلًا أَوْ زِدْ عَلَيْهِ وَرَتِّلِ الْقُرْآنَ تَرْتِيلًا. So the address is to the Prophet that wake up during the night, half of the night, or a bit more, or a bit less, and recite the Quran, certainly in your salats. An injunction that during the night you have to wake up and recite the Quran. This is a compulsory injunction coming as an address to the Prophet, but compulsion for all mu'minun. However, at the end of the surah, we have the lead. عَلِمَ اللَّهُ أَنَّكُمْ لَن تُحْصُوهُ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows that عَلِمَ أَن لَن تُحْصُوهُ, knows that you cannot do this all the time. It's not possible that every night تُحْصُوه from ihsa, that you count every night with performing this. Is not possible. For you, of course, for the Prophet it's possible. عَلِمَ اللَّهُ عَلِمَ أَن لَن تُحْصُوهُ فَتَابَ عَلَيْكُمْ. Now this is a very, very interesting verse. It means that not doing this would be regarded to be a sin, but Allah forgave you for it. فَتَابَ عَلَيْكُمْ فَقْرَؤُوا مَا تَيَسَّرَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ. So recite whatever is possible for you from the Quran. فَقْرَؤُوا مَا تَيَسَّرَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ. Then, of course, to think that we are not as completely, that, okay, now Allah says, فَتَابَ عَلَيْكُمْ, we forgave you, so, well, we rejoice and say, Alhamdulillah, we don't need to do anything. Then Allah mentions something which we have to, of course, that has to bring us to our mind. عَلِمَ أَنْ سَيَكُونُ مِنْكُمْ مَرْضَى. He knows that some of you would be ill, would be sick. وَآخَرُونَ يَضْرِبُونَ فِي الْأَرْضِ يَبْتَغُونَ مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ. Some of you have to travel for business, for trade, and to win bread for their family. وَآخَرُونَ يُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Some of you have to fight in the army. It's not possible that you wake up to keep awake during the night and fight during the day, or fight during the night and do this prayer. So, فَتَابَ عَلَيْكُمْ فَقْرَؤُوا مَا تَيَسَّرَ مِنْهُ. He has forgiven for you, so recite whatever is possible. In fact, telling us that if you have no excuse, do it. Of course, at the beginning he says he has forgiven for all of you. فَتَابَ عَلَيْكُمْ. All of you are at least. But then he mentions why this injunction has come. Because some of you are ill, some of you travel for trade, some of you are fighting. So فَقْرَؤُوا مَا تَيَسَّرَ مِنْهُ وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ وَأَقْرِضُوا اللَّهَ قَرْضًا حَسَنًا. So there are things which are mentioned in the Quran which, of course, the minimum is required. Certainly, مَقْبُولًا فِي أَدْنَاهِ. If you do the minimum, it's accepted from you. If you do the minimum salat, it's accepted from you. You are not questioned for more than it. However, muwassa'in fi aqsa, of course, there is big scope for you to go towards the maximum. You can do as much as you want, as much as you like. So, these few sentences Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam mentions here as an explanation of the book, you will see how deep in knowledge Amirul Mu'minin is about the book of God. And of course he should be like that, and he is the teacher of all the exegetes, all the interpreters that came after him. And everyone took the knowledge of the Quran from Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam after the Prophet, peace be on him. So you could see how the whole book is completely in his hand, and his knowledge is really deep about what is mentioned in the book. And then, of course, one of these sara'ir, or one of the injunctions of the book, which is mentioned here at the end of the khutbah, is about Hajj, the pilgrimage. Apparently, there should be an instance, there should be some circumstantial situation which Amirul Mu'minin has mentioned, has singled out Hajj at the end of this khutbah to address his companions about it. Maybe it was at the time of Hajj, or some issue was at hand. We don't know, but a very nice explanation of Hajj as well, of pilgrimage, is mentioned here at the end of the khutbah. We leave this inshallah for next week. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alihi wa sahbihi.
Can we start questions from the ladies?
I have two questions. One, I just was a bit late when you talk about Al-Qaf, so maybe your apologies. But what I wanted to ask is, Al-Qaf is just related to men only, right? Or there's different conditions in it?
What, sorry? Itikaf.
Is that correct?
No, not really. No, women can do itikaf as well in some part of the mosque. Yeah.
My other question is that, you know, the last thing you mentioned just now about Surah Muhammad and how you explained it. The impression I get is that it's not wajib, but unless you have a good excuse, it is wajib. Could you interpret it like that?
Yeah. Well, the question is that what is mentioned in Surah Muzammil in terms of reciting the Quran in the night is not wajib, but it's not wajib if you have a good excuse. Otherwise, it is wajib. Almost. Well, as I said at the beginning of the last verse of Surah Muzammil, it mentions very generally that alima allan tuhsuh fataba alaykum. God knows that you cannot continue with this type of action, so He forgave you. Therefore, recite whatever is possible for you. Then He mentions, of course, when I say this, you should know that there should be some excuse for it. I have forgiven everyone because I know that there are sick people among you. I know that people are traveling. I know that, in fact, all of us are at the mercy of those people who are ill, who are doing business, traveling, who are fighting. But no, generally the ruling is actually alleviated for everyone. We just understand what is the intention of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but He is not going to take us into task because we understand this. He generally has forgiven that for everyone.
When you say night, do you say the time before this, or do you mean after Fajr? I mean, when you say night, what part of the night do you mean?
Well, what part of the night we mean? Because the beginning of the verse mentions of the surah mentions قُمِ اللَّيْلَ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. Stand up, meaning wake up in the night. We would understand that this is a part of the night after we have slept, and then we wake up. So it doesn't matter what time or when, but the verses half of the night, or 1/3 or 2/3 of the night, it means sometimes the Prophet slept just at the beginning of the night for 2-3 hours, and then he woke up and worshipped until the morning. Sometimes he woke up after midnight and worshipped until the morning. Of course, this is something which is impossible for us to do, but certainly here by night it means the latter part of the night, not the beginning of the night.
I've got two questions. First of all, last time you explained that regarding about the Safa and Marwa, the injection in the Quran, you said that there is no harm if you do Safa and Marwa.
Yeah.
But then in Hadith we find that there is an explanation where both the Sunnis and Shia believe that this is part of the Hajj. Safa and Marwa. Whereas in the Quran it doesn't actually say that it is compulsory. And then now today from the Quran we say, that the punishment for the adulterers, it doesn't mention that it's death by stoning.
Yeah.
But the explanation is given in the Hadith.
That's
Now this one is believed by the Sunnis. First of all, who is the narrators of both these Hadith? That's the first question. And secondly, about the explanation that some of the things in the Quran seems to be compulsory, but there are further explanations given in the Hadith which explains that it doesn't become compulsory under certain conditions, and vice versa, where in the time of the Prophet there were certain, in the month of Ramadan, the spouses were not allowed to be together, whereas later on in the Quran we find that Allah actually gives the permission. So taking these sort of the second question, when we get the different interpretation from the mujtahids about various issues, they may be looking into various conditions. To some of the mujtahids, they allow, they permit certain things, whereas some mujtahids have a cautious sort of ruling, and some have completely prohibition. So one of the conditions, would they be taking into conditions the general conditions within the environment they live? For example, eating of Ahl Kitab, you find that the fatwa has now changed according to what? I don't know whether it has changed. Ayatollah Sistani, he allows, but Ayatollah Khoyi was more cautious. Ayatollah Moshe has more liberal. So
maybe the fatwa is not changed. Ahlul Kitab have become clean.
So they take these environmental conditions into consideration, like it seems that Allah has actually taken into consideration the hardship or the behavioral aspects of human beings. The change or the liberty institution by the Prophet, or allow or Allah allows in the Quran the spouses approaching each other in the month of Ramadan.
Yeah, but I certainly cannot repeat this question, can I? So I just answer. Well, in those instances that we say a sunnah explains the ruling in the Quran or qualifies it, it should be definitive sunnah, accepted by everyone. So in those cases that, for example, you see both Sunni and Shi'i accept the ruling, it means that it is somehow so widely transmitted from the Prophet, definitely gives us the knowledge that this is the sunnah of the Prophet. Otherwise, Khabarul Wahid coming in a few hadith, no, it doesn't help in this. We cannot do that. It's just the definitive sunnah of the Prophet that would qualify a verse of the Quran. In case of Shia, of course, we have, yes, that definitive hadith from A'imma about Salatul Jum'ah, that it is not compulsory at the time of occultation. What was the first question, sir?
Yeah, that was the first part of it. The first question was...
no, with regards to Ahlul Kitab, yeah.
Yes.
With regards to Ahlul Kitab, the point is that right from the beginning, we had...
I gave Ahlul Kitab as an example.
Yeah, okay, that's a good example. Right from the beginning, we had two sets of reports. That some of them said they are tahir, some of them said they are not tahir, okay? And the jurists, when they analyze these ahadith, they would have inclined towards one set of these ahadith. And usually it's not hardship or something like that. Maybe, of course, maybe the environment, the communication have changed the mindset of the jurists, so that reading those ahadith, they would incline now towards those sets of reports which would say they are tahir. In the past, there was no communication, there was no interaction, so the ulama said, why should we take the burden of, other people saying they are tahir and they might be najis, okay? So they inclined towards that. So it was not a type of definitive ruling in hadith that ulama have ignored now. It was some point of hesitation right from the beginning, and that's why you would see sometimes ulama would incline to that side and sometimes to this side. This is the only situation that the fatwa would change. Otherwise, in those situations, like for example the punishment of adultery, there is no way for that, because that's so certain, so definitive in the sunnah that no one could deny it.
Because sometimes we tend to criticize our ulama as to why some Muslim is giving this ruling for the same thing, while the other is giving the opposite ruling for the same thing, and we tend to criticize them.
Yeah, that's right.
Without understanding the whole.
But I tell you, don't embarrass ulama, because at the end they might say, you go and find yourself. Don't put the burden on us. Yeah. Could you ask one by one, because by the time you mention the second one, I forget the first one.
The first question is there any place in the UK where it's about Muslim? According to that rule, it means no in the UK, no in the West, just in the East. So, because none of them must be shown anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, is there anywhere in the West in which i'tikaf is permissible? According to the fatwa of contemporary ulama, they all allow, almost all of them, maybe with the exception of one or two, they allow in Masjid al-Jami' of every city. It means a masjid in which Jummah prayer is performed. That's what is called Masjid al-Jami'.
For example, the Jummah prayer is prayed in the mosque, but does that make it Masjid al-Jami'?
Yeah. If Jummah is prayed in a mosque, it's Jami'. This is not a mosque. That's the problem. You might do it at, you might say Central Mosque in Regent's Park is Masjid al-Jami'. Also probably East London Mosque is Masjid al-Jami'. So, for example, in Tehran as well, or in Mashhad, you don't have a mosque in which an imam or a prophet has performed a Jummah prayer. So you have to turn to Masjid al-Jami'. So any mosque in which Jummah prayer is performed. However, in Tehran, the problem is that no mosque would perform Salatul Jummah because it's done in Tehran University. So the definition of Masjid al-Jami' would become difficult then, because Masjid al-Jami' is usually a mosque in which people usually gather in big gatherings, not in small gatherings. But it's a habit, they do it now in Tehran in many mosques, probably by the fatwa of some ulama who say it doesn't need to be a Masjid al-Jami'. Any big mosque could be chosen for i'tikaf.
It's not possible to do i'tikaf as someone in the state of Qatar, being a traveller. They can't do it because they have to fast.
Yeah, the i'tikaf could not be done when you cannot fast, because the i'tikaf should be accompanied by fasting. So a traveler could not do i'tikaf here. So for example, if you go to Mecca for 9 days and you want to do i'tikaf in Masjid al-Haram, you can't do that. You have to, because usually people who go to Mecca, especially our Sunni brothers, at the last 10 days of Ramadan, they usually do i'tikaf in Masjid al-Haram. And it's a very good habit. I mean, even we Shias, for us, it's very good. When you go in Ramadan, of course not all 10 days we have to do it. 4 days, 5 days, 3 days. Well, if it comes to 5 days, then we have to complete it for 6 days. 3 days, 6 days, 9 days. We can stay in Masjid al-Haram completely to do i'tikaf there. And the last 10 days of Ramadan is actually the high time of i'tikaf, because it is a sunnah of the Prophet. Usually Prophet used to do i'tikaf in that last 10 days of Ramadan. So for those of us who can go to Mecca or Medina in Ramadan, it would be the best time for it.
Just one quick one. You mentioned Gunai Kabira from as defined by in the Quran, God promising the hellfire. So is that the definitive description we should follow? And secondly, is that totally not negotiable as you understand it, or is there any kind of mitigating factors of those kind of demands?
Well, different scholars have different definitions of kabira. Some scholars say we don't have saghira at all, for example. Saghira is something which is done out of ignorance only. However, yes, the majority of the scholars say that kabira is something for which the fire of hell is promised, as a definitive type of definition of kabira. Yeah.
On that point, is there no forgiveness for it? Because one of the things we're told is to lose hope in Allah's forgiveness of the self-sin.
No, forgiveness, I mean, if you repent, repentance is for kabira. Saghira is forgiven without repentance. This is what Quran says, okay? If you avoid the big sins, we will forgive the small sins for you. This is without repentance. Of course, for kaba'ah, there is repentance, there is shafa'ah. Shafa'ati la ahli al-kaba'ir min ummati, isn't it, from the Prophet? My shafa'ah is for those who commit kaba'ir. And of course, there are lots of hopes given in the Quran. However, at the end of the day, we have to be very careful even about sagha'ir. Yeah.
So, Sheikh, the Qudra says the prospect of forgiveness only for small things. So, I guess that would have meant that the major things are not.
This is without tawbah.
Right.
Of course, the tawbah would somehow retrieve a person from the position of certain punishment. Yeah, jami'an, Allah would forgive all sins, kabira and saghira, both of them, yeah. Of course, وَأَنِيبُوا إِلَىٰ رَبِّكُمْ, return to your Lord, repent to your Lord before your death comes. So that is the condition.
One question. I've heard that doing the nafil Dhuhr and Asr when you're traveling is forbidden. Is that true?
It means forbidden in the sense that it is not in Sharia. Yeah. It is not, there is no nafila for Dhuhr and Asr when you are traveling. Because if you cut short your fariza, how you want to do the nafila?
Yes. I've heard that it's to do with the name of Muslim al-Haram.
In the sense that it is a bid'ah, isn't it? It's a bid'ah because it's not in the law. Yeah, you can't do it. Yeah.
What about the others?
Nafilatul Layl, you do. Nafilatul Subh or Fajr and Maghrib, you do. Isha, the ulama are hesitant. That's why they say Nafilatul Isha, usually they say you can't do it. Because again, it's 4 rakahs, you cut it short. However, some say do it raja'an, because there are some ahadith which makes them very hesitant about it. So raja'an means with the hope that it will be accepted. You don't do it as something, as a part of Sharia, because that makes it better as well. So they say if you want to do nafilatul maghrib in safar, you just do it with the niyyah saying that I do it raja'an, with the hope that it is accepted. Yeah.
Nobody knows that.
Yeah.
I understand that if there was a Juma prayer taking place in Hend, then you don't say your Dhuhr and Asr Salah was the Juma prayer that taking place. You wait till they finish.
Yeah.
And then you say your Dhuhr. Is that right?
It is better to do that at the time of occultation, but not compulsory. No, it's not compulsory. Because you are at leave to do either Jummah or Dhuhr. However, they say if there is a possibility that Jummah might be compulsory at the time of occultation, then your Dhuhr would not be accepted because that's the time for Jummah. So for that caution, they say you take the precaution of leaving it off for after Jummah, but it's not necessary, no.
So it may be wajib Jummah, maybe wajib. Sorry, I didn't quite get.
No, the ulama say it's better just to take the precaution to leave the Dhuhr after Jummah, but it's not compulsory. No.
Just before we finish off, one quick thing. Next week there won't be any tafsir because there's an interfaith gathering in Edinburgh Synagogue and Shaykh will be actually there. So inshallah, I'll email everyone the details and hopefully you can all go there and listen to them.
Going back to the question of Adam and Eve, when they were descended from the heavens to the earthly lives, it says that they met in the plains of Arafat near Jabal al-Rahman. Is that right?
I don't know. There are many places mentioned. As I said, we cannot confirm by those ahadith the place in which they were descended. However, the evidence that we have from the descendants of Adam and the type of language that probably he was speaking, that it was somewhere near Syria. However, whether they met in Arafat or not, we don't know really. But we know that, yes, the Kaaba was built at the beginning by Adam alayhi salam. And how he traveled there to Mecca, how did he find a place to build Kaaba there? Because إِنَّ أَوَّلَ بَيْتٍ وُضِعَ لِلنَّاسِ لَلَّذِي بِبَكَّةَ, the first house which was built on the earth for the sake of people worshipping in it, we should understand from the verse, was the house which is in Mecca. That's of course Kaaba. And we know that it was destroyed later on. The place was lost. Even the children of Adam didn't know that where is the place of that house until Allah revealed to Ibrahim alayhi salam that this was the place which Adam built Kaaba, and you have to go there and leave Ismail there. So it says, وَإِذْ بَوَّأْنَا مَكَانَ الْبَيْتِ لِإِبْرَاهِيم, when we showed the place of the house to Ibrahim to go and rebuild it again. So of course it's not a very long journey from Syria to Mecca, even in the standards of the very old travels, even by foot people could travel from Syria to Mecca. However, as I said, the evidence would show that they came down in Syria.
Yeah, okay, they came down and then they traveled to Mecca.
Yeah, they might have met in Arafat.
Okay. Okay. So then there is a very highly likelihood of that the first community was actually established in that area of surrounding area of Kaaba, all around it.
Yeah, possible.
Okay.
Yeah. So, thank you. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. وفرض عليكم حج بيته الحرام الذي جعله قبلة للأنام يردونه ورود الأنعام ويألفون إليه ولوح الحمام. At the last part of the first sermon of Nahjul Balagha, Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam gives an example of the guidance which was given to human beings after the descendants of the descent of Adam alayhi salam to the earth. As he said, God has sent guidance for the children of Adam. One example how they could go back to him and find his blessings on the earth is, of course, visiting the house in Mecca. He said, and he made compulsory over you visiting his sanctified house. وَفَرَضَ عَلَيْكُمْ حَجَّ بَيْتِ الْحَرَامِ الَّذِي جَعَلَهُ قِبْلَةً لِلْأَنَامِ, the one which he made a qibla for human beings. يَرْدُونَهُ وُرُودَ الْأَنْعَامِ وَيَأْلَهُونَ إِلَيْهِ وُلُوحَ الْحَمَامِ. They enter this house like thirsty creatures in search of water, and human beings would go in search of course, a spiritual water to quench the thirst of their souls. And like pigeons who go round a sanctuary, they go and enter into this house. وَجَعَلَهُ سُبْحَانَهُ عَلَامَةً لِتَوَاضُعِهِمْ لَعَظَمَتِهِ, and he has made it a sign for their humbleness towards his greatness, لَعَظَمَتِهِ وَإِذْعَانِهِمْ لِعِزَّتِهِ, and a means of confessing by human beings for his glory. Now, the issue of Hajj, of course, is something which needs great thought and deserves lots of pondering. Why Muslims are invited to visit the house as a compulsion, and what is in the house which is so important that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not accepted the worship of Muslims except by visiting this house. Of course, those of them who afford to visit the house. We have in a hadith that anyone who affords to go to Hajj, to pilgrimage, and visit the house, and does not do so, on the day of resurrection when he is raised, he's told that you are raised not as a Muslim. Now, how would you like to be raised? As a Christian or as a Jew? It means that we do not accept your Islam because you did not perform this very important ritual, which is part and parcel of Islam. The house itself is one issue. The whole ritual in the Hajj which is performed is another issue. The ritual is a very strange type of ritual, not similar to other rituals that we usually do. For example, in prayer we know what we do. We know that we try to communicate with the Lord. And we know that we supplicate, we ask things, we glorify, we remember the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That would elate, so to speak, our spiritual status. This is clear. In fasting we know why we do that, because by somehow closing this mouth of the face which eats things, devours things, according to Rumi, when you close this mouth, another mouth will open in your soul, which would devour the spiritual morsels, take from the spiritual blessings and party of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so to speak. That's clear. Zakat, we know, is quite clear. That's why we do that and what are the benefits. Sadaqah and all other rituals is quite logical to perform it. However, there is something about Hajj which makes it as a dilemma, as something which we cannot solve. Why people should go? Just go 7 times round the house. Go between Safa and Marwa, pray 2 rak'ah, go between Safa and Marwa, and cut a little bit of hair and nail, and that's Umrah. And then go for Arafat, stay there, just to stay there. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to pray there. You don't need to have any supplication or whatever. Even the Maghrib prayer is not good to be performed in Arafat. You better move and do it in Mash'ar, for example. So you just stay there for 1 afternoon, and that is an important ritual. It's a rukn of Hajj. And then you stay in Mash'ar for a few hours, and then move to Mina and have a sacrifice, and again go around the Bayt, the house, and the same thing you did in Umrah, and this is the ritual in itself. So what is the logic behind it, and why is it so important in Islam? Of course, in other religions we have pilgrimage as well. I mean, people usually go to visit tombs or shrines of very important saints or prophets. This is reasonable as well. Of course, we have some Muslims who oppose this on the assumption or on the imagination that this is against Tawheed, which is not, of course. It's silly to think that by going and visiting a spiritual place or the shrine of a saint, you become mushrik. Unless if you have something wrong, a wrong idea about God and His relation to these saints and spiritual people. However, you don't visit the shrine of God, is it? I mean, God has no shrine. God is not there to be in a shrine. God is everywhere. And of course, visiting a house like that, performing these rituals is something which defies the religious logic. Not the secular logic, it defies the religious logic as well. Why we have to do this. And that's why, of course, we have strong traditions and strong, of course, verses of the Quran that encourages and threatens people about Hajj. If they do not perform it, they are going to receive such and such punishment, and if they perform it, they are going to receive such and such thawab. And it's interesting that it has become a standard measure by which all the rewards are measured and gauged, isn't it? For example, whatever you do, they say you get the thawab of 70 Hajj. Now, you shouldn't regard it as belittling the reward of Hajj. The important thing is that Hajj in itself has become a type of a standard of measuring. It is a unit of measuring, of reward, and that is because of its importance. They don't say it has got the thawab of such and such rak'ah salat. Of course, we have it, but it's not very important. If they tell you that you perform this and you receive the thawab of 1,000 rak'ah of salat, it's not as important for you as if they say you receive the thawab of 1 Hajj or 100 Hajj or 1,000 Hajj. That has become a unit of measuring the reward. Now, apparently, according to our worldly knowledge, the philosophy behind Hajj is not something that we can fathom and understand. It doesn't have anything to do with our worldly type of understanding. There is something behind it which is more related to the other world, to the other dimension of this world, than to our dimension. That other dimension which we do not understand and is very closely related to that house and its surroundings. We have, in some ahadith, we have that there are some sins that has no kafara, it means that you can never cover them or repeal them or revoke their punishment unless you are present in Arafat. Yawm al-Arafah, you are present in Arafat. That would be a kafara for your sin. Now, you don't need to do anything. You just have to be there. And just being there, and then you somehow come out of your sins, means that there is something in that place which is very closely linked with some other dimension of this world. The souls, it's just like a bath, that the souls, when they go there, they become clean and come out, without themselves realizing that this is what is happening. And all these ahadith, that it was a sunnah in the past, and it is still, well, it's not still the sunnah, of course. It was a sunnah that when the Hajj came back from Hajj, people rushed to visit them and kiss them before they take a bath. Because they said now they have all the dirt, so to speak, the dust of this journey on them. They are still tired of the journey, and if we go and visit them, we are blessed by them. Before, of course, they become polluted with the worldly type of life that we have. We think that when we go to bath after we come from Hajj, we get clean. No, we start to become polluted with our ordinary life again. So this is, of course, something to do with that other dimension, which is not understandable for us from Hajj. There is another hadith which is very interesting, and it is said that the greatest sin that a person or a Hajj can do is to stay in Arafah and think that God is not going to forgive him. That's the greatest sin that a person can commit, meaning that they have actually belittled the station, the status of that place, which is a mawqaf of Hajj, somewhere that the Hajj should stay there for a while. And just staying there for a while would somehow purify the soul in a way that we do not understand ourselves. And, well, we are not talking about reward now. Reward comes after, of course, purification. Now, with regards to the house itself, which is the most important, of course, part, no other part of this ritual is mentioned as frequently and as importantly as house itself is mentioned, that people should go round this house. Now, the house, again, has something which is related to some other dimension linked to that place. Some other, and we have in many hadith that there is a place in Alamul Malakut which is called Baytul Ma'mur. It's just parallel, exactly opposite this house which is on the earth. Of course, when we talk about Alamul Malakut, we don't talk about the sky. We talk about one other dimension. That is the place where the angels worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, you shouldn't think that angels don't need a place or don't need a point of concentration, and they don't need some sort of station to which they have to turn, and they have to, of course, it's different from our spatial and time laden places on the earth. It's something different. It's difficult for us to understand that dimension, but it is something, the parallel of which, or the example of which, or the symbol of which, on this earth for human beings is this house. And this house, of course, it is blessed, as it is mentioned in the Quran, إن أول بيت وضع للناس للذي ببكة مباركا. It is blessed. It's full of blessings. Now, these blessings, you go to this house, of course, most of you, alhamdulillah, have visited the house. You haven't seen any material blessings coming out of this house. No food is served from the house, of course, or something that you can visibly understand. It is the spiritual blessings that come out of it. gushes out of this house for those who go round it. And of course, since it is something which we do not understand, for people whose point of concentration is only this world, it would become like a ridiculous type of ritual. That many people have performed Hajj. Of course, not people of your type. People who are very much materially inclined. They have performed Hajj and they have come back with a type of smile on their faces or inside themselves. That what type of ritual was this? What did we do? We just went around the house, did some sa'i, and then we went to Arafat, and all the time either it was very hot or very crowded. People scrambled to do their rituals, and if there is not a good provision as well, that would add to the whole situation. It is not understandable but by our standards and our measures. So the blessings which Allah mentions in the Quran, إِنَّ أَوَّلَ بَيْتٍ وُضِعَ لِلنَّاسِ لَلَّذِي بِبَكَّةَ مُبَارَكًا. It is blessed. Now, blessed in the sense that is, and he said, وَهُدًى لِلْعَالَمِينَ. It is also guidance. Now, guidance, what type of guidance we receive? Not certainly some instructions that we go there and God would speak to us from the house that you do this and this and this. Or a prophet standing there instructing us. Or a sheikh standing there instructing us. There's no place there for a sheikh to stand there, and you cannot, of course, recognize between sheikh and others. Everyone is the same. So the guidance comes inwardly. It is something that God would put in your heart. If you visit the house with sincerity, that is the important issue. Mubarakan is blessed. Of course, a spiritual blessing, like Ramadan, which is Mubarak, of course. And it has a spiritual blessing. This house has a spiritual blessings as well. Now, there are, of course, other stories about the house. That the place on which the Kaaba is situated is the first piece of land which came out of water at the beginning. Of course, according to our history of the earth was all covered with water at the beginning. And then, due to different reactions and different events taking place on the surface of the earth, the pieces of land started to come up above the water. And the first place, they say, which came out of the water, a place where human beings could live, was the land just under the Kaaba. And this is why they call it this process of land coming out of the water and spreading. That means that water going down and pieces of land showing is called Nahjul Balagha, the spreading of the earth. And we have this 24th of the Hajj, which we call to be Nahjul Balagha, the day which it happened. Of course, is something that we only can know from by traditions. And this is, of course, when the spread of the land started. And the first place, we should be very blessed, isn't it? That is where human beings can live. And the first spot which was seen above the water was the land underneath the Kaaba. And it's interesting that, of course, according to our hadith, the Kaaba was built on that blessed place. And it was a place, of course, when Adam came to this earth, there were continents, big islands, and lots of dry land. So he didn't know where was that original place of the land showing above the water. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala showed him that place. And that place was full of blessings. And the house was built there, as is mentioned in the Quran, إِنَّ أَوَّلَ بَيْتٍ وُضِعَ لِلنَّاسِ لَلَّذِي بِبَكَّةَ. The first house which was actually a station for the people, which was convened as a place of worship, a convention of Adam and his progeny, and his children that this should be a place of worship. This belongs to no one. This is the first mosque on the earth. This place belongs to no one. Was of course Kaaba, and of course the small type of room which was built at the time of Adam alayhi salam. Now, the house, as we know, was of course ruined due to many different events: earthquakes, floods, storms, and the children of Adam forgot about his place, where it was situated. No one knew until the time of Abraham alayhi salam. As it's mentioned in the Quran, وَإِذْ بَوَّأْنَا لِإِبْرَاهِيمَ مَكَانَ الْبَيْتِ. We located for Ibrahim the place of the house. Of course, Ibrahim was not living in that area. He was living first in Iraq, and then he moved to Palestine, living there in that blessed piece of land. Again, Palestine is a blessed piece of land. Jerusalem was a blessed piece of land. We don't know for what reason. So he moved there. He was not living in that area. However, he was told to go there, to find it, and of course to live his beloved son and his mother there, to worship beside the house, so that people would come there and worship. Now, of course, the story is very beautifully mentioned in the Quran. It's different from the story which is mentioned in the Bible, and the silly story which we have in some of our ahadith. That's when Ismail was born. Sarah, the other wife of Abraham, who didn't have any child, she became jealous, and she told to Abraham that you have to take this child and his mother out of the city and leave them somewhere. And Abraham, quite strangely, he did not listen to anyone except the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He was the pure Muslim, submitted to Allah, but he listened to a jealous wife to take his child and the innocent mother out of the city, leaving them in the desert and going back. This is the reason mentioned in the Bible and in some ahadith. Well, of course, the Quran defies this story. That we told to Abraham to take Ismail to this place beside my house, so that this place become a place of worship. People would go there. It would become a flourishing city by very fact that Ismail is there. And it's mentioned in the Quran, when Ibrahim came, well, the place of the house was shown to him. He came there was no house, of course. There was nobody living there. It was just a desert, a very rough and tough area, no water, very hot, surrounded by mountains, just a desert surrounded by mountains. And when Ibrahim, he was told that leave them and go, just about 1,000 kilometers away from his homeland, just leave them and go. And when he was going back, he was leaving that little infant and the mother there, and he saw that there's nothing here, no water, no human being, no animal, nothing can live here. So, of course, he had to obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So he just, on leaving, he said, رَبِّ إِنِّي أَسْكَنْتُ مِنْ ذُرِّيَّتِي بِوَادٍ غَيْرِ ذِي زَرْعٍ عِنْدَ بَيْتِكَ الْمُحَرَّمِ. Now, there are many things in this. First of all, this is a son from whom a line of my dhurriya, my lineage, is going to come about. إِنِّي أَسْكَنْتُ مِنْ ذُرِّيَّتِي بِوَادٍ غَيْرِ ذِي زَرْعٍ. In this uncultivated land that no animal can ever live in. عِنْدَ بَيْتِكَ الْمُحَرَّمِ. Beside your house. There was no house yet. Of course, Abraham built the house later on with the help of Ismail. There was nothing there, but that was the place of the house. I have left him here, عِنْدَ بَيْتِكَ الْمُحَرَّمِ رَبَّنَا لِيُقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةِ. So that people come here and establish prayer. Now, of course, not that Hajar and her son establish salah. This is not, there were 2 people only. That people may come and establish salat here. ليقيموا الصلاة. ربنا واجعل أفئدة من الناس تهوي إليهم. Let some people find love in their hearts for this line of my dhurriyyah. And I guess, the love which is in your heart for the Prophet, for Hussein alayhi salam, for Ali ibn Abi Talib, is due to this dua of Ibrahim alayhi salam, that make the hearts of some people to love this line of my dhurriyyah. Then he said, رَبَّنَا اجْعَلْ هَذَا بَلَدًا آمِنًا. Make this place a safe city. وَارْزُقْ أَهْلَهُ مِنَ الثَّمَرَاتِ. And make abundant providence for the people who live in this city. Of course, only for mu'minun. Man amana billahi wal yawm al-akhir. Then Allah says, well, that's not possible. I feed only the mu'minun, and kuffar are empty-handed. This is not possible. So I'll feed everyone when this becomes a flourishing city. But of course the kuffar, I will ask them on the day of judgment about it, not in this world. Now, leaving Ismail there and going back, I think it was not easier than probably when Ibrahim was told that he has to slaughter his son, Ismail. This was very difficult. Of course, when children grow, their love would somehow establish itself in the heart. He was an infant at that moment. Maybe it was not as that difficult as that mission which he was given to slaughter him. But it was quite difficult. You can understand taking that child and the mother there, leaving them there and going back. It was so difficult. And that's why in 2 places this dua of Ibrahim is mentioned in the Quran. Because it was so hard for Ibrahim. And this dua was so beautifully responded by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that you see how much wealth is now in this land. And how people move for Hajj to that land and come back. Now, this was, of course, the first instance where the place of house was shown to Ibrahim. Then the second time he was told to go there and build the house. Now, this was, of course, something which was the foundation of this ritual that we perform now. And it was something that all prophets before our prophet actually knew about. And we are having many ahadith that not their ummah, but the prophets themselves went and visited the house and made pilgrimage to Mecca. We have about Musa alayhi salam, we have about Isa alayhi salam. They went with their very, very special companions and made pilgrimage to the house to receive the blessings which are therein. Now, the second time when Ibrahim comes back, of course, there are many people there. And the tribe of Jurhum, who were living a little away from that place, they came and found, because of course, as you know, a spring was created for Ismail, water came there, and you know that Arabs in that area, they were after water. They found that the water has come about in this place. They went there, swarmed there, and of course, they thought that this son should be quite blessed. And the mother, that water, they have actually found water in that place, or brought about water in that place. So they came, they lived there. The second time Ibrahim went there, it was not that uncultivated land, barren desert. It was now a place that people were living. Now, this time Ibrahim was told that he had to build the house. And this time Ismail was quite a young man. Well, a teenager. And it was told to him and to Ismail, no one else should have should have taken part in building that house. That was something that should have been built for centuries to come, for the end of this world, with purity. Of course, we know that the house has been destroyed several times, it has been rebuilt, but that original foundation which was laid there was so important that no one had to participate in it. It was only Ibrahim and his son. وَإِذْ يَرْفَعُ إِبْرَاهِيمُ قَوَاعِدَ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ وَإِسْمَاعِيلُ. When Ibrahim and Ismail, they were laying the foundations of the bait, of the house. رَبَّنَا تَقَبَّلْ مِنَّا إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ. O God, accept from us. You are, of course, all hearing, all knowing. رَبَّنَا وَجْعَلْنَا مُسْلِمَيْنَ لَكَ. Make us two Muslims, submitting completely to you. وَمِنْ ذُرِّيَّتِنَا. And from our progeny, أُمَّةً مُسْلِمَةً لَكَ. A group who submit to you, of course, like us. Complete submission. That is, of course, the imamah, the asma, complete submission. Make us to submit to you, and from our progeny, a group of people who submit to you completely. And the other dua that they made there, now they were given one order, which is, of course, a perplexing order, difficult to understand, but is the root of the whole thing, whole issue of this Hajj that we perform. It is mentioned twice in the Quran. Once only Ibrahim is mentioned, and once Ibrahim and Ismail together are mentioned. وَعَهِدْنَا إِلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَإِسْمَاعِيلَ أَن طَهِّرَا بَيْتِي. We ordered Ibrahim and Ismail that they should purify my house. أن طهر بيتي للطائفين والعاكفين والركع السجود, or للطائفين والقائمين والركع السجود. For those who come here, make tawaf, stand here for prayer, those who prostrate, those who bow, you purify this. In another place it says, وَأَحِدْنَا إِلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ أَلَّا تُشْرِكْ بِي شَيْئًا. We ordered Ibrahim that you should not associate with me anyone. وَتَحِّرْ بَيْتِي, and purify my house. لِلطَّائِفِينَ وَالْعَاكِفِينَ وَالرُّكَّعِ. Now, what was this purification? This is the most important, and this is, of course, something that if we understand the holiness of this house. What's the meaning of it? Of course, it is quite improbable that it means physically clean the house and the surrounding. For example, people come for Hajj, you stay here all the time, anyone polluting the place, anyone making the place dirty, putting some rubbish there, you just clean it. But this, of course we can say, but not something quite understandable. أن طهر بيتي للطائفين والعاكفين والركع السجود. And the other meaning is, which might come to mind, which of course is not possible as well, because the Prophet of course purified the house by taking all the idols out of it. It was a purification. However, when they started to build the house, there was no idol there. There was nothing that they should have purified it. Now, there was something that Ibrahim and Ismail did by their very blessed soul to that place, which always remains sanctified and purified. It cannot be polluted by anything, by shaitan or anything. This is what I understand from the verse, Tahira bayti, purify my house. Purify it from whatever which might spiritually pollute it. Nothing, it's all blessing now. And it's because of the soul and the blessings of Ibrahim and Ismail who built it in the first place. They did something to it. Now that's not magic, don't go in that vein. They did something spiritually to it. That still when we go to Hajj, we are told that we have to stand in a place where Ibrahim did his salat. وَاتَّخِذُوا مِن مَقَامِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ مُصَلَّى. take the venue of Salat from the station of Ibrahim where he stood. And that is something which relates us closely to Ibrahim. And Hajj is something which relates us, actually is an imitation of what Ibrahim did during his stay there. Stoning the shaitan, going to Mina, going to Arafat. This is an imitation of what he did. The whole ritual relates us to Ibrahim very closely and make us members of this Deen al-Hanif which Ibrahim actually founded. And after, of course, he purified it. طهر بيتي للطائفين والعاكفين والركع السجود. Then call people to come. Of course, before that you shouldn't call anyone to come. After you have made this to this house, and you do it, of course. You can say that God could have done it himself, of course. But it is the blessed soul of these people who bring all those blessings down. Purifies things. It's the blessed soul of the Prophet who purifies your heart. Of course, Allah does it. But it's through recitation of the Quran, through hearing from the Prophet that you get purified as well. So that place was purified by Ibrahim. And after it was done, وَأَذَّنْ لِلنَّاسِ فِي الْحَجِّ, and call everyone to Hajj. يَأْتُوكَ رِجَالًا, so that they come on foot, وَعَلَى كُلِّ ضَامِرٍ, and on every animal. يَأْتُونَ مِنْ كُلِّ فَجٍّ عَمِيقٍ, from very far away places. They have to come. They have to visit this place. لِيَشْهَدُوا مَنَافِعَ لَهُمْ, so that they witness benefits for themselves. Of course, it's all spiritual benefits that they witness, they're not physical benefits. وَلِيَذْكُرُ اسْمَ اللَّهِ عَلَى مَا رَزَقَهُم مِّن بَهِيمَةِ الْأَنْعَامِ, and of course mention the name of God in their on their sacrifices, so that they actually become blessed through this offering of sacrifice. So the whole issue is something related to the soul of Ibrahim and what he and Ismail did there, and had made this a quite blessed place, much more probably blessed than Shahru Ramadan, or equally the same thing. Of course, that's time-wise, this is place-wise. And, well, when we go to Hajj, when we want to start our Hajj in Ihram, what we say? We don't say Allahu Akbar, of course. In Salat, when we want to do Ihram, Ihram means somehow to forbid for yourself things which were permitted for you before that. So we have Takbiratul Ihram, a Takbira, and Allahu Akbar, which makes us muhrim of Salat. That's things previously permitted for us will become forbidden for us. We cannot eat anymore, we cannot turn away from Qibla, we cannot break our Salat, we cannot eat and these things. Now, in Hajj, we don't make this Ihram with Takbir. What we say Labbaik, Allahumma Labbaik, Labbaik la sharika laka Labbaik. I respond positively, my Lord. And this is actually an answer to the call of Ibrahim, because Ibrahim called everyone, Adhan fil Nasir bil Hajj, call everyone to Hajj. And when you go there, in fact you are responding the call which was given to you by Ibrahim. You say, I respond, I accept. I have come as an sign of acceptance. So the issue of this ritual is so much immersed in the other dimension of this world, in the spiritual dimension, that is very difficult for ordinary people to grasp it, and therefore it would seem something ridiculous, something without a logic and philosophy. And sometimes people confuse between these rituals and between some superstitious type of rituals which are in some cults and something like that. While of course the whole thing is explained very beautifully in the Quran, and there is an explanation, a piece of explanation here. We didn't get time to go through this. Inshallah, next week we will go through that piece of explanation given by Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alihi wa
You mentioned that one possible explanation of God for Hajj is a very spiritual guidance and so on. In a way that we cannot logically understand. Is it something that, for example, something that goes inside because you may not even yourself be aware of it, maybe part of a process that might continue in the future?
Yeah, of course, yes. It's just like the fast in Ramadan, which does something inside which we do not realize. But gradually, after a few years, we would realize that our faith has become entrenched, so strong in us. The Hajj has such a function as well.
So is it also better then, it's following from the question, that even though we are supposed to perform Hajj once in our lifetime, as a necessary, provided the conditions are met, that we should do more than once if it is possible?
Well, it's mustahab to do more than once.
It's an ongoing thing, so there is benefit even though you go next time and the following time?
Every time you go there are benefits, yes, of course. And that's why, all A'imma performed several Hajj. Probably they didn't miss any Hajj if they didn't have any excuse on that year. So it's quite mustahab, unless the crowd is so huge that, of course, the people who are performing their first Hajj cannot go and cannot perform their tawaf and other things, which is something we cannot really measure. So we have in hadith that anyone performing 5 Hajj has guaranteed Jannah for himself. So how many times you have left?
Any questions from ladies?
The date that it says that there is a date that was the house.
24th of Dhul Hajj, Dhul Qa'dah.
Sheikh, why was Ibrahim ordered to do Hajj and Ismail, and where did he go? Why did he go?
He went to his own town, which was near Jerusalem. He was living there actually, living in Quds, where he's buried at the moment. So he was ordered to take Ismail there and go back again, leave them there.
Just for the purpose of leaving them there and return immediately?
Yes, return immediately. And of course later on going back and building the house with the help of Ismail. And of course leaving them there attracted many people going there because of Zamzam, which was now a very precious type of asset of that area. And probably he left them there so that people go there initially, and then he go and build the house, and these people actually serve the house later on. It was impossible for one person to serve the house. And then of course Ismail married that Jurhum. He had a wife from that Jurhum tribe, and of course they became very strong supporters of Ismail, and then the prophets coming after him. So the purpose was quite clear, that he wanted initially to leave them there so that people come there and then build the house there when there are enough people there to serve the house, to look after the house.
Do you have any time scales how long ago that Ibrahim was alive?
When, sorry?
Do you have any time scales? Do you know how long ago that Ibrahim was alive?
About 4,000 years ago. Yeah.
Is there a question from ladies?
You mentioned Baytul Ma'mur. Do you know if the Prophet, when he went to Miraj, went to that place, Baytul Ma'mur?
I think so. As far as I remember, yes, I think so. I'm not sure. But
what's the description of that? Or?
Yeah, there are lots of description of Baytul Ma'mur. There's a house there, which in that dimension is quite similar to the house here. And there's a name for it. I have forgotten the name actually for that house where angels go for tawaf and for worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah. Which is actually another sort of reduction of Arsh, which is quite close to the realm of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which Malaikatul Muqarrabun are there. Here it's just for ordinary Malaika, not Malaikatul Muqarrabun. The Arsh is for Malaikatul Muqarrabun. Yes.
I thought you said it was, what is the name now? Baitul Mahmud.
Yeah.
What is that then?
As I said, that is something which is the parallel of this house in the dimension of Malakut, which the angels go and visit.
So what is this other thing you just said?
The Arsh is, of course, the Arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is something which, from which all the orders and measures of creation would come out. And that is quite close, much closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, higher than Alamul Malakut. That is where Mala'akatul Muqarrabun would go. Yes.
You know, you mentioned when Ibrahim and his son, they made the house, then they asked that dua about Allah. It's after they make the house, they make the dua, is that right?
It's just like the Prophet saying, Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim. Of course, he is on Sirat al-Mustaqim. Just out of humbleness, he wants to keep on that Sirat all the time. They were Muslim before that, of course. But they wanted to continue with that Islam in their heart.
And just after that, when you the same ritual of the Hajj that we have today, that
yeah, the same. Arana Manasikana means show us how we have to perform the ritual here. And the same thing was shown to Ibrahim as we perform today. Yeah.
How exactly did Nabi Ibrahim purify this house? Was it by the building of it? Was it by the Samadiyya he recited? Or was it by his son and his wife being buried there? What exactly, and how does it maintain its purity?
No, it was something which came from his soul to that, probably to a dimension of that house which is unknown for us. And that's why some mystics, they say there's nothing in this world bigger than Kaaba, bigger in the sense of purity and sanctity. And of course they look at other dimension of Kaaba which is unknown to us. So it means in that dimension that could not be polluted by anything. All the pilgrims which go there with their pollution, they cannot pollute it. You see, when evil souls come to a house, come to a place, that place would have the brand and mark of it for a while. When a blessed person goes in a place, that place would keep that blessing for a while. And that blessing of Ibrahim is going to be there forever.
We believe that there are three very sacred places, Kaaba being the first, and the Holy Prophet Mosque, and the Quds. How are those two other places? Of course, the Mosque of the Holy Prophet, perhaps because he is there, he is there, and how is the first place sanctified then? And was it sanctified? It was sanctified even before Holy Prophet's religion.
Yeah, of course.
How did that get sanctified?
We don't know. Because even before Musa, that place was sanctified. Because it's mentioned that Musa was led to that place which was sanctified. We don't know how. Yeah. I don't know. Not we here. Yes.
I want to ask you about the concept of Wilaya and the Hajj and the Kaaba especially. For example, we have a hadith that the religion has got is based on Salat and Hajj and Sawm and Zakat and Wilaya. And Wilaya is a pivot for all of us. So, how does Hajj reflect on the concept of Wilaya?
Actually, this hadith has a very interesting story because the hadith is almost mutawatir from outside, and there's almost another mutawatir hadith from Sunni side, not mutawatir but many hadith, which actually mentions it in a different way. It excludes wilaya and says بني الإسلام على خمس شهادة أن لا إله إلا الله والصلاة والصوم والحج والزكاة. So the four, praying, fasting, Hajj and Zakat, are mentioned in both Shia and Sunni hadith. In Shia hadith, Wilaya is mentioned. In Sunni hadith, Shahadatu an la ilaha illallah is mentioned. However, for us, of course, it's easy because both of them mean the same thing. Because it is not just mentioning of it, which is the pillar of Islam. It is realizing it, which is the pillar of Islam. And therefore, it is not realized unless through the wilaya. Now, this wilaya is, of course, wilaya of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which comes to the heart of a person. It makes him faith, it's faith actually. However, we know that that wilaya is there through the prophets and through his progeny, through the Imam. And therefore, that wilaya, if it's not there, I mean, if we performed Hajj without Prophet saying us to perform it, if you perform a salat, just you do 4 rak'ah of Zuhr, okay? You do 4 rak'ah of Asr, you say, I would like to do 3 rak'ah salat now, myself. You see? You're not allowed to do it. If you do it, you are punished for it. You see? Why? Because Prophet hasn't told you. Because the basis for what you do is what Prophet has told you to do. An action, we have this in theology, an action is not accepted, although it's quite similar to other actions, unless it comes from the authority of the Prophet. So the whole thing is actually based on the wilaya. Now, the Hajj you perform, if you perform it on your own, you say, although Prophet of Islam has said, but I do it because I think this is a good thing to do. It's not accepted, because that wilaya is not there. The wilaya, the supervision of the Prophet on this religion, and which comes from the supervision of God. So, in all worships, whether Hajj, Salat, Zakat, it is based on that wilaya. And if wilaya is not there, it's not accepted.
Does the wilaya extend then to the Imam of the time? Does he have a role in Hajj, in the spiritual sense of any way?
Well, that's of course a different issue. That goes into very deep spiritual aspects of Hajj and the spiritual aspects of any worship. For people of very high caliber, yes, of course, there is something there which is not realized by ordinary people. They realize this. However, ordinary people, no. They just have heard it from the Quran, from the hadith of the Prophet, they perform it. Of course, that's, the Imam is like a sun which gives the heat and brightness to everyone without them realizing it, at a foundation of all these things. Of course, mystics have very elaborate explanation of this. It's very difficult to grasp. The only thing is to know that yes, without Imam all these things would have become meaningless. And we do it on the authority of the Imam and the Prophet. Of course, first the Prophet and then the Imam.
Quick one. You mentioned about Arafah and the soul being cleansed by staying in Arafah. Is there some connection between Arafah and the Day of Judgment? And the souls being there on the Day of Judgment, I mean, I've heard this before.
I don't know. I haven't heard, or I don't remember anything about it now at the moment.
Should we find that when Ibrahim was ordered to sacrifice Ismail, he was ordered to dream. Now, if you get in history or mention about how Ibrahim was ordered to move from Palestine to Mecca, was it to your revelation? And did he then discuss that order with Hajra? Because he discussed that order of sacrifice with Ismail.
It was a revelation. We don't have, of course, clear information about what type of revelation it was, whether a dream or another type of revelation. With regards to sacrificing Ismail, it's mentioned in the Quran that it was through a dream. We don't know, and it was not something which was related to life and death, certainly. So he didn't need to discuss it with Hajar. If he wanted to kill Hajar, as in the case of Ismail, then of course it needed to be discussed with her. This was something just to change the place. And of course Hajar was quite a knowledgeable lady in these senses, knowing that she should follow Ibrahim in every aspect. And I don't know, I haven't seen any type of information about this.
Because from the event that took place, that the mission of Ibrahim was purely to leave Palestine, to go to Makkah, leave Hajra and Ismail there and go back to Palestine.
Yeah.
So he must have discussed something with Hajra that this is my mission.
Yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah, of course. Otherwise, Hajra would have asked him, why are you leaving us in this place? So, certainly, yes.
Just one my question is the call was from Nabi Ibrahim. If Ibrahim is part of the Abrahamic faith, isn't it part of the Bible as well? If it is part of the Bible, then the question will come to the pilgrim as well.
Yes, of course, but it is not mentioned as a ritual for Christians, or not as a ritual in the Bible, or whether Jews or Christians, not mentioned as a ritual in the Bible. And actually the story, as I told, as I said, the story in the Bible is different from our story. It says that just out of jealousy of Sarah, he took Hajar and Ismail out and took them to that place. So, of course, that would give completely a different spin to the story than we have it here in the Quran.
So they have the Isaac sacrifice.
Yeah, they have that Isaac was sacrificed.
It's a bit of a conundrum because the Quran is not explicit in that it was Ishaq or Ismail. For sure, in the Tabari says it was Ishaq. So in his tafsir, it says it was Ishaq.
Yeah.
Who was being sacrificed. But what I want to ask you was, if he asked Ismail, then what if Ismail comes around and says no, for example, or he has made Ismail a partner in his action now?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the point is that was a test for both of them. Yeah, because the Quran also says فَلَمَّا أَسْلَمَا, when both of them submitted. So if Ismail had he rejected, then of course Ibrahim couldn't do anything. He wouldn't have taken him by force to do it. He was not actually told so, that you take him by force. And that's why he asked him that I see in my dream that I am slaughtering you or killing you. فَانْظُرْ مَاذَا تَرَى, what do you think? What should I do? And then he said, يَا أَبَا تِفْعَلْ مَا تُؤْمَرْ, that first of all, I know that what you see in dream is revelation, and secondly, do whatever you are told. سَتَجِدُنِي إِنْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مِنَ الصَّابِرِينَ. Yeah.
So you mentioned that Musa has to go with these behind.
Yeah.
And then maybe a hadith about. What about finding other people who can't afford to?
Well, yeah, we have lots of hadith in this regard as well.
Which one is better?
If there are people who never have gone to Hajj, of course, you fund them to go, would have great reward. You have the great reward of their Hajj and multiplied by some figure. If, of course, others have already been there and you want to send them for a repetition of Hajj, then you go. Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on the situation. Sometimes by actually sending someone to Hajj, you have done other very important type of service as well, like, for example, bringing hearts close to each other, making people loving each other, and you have to gauge the situation. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. In the last section of the first sermon, we came to the description of Hajj, and I explained a few issues in this regard. Now we go through the khutbah وَفَرَضَ عَلَيْكُمْ حَجَّ بَيْتِهِ الْحَرَامِ, and He made the pilgrimage to His respected, protected house a compulsion, a fard, a wajib upon you. The one, that house, الَّذِي جَعَلَهُ قِبْلَةً لِلْأَنَامِ, which made it to be a qibla, a direction towards which everyone should have turned, all the people. And when they go for pilgrimage, يَرَجُونَهُ وُرُودَ الْأَنْعَامِ, they enter like a flow of thirsty creatures going towards this house to quench their thirst. وَيَعْلَهُونَ إِلَيْهِ وُلُوهَ الْحَمَامِ, and like pigeons which go towards their places of refuge, people come to this place to see the spiritual refuge. وَجَعَلَهُ سُبْحَانَهُ عَلَامَةً لِتَوَاضُعِهِمْ لَعَظَمَتِهِ. This is now a sign for the humbleness shown by the people towards His greatness. Because when you go to the house, when you change or take out all the clothes which are signs of human manufacture, and put on clothes without any sign on yourself, white clothes, all type of social, individual distinctions would go away, and you humble yourself completely towards the Lord. So وَجَعَلَهُ سُبْحَانَهُ عَلَامَةً لِتَوَاضُعِهِمْ لَعَظَمَتِهِ وَإِذْعَانِهِمْ لِعِزَّتِهِ. And this is admitting a confession to His might, that He is the only mighty, He is the only one who is distinct in this universe. Everyone else is no one and nothing. And of course, وَاخْتَارَ مِنْ خَلْقِهِ صُمَّاءً أَجَابُوا إِلَيْهِ دَعْوَتَهِ. He has chosen from among His creatures, from among His servants, those who have responded and listened to His invitation. So, in the sense, those people who sincerely go to Hajj are those people who are chosen by God to respond to that invitation, to that da'wah. Not those who insincerely go, of course, that's a different issue. وَصَدَّقُوا كَلِمَتَهُ. And these people are the ones who confirm and admit to His words and whatever He has said. وَوَقَفُوا مَوَاقِفَ أَنْبِيَائِهِ. They go there and they stand in the position of their prophet. This is a very important issue, because as you know, just around Kaaba, it is reported that under the Hajj of Ismail, about 300 prophets are buried. And this, we know that not many prophets lived in that area. The area of Mecca especially was not a place for prophets to go there and preach. We don't have any record in the history of prophets preaching in Mecca. What this shows is that this was a place where the prophets, unknown prophets to us, who were from among Banu Israel and other nations, they came to that area for pilgrimage, for seeking blessings. And also towards when the time of their death drew close, they used to come to that area to be buried there beside Kaaba. And this is the only way that we can contemplate how 300 prophets are buried there under the Hajj of Ismail. So this is where many prophets have stood, have prayed, have actually offered their sincerity to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when you go there, you stand in the position of those prophets, وَوَقَفُوا مَوَاقِفَ أَنْبِيَائِهِ. And especially, of course, the greatest of all prophets, Ibrahim alayhi salam, of course, not including our own prophet. Ibrahim alayhi salam, who is specifically mentioned in the Quran as one of the reasons why you have to go to Hajj. You have to go and stand in the position of Ibrahim and pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this gives you enormous blessings by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فِيهِ آيَاتٌ, as you have in the Quran, فِيهِ آيَاتٌ بَيِّنَاتٌ. In that house are clear signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Of course, signs for those who can see that. Maqamu Ibrahim. There is position of Ibrahim there in that house. So this is very important. And we are told when we go to Hajj, we are told, actually we are honored by this command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling to us, وَاتَّخِذُوا مِن مَقَامِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ مُصَلَّى. Take your place of prayer from the position where Ibrahim stood and prayed. So that is quite a blessed place. It should be a blessed place. And any soul going there, trying to establish a connection with the Lord, praying there, would receive lots of blessings. So He has called us to go there and stand in that مواقف أنبيائه, the place, the position of His prophets. Also, what He wants us to do is وَتَشَبَّهُ بِمَلَائِكَتِهِ الْمُطِيفِينَ بِعَرْشِهِ, and become similar to the angels which are going round His arsh. Of course, that is completely different world, completely spiritual, free of any matter and any physical type of phenomena. However, since the angels are going round the arsh, seeking the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala there, He wants us to imitate that on the earth, in a blessed place. In fact, what this simile wants to tell us is that the Kaaba is now an imitation of the arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And as the angels go around the arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in that spiritual worship that they have and closeness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you do this on the earth in an imitation. This is a substitute. Kaaba is a substitute for that, and you do it here, and you will become like the angels. You are regarded like that. وَتَشَبَّهُ بِمَلَائِكَتِهِ, and they become similar to the angels, al-mutifin, who do tawaf, round His arsh, the throne of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. يُحْرِزُونَ الْأَرْبَاحِ فِي مَتْجَرِ عِبَادَتِهِ. They acquire, they secure lots of benefits in this business of worshipping Him in that place. Actually, now he is using an allegory. Imam Ali is using an allegory, saying that it's just like a place where you invest something, and that is your worship. Going to Hajj, taking all those hardships, humbling yourself there, and then after that you are taking benefits out of this business that you are, out of this investment. يُحْرِزُونَ الْأَرْبَاحِ فِي مَتْجَرِ عِبَادَتِهِ. Of course, this is a spiritual business, a business of akhirah, not a business of this world. And the benefits, we receive it without even knowing that we are receiving such benefits. What we feel and what we experience there is the hardship of tawaf, pushing and howling and cries and screams and all these things. However, there is something else going underneath that we are unaware of. As it is mentioned in the Quran, it says, لِيَشْهَدُوا مَنَافِعَ لَهُمْ. They have to come and witness all these benefits, or be present, be at the presence of all these benefits which are left for them, which are put for them there. وَيَتَبَادَرُونَ عِنْدَهُ مَوْعِدَ مَغْفِرَتِهِ. And they hasten, they rush towards His maghfirah, the time of His maghfirah. In fact, the time of that maghfirah is the hereafter, is the big maghfirah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now here, when you go to Hajj, you rush towards it. You hasten that maghfirah coming towards you. And this is why we say anyone going to Hajj and coming back, they are completely pure, all the sins are forgiven. جَعَلَهُ سُبْحَانَهُ وَتَعَالَى لِلْإِسْلَامِ عَلَمًا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made Hajj to be a signpost for Islam. And you know this. Everyone knows Islam by Hajj. It is an alam for Islam. It's something that is the standard, is the flag of Islam, so to speak. وَلِلْعَائِذِينَ حَرَمًا, and anyone seeking refuge there, certainly from their sins, wanting to repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, running away from themselves, is escaping from their wrongdoing, going there, it is a haram, it is a place of sanctuary and refuge, which accepts anyone wanting to go seeking refuge there. So, وَلِلْعَائِذِينَ حَرَمًا فَرَضَ حَقَّهُ, he has made compulsory the haqq, the duty that we have towards this house, to first of all to sanctify it, to do the worship related to it, to speak about it with dignity. So this is the haqq which Allah has put upon us about Kaaba. وَأَوْجَبَ حَجَّةً, and has made the pilgrimage towards this house wajib and compulsory. وَكَتَبَ عَلَيْكُمْ وَفَادَتَهُ, and has written on all of you, written in terms of law, that you have to go and visit this house. فَقَالَ سُبْحَانَهُ وَلِلَّهِ عَلَى النَّاسِ حِجُّ الْبَيْتِ مَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ إِلَيْهِ سَبِيلًا وَمَنْ كَفَرَ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَنِيٌّ عَنِ الْعَالَمِينَ. The verse of the Quran that Allah said, it is compulsory upon all the people to go to pilgrimage for the Bayt, for the house. Hajj is, of course, to aim to go somewhere, to decide, intent to go somewhere, and that's what we say pilgrimage. Of course, for those who afford the way towards this, and whoever is ungrateful towards this blessing, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَنِيٌّ عَلَى الْعَالَمِينَ. Of course, Allah is needless of all the people of the world. This is, of course, a very short description of Hajj and the house, and you can see that how spiritual this description is, and how Imam alayhi salam has, in very few sentences, has made clear the spiritual aspect of Hajj, which is usually unknown to us. Hajj is a sort of, for us, is a very tiring physical exercise, going there, going through all those rituals. However, if you look at the spiritual side, as Imam has explained, of course, there is much into it. There is a hadith of a report of a discussion between Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq alayhi salam and one of the people who did not believe in Islam, but were, of course, protected because they didn't show their disbelief. Ibn Abil Awja. He's a very, very famous atheist, actually, of the time of Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq. And it's interesting, he showed his faith to everyone, but when he came to Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq, he said, okay, you know what I believe in, and I'm going to disclose to you these things, and I want to put my questions to you. So keep whatever I say as amana, as just something between me and you. And he had long discussions with Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq. And one of the discussions was about Hajj. It's a very, very interesting discussion. I regret why I didn't bring it along, because the sentences he uses is very nice. And he says that, what is this ritual that you are doing? Some stones you have put on each other in a very, very dry land. You come here, and like camels, you go round it, and you go to side. And what is this? What's the purpose, philosophy? And Imam explains very nicely. And of course, at the beginning he says, whoever is blind cannot understand this. You only see this aspect, of course. But there's another aspect, and Imam explains it very beautifully. And it's something, of course, like what Imam Ali alayhi salam has mentioned here about this house. The second khutbah is somehow theological and historical. This is a khutbah that he actually addressed his companions by it when he was coming back from Safin. And of course, you know what went on in Safin, what was the story. So he said, وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ بَعْدَ انْصِرَافِهِ مِنْ Safin. After he was coming back from Safin, that tragic event which happened there, he was on the verge of victory when, of course, that conspiracy was made and the deceit which his companions and his army accepted wholeheartedly from Muawiyah, and then they forced him to accept Hakamiyya, and it was just probably a few hours before he could completely destroy the army of Muawiyah, when his companions came to him and said that if you continue fighting, we will kill you because these people are Muslims, they have put the Quran on the spear. So it was a very tragic event. It hurt Amir al-Mu'mineen very much, of course, the way his companions treated him in that war, putting swords on his head that you have to finish this war, otherwise we will kill you. And so after this tragic event, when he was coming back, he addressed his companions, his army, by this very short khutbah. Of course, parts of it are mentioned here. It is a pity that many khutbah and sermons of Nahjul Balagha are somehow summarized. Big sections of them are omitted and deleted. Because, of course, what Sharif al-Razi wanted was the most eloquent part, which was unequaled by any prose or poetry at his time. So the other parts, which were somehow ordinary in terms of eloquence, he just deleted, and has brought only those parts which were unparalleled. Really, no prose ever equaled these type of khutbahs at his time. So that's why many parts of these khutbahs are omitted and deleted. And despite that, you will see this first khutbah covering many different issues, how long it is, and how beautifully and eloquent it is composed. Now, in this khutbah, in the second khutbah, which is after returning from Safin, وَفِيهَا حَالُ النَّاسِ قَبْلَ الْبِعْثَةِ. This khutbah explains the situation of the people before the Ba'athah of the Prophet. وَصِفَةَ آلِ النَّبِي, and description of the household of the Prophet. There are many different descriptions of the household of the Prophet in Nahjul Balagha, which are very nicely and eloquently put. And I think the whole bulk of our idea about Ahlul Bayt come from these sermons of Amir al-Mu'mineen in Nahjul Balagha. ثُمَّ صِفَةُ قَوْمٍ آخَرٍ. Then there is a description of another group of people, which of course he doesn't want to mention who these people were, of course the opponents of Ahlul Bayt. So he mentions an introduction, then describes Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet, and then those who oppose Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet at the end of the khutbah. Now, he starts, of course, with praise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أحمده استتماما لنعمته واستسلاما لعزته واستعصاما من معصيته. Very eloquent. I was looking at Ibn Abil Hadith. He said, look how these three words are put one after the other. استتماما واستسلاما واستعصاما. It's not something ordinarily people could bring with very nice, beautiful meaning. So he says, I praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. First of all, to seek the completion of his ni'mah. Now, three very important benefits of praise and hamd of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioned here. I praise him to seek that he completes his ni'mah over me, his favors over me. So anyone praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala You just say Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. You don't need to say Allah give me this, give me that. No. You just say Alhamdulillah. He knows how should complete his ni'mah, how should give more to you. So I praise him, seeking the completion of his favor. وَاسْتِسْلَامًا لِعِزَّتِهِ. Secondly, by praising him, what I do, I submit that he is mighty and I am humble and I am not. Simply by praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is a submission from me to his might. استسلاما لعزته واستعصاما من معصيته. And by praising him, I seek protection from disobeying him. So 3 benefits, very important benefits of hamd. You, of course, after every salat, you say these tasbihat of Fatima al-Zahra, salamullah alayha, which is actually, we are told, is one of the instances of az-zikrul kathir. Because in the Quran we have Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu dhkurullaha dhikran kathira. O you who believe, remember Allah, invoke the name of Allah in abundance. What is the limit of it? How much we remember and how much we say, we praise the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which would be recognized as remembering him in abundance. Now the question was asked to the Imam. Of course there are different answers. One answer was that this tasbih of Fatima al-Zahra is one of the instances of al-Dhikrul Kathir. If you say it after every prayer, then of course you have done this, you have fulfilled this order which comes in the Quran, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu dhkurullaha dhikran kathira. Remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in abundance. Now, in that, of course, you say 33 times, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. If you say it with concentration and with attention of the heart, then of course, this hamd, for us, it would bring these 3 benefits, at least, which are mentioned here. First, completion of his favors and ni'mah upon us. Second, a submission, an admission of his to his might and of our weakness and humbleness. And third, protection from disobeying him. أحمده استتماما لنعمته واستسلاما لعزته واستعصاما من معصيته وأستعينه فاقة إلى كفايته. And I seek his help, his assistance, just to admit that I am in need of his provision. فاقة إلى كفايته إنه لا يضل من هداه. I think through these words you can analyze the personality of the Imam. And these words would tell us how transparent, how beautiful were these personalities. They show themselves through these words and how close they were to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. إِنَّهُ لَا يَضِلُّ مَنْ هَدَاهُ وَلَا يَأْلُ مَنْ عَادَاهُ. He never leads astray the one who he has guided. If you go through his real guidance, through the tribulations of the life. Of course, as I said, you put this khutbah in the context, because many people would have said that, of course, were we misled coming to this fight? Why did we come in the first place? It was a misery, it was a fast. Why did we do it? So he says, the one who is guided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in none of those instances that would seem to be defeat, seem to be misery. No, these are not actually misleading. You shouldn't be misled by these things, that this is Allah putting you aside, leaving you, abandoning you. No. إِنَّهُ لَا يَضِلُّ مَنْ هَدَاهُ. The one whom he has guided, he never leads astray. وَلَا يَأْلُ مَنْ عَادَاهُ. And never the one who has shown animosity towards him, who is enemy towards him, he would never find safety and would never see success. Because now it was seen that Muawiyah and his group had succeeded in that fight, and Amir al-Mu'min was so to speak defeated. So he says, no, anyone being enemy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because everything is in his hand, isn't it? If everything is in his hand, he knows what he does to his enemy and to his friend, and he never ever would abandon his friends and never ever would let his enemies to get anywhere, of course, against his friends. وَلَا يَعِلُ مَنْ آدَى وَلَا يَفْتَقِرُ مَنْ كَفَى. And the one that who provides for them are never going to be poor, to be needy. فَإِنَّهُ أَرْجَحُ مَا وُزَنْ وَأَفْضَلُ مَا خُزَنْ. Now this hamd that I say, إِنَّهُ, this pronoun doesn't go back to Allah, it goes to the hamd. This hamd is the heaviest of all things which will be weighed on the day of judgment. The more you have praised Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the heavier your scale and the heavier the weight of your actions. فَإِنَّهُ أَرْجَحُ مَا وُزَنْ وَأَفْضَلُ مَا خُزَنْ. And the highest thing that someone can save for themselves, can accumulate, can put together, this hamd is the best thing that you can accumulate and you can hold, so to speak. Now people try to accumulate the wealth of this world, try to gather whatever they can. Amir al-Mu'min says, no, the best thing you can save for yourself and have as a saving for yourself is this hamd of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَأَشْهَدُ أَنْ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهُ وَحْدَهُ لَا شَرِيكَ لَهُ. And I witness that there is no God but Allah, and He is the one who has no associate. شَهَادَةً مُمْتَحَنًا إِخْلَاصُهَا. A witness that its sincerity has been tested. Now this is very interesting, very beautiful. When I say La ilaha illallah, my sincerity in this kalima is tested. There's no doubt. At least I know, through all these tribulations coming through. Now he is nearly 60 years old. The sincerity of this La ilaha illallah is tested. شهادة ممتحنا إخلاصها مؤتقدا مصاصها. I really believe in its purest sense to this kalima, La ilaha illallah. نتمسك بها أبدا ما أبغانا. Until He gives us life and He lets us remain in this world, we hold to this kalima. نتمسك بها أبدا ما أبغانا. وَنَدَّخِرُهَا لَأَحَاوِيلَ مَا يَلْقَانَا. And we treasure this, we keep this for those fearful things that we are going to meet later on in the hereafter. Now there are lots of theological things in this. It means that for every hardship that we are going to meet on the day of judgment, after we die, if you have a La ilaha illallah uttered with sincerity, it is a protection. It is something that will protect you, because that is the purest reality of this world, La ilaha illallah. So it's going to protect you. And this is, of course, we have this in many ahadith. It is something that is reported by many reporters from Shi'i, from Sunni, from the Prophet, from A'imma alayhi salam, that kalimatu la ilaha illallah hasni. The kalima of La ilaha illallah is like a castle, it's my protection. فَمَنْ دَخِلَ حِسْنِي عَمِنَ مِنْ عَذَابِي. Whoever enters this castle and protection, they would be safe from the punishment. So it's the same thing. نَدَّخِرُهَا لَأَحَاوِيلِ مَا يَلْقَانَا. We keep this, we treasure this for the fearful things that we are going to meet later on. فَإِنَّهَا عَزِيمَةُ الْإِيمَانِ. Because this is the definitive expression of faith. La ilaha illallah. Wa fatihatul ihsan, and the beginning of all good is La ilaha illallah. You turn away from this, whatever good you do is worthless. You come to La ilaha illallah, this is the beginning of all blessings flowing from your soul, flowing from your spirit. Wa fatihatul ihsan, wa mardatul rahman, and this is what pleases Rahman, which has poured down his bounties on every creature. Wa madharatul shaitan, and something which drives away, keeps shaitan at bay, drives shaitan away. You say La ilaha illallah sincerely and repeatedly, then shaitan would more and more distance himself from you. وَأَشْهَدُ أَنَّ مُحَمَّدًا عَبْدُهُ وَرَسُولُهُ. I think we leave this part for next week, inshallah, because then there's a description of the Prophet, peace be on him, and also the time in which he was given the mission. And we also say, أَشْهَدُ أَنَّ مُحَمَّدًا عَبْدُهُ وَرَسُولُهُ وَصَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَى مُحَمَّدٍ وَعَلَى
اللهم صل على محمد.
You mentioned that there are some things you can only do as rising or
it's not mentioned in the Rawaya. It's just said that there are some things that would not be cleansed unless through Hajj. But there is no mention of them in the Rawaya as well.
You mentioned that the Hajj is only for those who can afford. For someone who wants to gain this spiritual power and cannot afford to go for Hajj, is there any way he can get the benefits of Hajj?
Not exactly those benefits, of course. There's no substitute for them. But of course, we have many practices which are said we receive the reward of Hajj if we do those things. And also we have this, the salat of the 10 days of the Hajj, which usually people perform when they don't go to Hajj. And they say that whoever does this is substitute for them for performing Hajj. However, of course, even those people who do not afford it, because affording Hajj has a definite meaning that you should have your provision when you return, and also the provision of the journey and all these things. But even for those who don't have it, it is good, it is recommended that, for example, by doing some labor in Hajj, by joining for services of Hujjaj, and even by borrowing money to go to Hajj, it's recommended. It's recommended in the sense that, of course, this is not their duty. If they don't do it, they are not going to be punished, but they are going to receive all those blessings when they go to Hajj.
Sheikh, you were mentioning the Hijr of Ismail. Is that the same as Maqam Ismail, the semicircle?
Maqam is for Ibrahim, of course. Maqam Ibrahim. Hijr is that area at the side of Kaaba, which is under the that's a spout which brings the water down, and there is a semicircle round it. That place is Hijr of Ismail, and that is where Ismail is buried actually, and that's why it's called Hijr Ismail. And in that spot it is said that 300 prophets are buried, and that's why it's very much recommended to do 2 rakah salat there and ask.
Is that for real? It's a very small place with 300 people. Is it an exaggeration?
Well, of course, during the history, I mean, not all at once, because maybe, of course, the bodies of prophets would not dismember usually, but maybe during the history they have buried in different places, maybe somewhere around Hijr Ismail, but that's the area which is mentioned in the Quran, in the Rawaya hadith.
simply tasdeeq, in the Fatima, which one reads, should that be done immediately after Salat or after you've done dua? Is there a sequence to it?
No, it doesn't make any difference.
Can you feel that? Great to tell us how the tasdeeq was given to the Fatima, the worship.
Well, there is famous hadith about it that Fatima salamullah alaiha didn't have anyone to help her in the house chores, and of course house chores at that time was very difficult. There was no dishwashers or washing machines, or they had to bring water to bake the bread and all these things, even to make the flour themselves. So very difficult and hard type of responsibility it was. And since she didn't have anyone to help her, Amirul Mu'minin saw that she was becoming more tired and tired day by day. And then, therefore, he asked her. Of course, Amirul Mu'minin was very much modest when talking to the Prophet. He never ever dared to ask something from the Prophet. Of course, asking questions with regards to faith, that was a different thing. But asking something material from the Prophet, he never wanted to do that. So he asked Bibi Fatima to go and ask her father to help her to get a servant. And of course, when she went to ask, or in some ahadith we have that Prophet himself came to their house. The Prophet said, of course I cannot help you with this, but I give you something which is much, much better than help of a servant. And then that was this formula of zikr. It is the formula of zikr, of course. A type of orderly zikr with definite numbers of zikr, which was given to Bibi Fatima salamullah alayha. And this was, of course, a zikr taught by the Prophet. So it's really, no one can put any value on this. And this is, of course, given to all of us freely through Fatima to Zahra. Of course, through her blessing, this has come to us. And therefore, we shouldn't be lazy repeating this zikr after every salah.
How is this tasdeeq then connected with the requested Fatima care of some kind of physical health?
Now, probably Prophet was telling that this is not important, I'm not worried about this. This is not a very important thing. What I am concerned about is the hereafter, and I give you something which would bless you for hereafter.
These numbers, 34, have some significance?
Certainly it has significance, but we don't know about it.
So many times it's mentioned, and today you mentioned as well that you have to do with sincerity. Perhaps you could give us some hints about the sincerity. How do we get distracted very easily, even when praying, and also when doing the tasdeeq, and some hints for people like us. Sincerity, how we can do.
Sincerity is tested through different instances or events which happen in our lifetime. And for example, when we say La ilaha illallah, this requires many things. Now I just give you one example. We have this hadith from the Prophet that any action started without Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim would be aborted. It's abtar. Okay. Now, so we have learned to say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim before anything we want to do. Now, if we really are sincere in this and we say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, we want to begin everything with the name of Allah. So certainly if we are sincere, we would feel shy to begin things which are unpleasant for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by the name of Allah. For example, you want to start a gamble with a friend and you say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Well, of course, you say, what is this? I shouldn't start this. or whatever other action you want to start. And that would, if this is accompanied by sincerity, you can feel that sincerity. So you say La ilaha illallah, and sincerity is that you have to really realize that there is nothing which you put above Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which would be a matter of your worship. So it's something which comes through our actions, actually. Sincerity is not something which is mental and or something internal. It is internal, but it shows itself externally.
I just want to ask, usually when people talk about Hajj, they talk about getting rid of the ego. I just want to know, what's the definition of ego? Is it everything that distinguishes yourself as a person compared to everybody else? Is that what an ego is?
I think it's more than that, because sometimes even quite individually you have your ego, even not compared with anyone else. It's something which puts your desires above other things, even above your humbleness towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes, of course, ego is arrogance. Ego is desire of the self, of the lower self. This is ego. However, this is sometimes, it sometimes shows itself with relation to others, and sometimes even individually it can show itself by actually even a person being alone. The desires and egos can prevent him from doing the due service towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The second one, for example, you go for i'tikaf, you are completely on your own, and you want to do some sort of worship, your ego doesn't let you. Okay, but you better sleep now, you are very tired. This is ego, this is the desire of the lower self that usually wants to give the body more pleasure than it needs. And also, in terms of internal sincerity towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our humbleness towards Allah has a limit in our heart, and that's due to our ego. Because we say, yes, of course, we have a duty towards God, we worship Him, we do all services, but to a certain limit. Of course, if we see something coming back, certainly, and if it doesn't come back, if all the time we do all these services, and all the time we get calamities and tribulations, so why should we humble ourselves towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Of course, we cannot experience this unless and until we go through it, and the ego shows itself. Now, of course, Allah usually don't put ordinary people through those very difficult tests, because then their ego would come and stop them even from worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For prophets, of course, for the saints, for awliya, that is the case, because Allah wants to completely kill the ego and actually put them through that test, that they would realize their dependence on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So they are put through those tests. And that's why this hadith is, of course, is very much in place that Ashadun Nas Bala'an al-Anbiya. The most tribulations come to the prophets, and then to awliya, and then to those who are closer and closer.
In the beginning of the second khutbah, you were mentioning Imam Ali was talking to his companions and telling them not to feel defeated. If you have to leave, you don't feel defeated. Why would they feel defeated? Because they were the ones who forced him.
No, they felt that Amirul Mu'min was defeated.
Well, why? They were the ones who forced him, so they should be happy that the situation is victorious.
No, it was not victorious, because
for them, I mean, not for Imam Ali, of course.
No, even for his companions, it was not a victorious situation, because they felt that they had lost many lives, and they had come to this battle, and the battle was ended like this. They had killed their, so to speak, co-religionists, and they had lost many property, many lives. So no, for them also it was actually the situation that they created was not pleasurable for anyone. in the camp of Amir al-Mu'minin. Of course, it was very good in the camp of Muawiyah. But in the camp of Amir al-Mu'minin, the situation they created, it was not good for them, it was not good. And that's why later on they actually regretted it. Because when they saw that Muawiyah deceived them in Hakamiyah, they came to Amir al-Mu'minin and they said, okay, we told you to do it, why did you do it? Accepting Hakamiyah is kufr, because la hukma illa lillah. You see, it was funny. I mean, you just put yourself in place of Amir al-Mu'minin. They forced him to accept Hakamiyah, and then they came to him and said, la hukma illa lillah. There's no Hakamiyah but for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Amir al-Mu'minin said, you told me to do it. And he said, no, you were wrong. And now we repent to Allah. We repent to Allah because we thought that there should be Hakam other than Allah. We were mistaken. We repent. You have to repent. Now, they forced him, you have to repent. And he said, why should I repent? I haven't done anything wrong to repent. I said, no. And that's why they fought him. Because they said, you are now kafir. You don't repent. From that Hakam. It was a terrible situation. I mean, it was confusion in confusion. And in that, you can see in that position, Amir al-Mu'minin says, no, I am not defeated, certainly, because Allah would not leave alone anyone to guide. Yes.
Something about the tribulation of the Prophet, and elsewhere as well. Do all Muslims agree that on the hadith that you mentioned that it's the Prophet who undergoes the greatest tribulation, or is it just a Shia belief?
No, it's all Muslims. And in the Quran you see how Allah mentions the trial of his Prophet. Ibrahim alayhi salam, Ayyub alayhi salam, Sulaiman, Dawood, وَلَقَدْ فَتَنَّا Sulaiman, we put Sulaiman on the severe test. It's mentioned in the Quran.
Yeah, but there are so many things that are written to the general public, especially by the Sunnis, where they say that our Holy Prophet was really victorious and he was greatly favored by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, and then the type of incidents of his life, how we know that it's not true that all his companions were very people, the people of the first generation and so forth. But anyway, what would be the foundation that our Prophet has?
There is a hadith mentioned by Ibn Hisham, of course. The Prophet said, no Prophet was ever annoyed and, so to speak, tortured by his people as I was annoyed and tortured by my people. So there were lots of hardships for our Prophet. I mean, in the first place, he comes with a very good message to his relatives. And the first people who reject him are the closest relatives, who knew all his life that he was the most honest person in the world. Now they reject him. I mean, is this not a tribulation? If, say for example, one of us would have faced such an issue, he would have left them completely, gone out of Mecca and said, oh, I leave you. You don't want to listen? Why I should put myself in danger and bring all these spiritual things to you? And, I mean, a prophet who is very high in spirituality, dealing with people who know nothing about spirituality. What torture more than this could we imagine that a person would have? And, of course, there are all those things he faced in his life, losing his dearest ones, losing Hamza in battle, and then of course the things that he knew about his Ahlul Bayt, what's going to happen to them. This was great. I mean, this was something that his knowledge was there. He knew about it, and he knew who is going to do it, and he had to refrain from doing anything because of the order of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's great, isn't it?
Who was the Victorian narration?
Ibn Hisham.
Sheikh, you mentioned that some of the parts are not, or some of the parts will be deleted from Nahjul Balagha.
Not from Nahjul Balagha, from the sermons, because Nahjul Balagha is what he has compiled. Okay? With the deletions, yeah.
So is there available the complete text?
Yeah, they are available elsewhere. I mean, these khutbahs are available with complete text. However, when you go through the text, you would realize why Sharif al-Razi has deleted those other parts because they have not been recorded nicely. And certainly, most probably, those parts which are not very eloquent, because Amir al-Mu'minin always spoke in this way. I mean, when you speak in this way, you cannot speak in any other style. And those parts which were not very eloquently put are actually badly written by the scribes. And therefore he deleted all those sections. But they are mentioned in other parts. For example, there is a sermon mentioned in Nahjul Balagha in a very summarized and short form. In Kafi you find it in a very expanded form. Or in other books you find it in an expanded form. So you can find those in other books, but of course not as eloquent as you find it in Nahjul Balagha. You see, because the scribes, I mean, when the Imam spoke, the scribes, either they were very good people with very good memory, and immediately afterwards they went and wrote it down, or by hearing it they memorized it, or they were writing it while Imam was speaking. And however they were good in shorthand, they couldn't write exactly what Imam said. And this is why some of them didn't write it exactly in the same way that Imam mentioned it. These parts, because of course a hadith was written by many people, and you can see that's why you see nuances in the hadith. For example, in the long hadith, you see that the same thing is written in different way, because of course the scribe wrote it in a different way. And this is the collection of the most skillful scribes who wrote exactly what the Imam said, and that's why it has become so eloquent.
So it means that the collection that we have is not the first, the most authentic.
Yeah, the most authentic.
The way it was
uttered by
uttered and written down. Perhaps in comparison to that, the parts that were not written and probably we said that they were in a not authentic.
No, it's hadith anyway. Okay. And when we come across a hadith, we always have this probability in mind that this is not written exactly, especially if it's a long hadith. There are some ahadith which are short and are reported exactly in the same way by many people. That would give us assurance that this was the way the Prophet or the Imam said it. However, in long ahadith, there is always this probability that yes, some words are changed. Somehow the meaning is there, but the exact words are not there. What gives prominence to Nahjul Balagha is that the Sharif al-Ravi, what he has done by the technique of eloquence, he has brought us to the closest version of what Imam said in these instances.
Just one more question. I wonder if you could give the reference as a speech or sermon of Imam Ali without an alif. Has there been translated already very roughly? And it has no alif in it.
Yeah, I saw it in one book, yes.
You will find it on this article.
Yeah, in al-Islam.org you can find that. Al-Islam.org is there. And in some versions of Nahjul Balagha, they have actually added that to the printed book. Yeah. In al-Islam.org you can find it very easily. You go to the library, al-Islam.org, and then you go to the electronic library. I think under the sayings of Imam Ali or in Nahjul Balagha you can find it.
You said that there are lots of benefits when you go around the Kaaba and there is so much chaos in the story. And I remember a hadith from Imam Ali who said that when he looked, when he was telling somebody, when he looked through his fingers, he could only see animals. So, where are the benefits? So he didn't see the benefits. I mean, it is very, the Hajj season, people are behaved differently than you see. it's not the easiest time to keep cool and not. You really don't understand why things are going
like that.
Not peacefully.
Mm-hmm.
So why did
those animals get the benefit. I mean, it's us. I mean, those animals are us. We go there, and many of us are like that, and we get that benefit. Inshallah, by going there, we become human beings. That's the purpose. Yeah. Inshallah. None of us. I mean, not many of us are that complete human beings. That's certainly understand things in a proper way. And the prophets have come to these animals to tell them that you have to become human beings. And all these rituals, all these prayers, practices are to take us from the animal world to human world. So yes, exactly, those animals are the ones who are getting the benefit of it. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Continuing with the second khutbah of Nahjul Balagha. If you remember, we said that this khutbah was addressed to his troops after he was coming back from Safin, and there are references to, of course, the circumstances and to the situation. The part of the khutbah which is chosen by Sayyid Al-Razi Rahmatullah Alayhi is the part in which he starts his khutbah talking about praise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the Prophet, peace be on him. Now he speaks about the prophets. وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أرسله بالدين المشهور والعلم المأثور والكتاب المسطور. And I bear witness that Muhammad, peace be on him, is his slave and his messenger, who sent him with a famous religion and a signpost which was known before, and a written book. Now, of course, this very standard expression of Shahada of the prophethood of the Prophet, as all of you know, is a very interesting type of expression mentioning Muhammad, peace be on him, being first the slave of God and then his messenger. And of course, this is stressing that whatever position the Prophet might reach and would have in our mind, he is still a slave. Slave in the real sense, of course, not in the conventional sense that we mean by slave, as we had this institution before in the past history. In that institution, slave was someone who did not own anything, again conventionally, because the food that he ate or she ate, it was theirs actually. They used it, and also their will, their power, their imagination, it all belonged to them. It was just a conventional bond saying that you cannot own anything and whatever you have is owned by your master. And so much so that even what you have to do during the day and night belongs to your master. Actually, your action, your work, your result of what you do during the day and night belongs to your master. He tells you what to do, what not to do. This is, of course, conventional. When we talk about this slave concept of people being slave of God, or whatever is in the heaven and the earth being slave of God, also the angels being the slave of God, as we have in Surah Maryam, that there is nothing in the heavens and the earth that they are slaves of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Or we have in the case of Jesus Christ, whom of course the Christians rose to the position of being Son of God or identified him with God. It is said that in the Quran that Jesus Christ himself لن يستنكف المسيح أن يكون عبدا لله. Himself does not see anything wrong in, he doesn't snub being a slave of God. ولا الملائكة المقربون. Also the closest angels to God, they do not find anything wrong in this as calling themselves the slave of God. And Jesus Christ in the same way, and you calling him Son of God or identifying him with God is of course an appalling, an abhorrent type of concept that you have. Now, the concept of slavehood towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala means that, well, in this situation we talk about real slavery. Not slavery again in the human institution of the sense of the word, but someone who does not own anything whatsoever. Life, imagination, will, or whatever we can think, all of them belongs to him, and even the existence belongs to him. It's just an echo of his existence. So completely reliant on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this by no means would deny the positions that these slaves might attain by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because they are slaves of God, they can reach those high positions, of course. Because they are relying on him, they can reach those high positions. And this very famous saying of Amir al-Mu'min alayhi salam, Ilahi kafa bi izzan an akuna laka abda. The dignity for me is enough to be called as your slave. This is the greatest dignity, that someone calls me your slave. It means that I belong to you, not to anyone else. In fact, this is freedom from all other types of slavery. Because if you belong to God, then no one can own you. No one else can own you. So, this is a very important concept mentioned very frequently in the Quran, and also the first thing we talk about our Prophet is that he is the slave of God. وَأَشْهَدُ أَنَّ مُحَمَّدًا عَبْدُهُ وَرَسُولُهُ, and of course his messenger. أَرْسَلَهُ بِالدِّينِ الْمَشْهُورِ. He sent him with a famous religion which was known before him, of course. Now this might have different meanings depending how we interpret it. First is that this religion was known in the books of previous religions. The signs, the features of our Prophet was mentioned in the books of previous prophets. And therefore this religion of the final Prophet was famous even before he comes. أَرْسَلَهُ بِالدِّينِ الْمَشْهُورِ. Now the second meaning would be that this famous religion is the religion of God, as we have discussed it before, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God has only one religion through which he could be worshipped. There is no other religion but that one religion of God. There is no other way to God but that way that he has explained for us. And that is, of course, Islam. We have in the Quran, إِنَّ الدِّينَ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ الْإِسْلَامِ. The religion with Allah is only Islam. And وَمَنْ يَبْتَغِ غَيْرَ الْإِسْلَامِ دِينًا فَلَنْ يُقْبَلَ مِنْهُ. Whoever follows a religion, whoever seeks a religion besides Islam is not going to be accepted from him. Now, certainly it doesn't mean that those people who followed Christianity or Judaism or religions before that, they were not following a religion, or they were false in following those religions. What this would imply is that those religions were Islam as well. God has only one religion, and that religion is Islam. Now this religion, of course, or the religion of God, did not have any name. It was just called towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Since Adam alayhi salam came, he called people to Allah, asking them to submit to his will and to his orders. This is the religion, of course. And then other prophets followed suit. However, at the time of Ibrahim alayhi salam, since he was the prophet known for his total, complete submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as we have in Surah Baqarah, إِذْ قَالَ لَهُ رَبُّهُ أَسْلِمْ, when his Lord told him, submit, قَالَ أَسْلَمْتُ لِرَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ, I submitted to the Lord. Of course, submission in the finest, in the deepest layers of human soul and human heart, that type of submission, which is impossible for many people, of course. Even for many saints, it's impossible, that type of submission that Ibrahim had. Then he called the religion of God Islam, as we have in the Quran. Millata abikum Ibrahim. This religion is the religion of your forefather Ibrahim. Huwa sammakumul muslimina min qab. Before the coming of this prophet, it was Ibrahim who called you Muslimun. Wa fi hadha, and in this book you are called Muslims as well. So this religion of God was given the name of Islam by Ibrahim. And then, of course, other prophets called it Islam. And it was explicitly mentioned in the Quran that this is the name of the religion that everyone should follow, Islam, submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And no other religion is going to be accepted. And even Ahlul Kitab knew that their religion was Islam. They knew even the name of the religion, that it was Islam, because it was given to them by Ibrahim alayhi salam. Because in the very verse which the Quran mentions, Inna Dina Inda Allah al-Islam, the religion with Allah is Islam, the only religion. Then he said, وَمَا اخْتَلَفَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَهُمُ الْعِلْمُ. The people of the book also did not have any disagreement about this. However, when they had the knowledge, they started, because of their vested interest, they started to argue about it, and they said, we are followers of Musa, for example, followers of Isa alayhi salam, and they started to divide this religion into branches, saying there are different religions of God coming in this world. And now you have seen what people, now of course I wanted to discuss this later on, what has come to this one religion of God. Look how different is Christianity from Judaism. Completely opposite poles of each other. Although they were one religion, of course, they were the religion of God. And this is what Amirul Mu'mineen would allude to, saying that, well, of course, the Prophet came with this very famous religion. Now, certainly, the second meaning of this expression, أَرْسَلَهُ بِالدِّينِ الْمَشْهُورِ, sent him with a very famous religion, and that was Islam. It was famous before him, the religion of God. And then, look, when he came, what was the situation of this famous religion? This is what he explains later on. So, أَرْسَلَهُ بِالدِّينِ الْمَشْهُورِ وَالْعَلَمِ الْمَأْثُورِ, and a signpost which was already known by people. Something which was written in the past, which was taught in the past. And he came with that signpost, as it is very much emphasized in the Quran, that Prophet said, I am only confirming what the previous prophets have said. I'm not saying anything more than what they said. And it is just a tasdeeq, a confirmation of what they said. And of course, some burdens that you had on you, shackles that religion had set on you because of your wrongdoings, I'm going to take them away. وَيَضَعُ عَنْهُمْ إِسْرَهُمْ وَالْأَغْلَالَ الَّتِي كَانَتْ عَلَيْهِمْ. The shackles which were put on them by Allah, actually sometimes, because some injunctions in the Judaic religion was because they were wrongdoers, Allah put some extra burden on them. And this Prophet has come to take those shackles and those burdens. وَيَضَعُ عَنْهُمْ إِسْرَهُمْ وَالْأَغْلَالَ الَّتِي كَانَتْ عَلَيْهِمْ. So, this was Alamul Ma'thur, wal-Kitab al-Mastur, and a written book. Of course, it was a book. Previous prophets had book as well, but this was a book written for him. In fact, the very words of it were written for him. So this was Kitabul Mastur, as opposed to many books of previous prophets, although they were books, but they were not written for them in sentences. Even the words, the letters of this book were written for the Prophet, peace be on him. وَالنُّورَ السَّاطِعِ, and of course it was a very shiny light which had come to them. وَالضِّيَاءِ اللَّامِعِ, again, Diya, of course, is an attribute which is used for Torah as well, showing that all these books were actually the same thing. وَلَقَدْ آتَيْنَا مُوسَى وَهَارُونَ الْفُرْقَانَ وَضِيَاءً وَذِكْرًا لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. We gave Musa and Aaron a Furqan, a book which distinguished between right and wrong, and a diya, a light, shining light, and a dhikr, reminder for all the world. So this book was also a diya. Al-Lami' is very, very shiny, very glistening type of light. Wal-Amr al-Sadi', and a very clear command and a very, very clear type of religion which was sent by the Prophet. Now, this religion was sent, of course, not to teach anything new, but to remove the confusions and doubts which were there. Because as we said, Islam was already sent down. Other prophets actually had preached the same religion. So this one was sent إِذَاحَةً لِلشُّبُهَاتِ, to remove the confusions which were there. وَاحْتِجَاجًا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ, and to argue with the people with clear signs and clear arguments and reasoning. وَتَحْذِيرًا بِالْآيَاتِ, and to warn people with signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with the miracles that, of course, the Prophet showed them. وَتَخْوِيفًا بِالْمَثُلَاتِ, and to frighten them, to make them feel somehow concerned about. Mathulat are the example of the people who pass, who could be an example and lesson for us. Now, when this religion come, وَالنَّاسُ فِي فِتْنٍ, people were in tribulations, because the religion of God, Islam, was now completely rotten. There were, of course, talks of that religion. Everyone claimed that they have a part of that religion. But it was all tribulations. إِنْجَزَمَ فِيهَا حَبْلُ الدِّينِ, the rope of religion was cut in those tribulations. People were claiming religion, but there was no true religion, really, before Islam. You can see this confusion even now with regards to other religions. I mean, take the example of Judaism. It is the religion of only a small race who have made it a racial type of religion. 15, 16 million people who follow a very ritualistic type of religion. And take the example of Christians, who, although they have a big group of followers, but look how distant it is from that religion of God, making it like old Roman religions or Hindu religions, something which is completely mixed with myths and stories about God, and compare it with Islam. Certainly a religion which is religion of reasoning, religion of ayat and bayinat, as Amirul Mu'mineen mentions here. So, although we have other religions beside Islam nowadays, but really you cannot call them a religion of God. And therefore, even in that time, the rope of the religion was cut. وَتَزَعْزَعَتْ سَوَارِ الْيَقِينِ, and the pillars of yaqeen about what is right to believe about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had shaken. وَاخْتَلَفَ النَّاجِ, and the ways towards Allah was argued and disputed. What is the way towards God? What is the right and quickest way to reach to arrive at the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? وَتَشَتَّتَ الْأَمْرِ, and of course there were lots of dispute and hassle and bustle. وَضَاقَ الْمَخْرَجْ, and no one could find way out. The way out was unclear. What is the truth? What is the falsehood? وَعَمِيَ الْمَصْدَرِ, and no one knew what's the door out of all these. فَالْهُدَى خَامِلٌ, the guidance was dark, the torch of guidance was quenched, was out. وَالْعَمَى شَامِلٌ, and everyone was in blindness. أُصِيَ الرَّحْمَنُ وَنُصِرَ الشَّيْطَانُ, Allah was being disobeyed in the name of religion, of course, in the name of pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Shaitan was being helped by all those religions. And this is very interesting because Shaitan finds his way into religion. He makes the religion a means for himself. And this is what the exegetes say, the meaning of this verse, that ثُمَّ لَآتِيَنَّهُمْ مِنْ بَيْنَ أَيْدِيهِمْ وَمِنْ خَلْفِهِمْ وَعَنْ أَيْمَانِهِمْ وَعَنْ شَمَائِلِهِمْ. If you leave me to continue living, you would see I would go to these human beings from their before and from their behind, right hand side, left hand side. And the exegetes say that the right hand side means that he comes in the disguise of religion, in the disguise of theology, and then of course takes the religion, which is a means towards Allah, to be a means towards himself. وَخُذَلَ الْإِيمَانِ, Iman was left without any helper. فَانْهَارَتْ دَعَائِمُهُ, all the pillars of it was brought down. وَتَنَكَّرَتْ مَعَالِمُهُ, the signposts were not known. وَدَرَسَتْ سُبُلُهُ, and all its ways, its roads were now unclear, completely made equal to the outside of the road, something which no one could actually distinguish between the road and what is outside the road, between the desert and the road. أَطَاعُوا الشَّيْطَانَ فَسَلَكُوا مَسَالِكَهُ, they obeyed Shaitan, went to his ways. بِهِمْ صَارَتْ أَعْلَامُهُ وَقَامَ لِوَاءُهُ, they were actually, the people who were talking about religion were taking the standards and banners of Shaitan, carrying it for him. فِي فِتَنٍ دَاسَتْهُمْ بِأَخْفَاقُهَا, in a tribulation which Shaitan was trampling with his feet on them. وَوَتَعَتْهُمْ بِأَظْلَافُهَا, and with his foot he is stamping, with his hoofs he was stamping on them. And he stood on his hinds. وَقَامَتْ عَلَى سَنَابِكَهَا فَهُمْ فِيهَا تَائِهُونَ خَائِرُونَ جَاهِلُونَ مَفْتُنُونَ, they didn't know what is the way, they were ignorant, they were tested by all types of sins by Shaitan. فِي خَيْرِ دَارٍ وَشَرِّ جِيرَانٍ, in the best places of the world, around Mecca they were, and of course the worst neighbors that someone could ever see. نَوْمُهُمْ سُهُودٌ, and they wronged each other in a way. Now this was in terms of religion, in terms of social relationships. They wronged each other that they couldn't sleep during the night. They had to guard themselves. They had to somehow be careful that they are not attacked from every side. So their sleep was wakefulness. نَوْمُهُمْ سُهُودٌ وَكُحْلُهُمْ دُمُوعٌ, and what they used to somehow adorn their eyes with were tears, rather than kuhl, which should be an adornment for the eyes. بِأَرْضٍ عَالِمُهَا مُلْجَمْ وَجَاهِلُهَا مُكْرَمْ, in a land in which the learned people were gagged. عَالِمُهَا مُلْجَمْ, they couldn't speak. وَجَاهِلُهَا مُكْرَمْ, and the ignorant ones were dignified, were honored. They could speak freely. This was the situation. And of course, now Amirul Mu'mineen, of course we don't have the continuation of this because Sayyid al-Rabi has cut it short and then speaks about some other place of the khutbah. He's somehow driving the argument to tell them that, look, this was your position, and when Prophet came, he changed everything for you. You now have a unified religion, something that speaks very clearly for you. You know what is right, you know what is wrong, and you have a book that you can refer to every time. Whenever you are confused, you can refer to to that book, and until he comes to the position of the Ahlul Bayt. So, as I said, Sayyid al-Rabi has cut this khutbah short, and this is his, of course, style in the whole, throughout Nahjul Balagha. He picks the most eloquent parts of every khutbah and leaves the other parts. So, he says, وَمِنْهَا يَعْنِي آلَ النَّبِي عَلَيْهِمُ السَّلَامِ, and a part of this khutbah which is related to the household of the Prophet. And this is, of course, a very beautiful explanation about the household of the Prophet. As Amir al-Mu'minin mentioned in this khutbah, as you remember, this was, of course, after Safin. Amir al-Mu'minin was telling that you are following the household of the Prophet, and the others, of course, are following those who fought the Prophet all through their lives until they were captured and they were freed. So it is in place to speak of Ahlul Bayt in this khutbah. هم موضع سره ولجأ أمره وعيبة علمه وموئل حكمه وكفوف كتبه وجبال دينه. The Ahlul Bayt are the place of the secrets of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are the ones who know the secrets. And of course, they are, because they are closest to God. Therefore, the secrets of Allah in His creation, in His commands, are all known for them, revealed for them. We know that the closest creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to Him is our prophets. Not even the angels who go around the arsh, mala'akatul muqarrabun. And therefore, the knowledge of the Prophet is above all the knowledge of the creation. No angel in this world, in the world of creation, knows more than our Prophet. And no other Prophet knows more than our Prophet, because he's the closest. And this is the meaning of, I remember this was mentioned once before, that our Prophet was created before everything. He was the first in creation and the last in prophethood. Of course, the meaning is not that the Prophet in his reality was created before everything, with his body and with the personified type of creation he was created before everything. No. Since his type, his level, was the purpose of all the creation, so that all the creation could move towards it, a signpost, a direction. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala started to create the first thing, the universe, the heavens and skies, and the earth, and the planets, and all these things, what He had in mind, so to speak, in a human language, what He had in mind was that, okay, I want someone to reach this station, and others follow him. So this is the purpose. Now, whenever you want to create anything, or produce anything, or to build anything, what is it which comes first in your mind? It is the purpose. It is the purpose of what you want to do. The purpose comes first, and then you start a process to realize that purpose. So, our Prophet, which we have in many ahadith, that he was the purpose of his creation. So he came first. Not his reality of existence, but his idea, his concept, so to speak. As in Rawayat, we have his nur, his light came first. And that's why we have in many Rawayat, أَوَّلُ مَا خَلَقَ اللَّهُ نُورُ نَبِيِّكَ. The first thing that Allah created was the light of your Prophet. That doesn't mean the Prophet himself. It was that thing which was the purpose. Of course, when we talk about purpose with regards to God, again, it's a creation of God. God doesn't have purposes like us having purposes. It's again a creation of Allah. So that creation comes first. And for that to be realized, of course, the Prophet comes at the end of all prophets. And this is why in many poetry, in many literature, you have that the Prophet is the first and the last. First in terms of his light being created, and last in terms of prophethood. He came at the end of the chain of the prophets. And of course there are many different explanations for this as well. This very famous hadith we have in in both Sunni and Shi'i literature of hadith that كنت نبيا وآدم بين الماء والطين. I was a prophet while Adam was still half made between water and mud. So I was a prophet, not in the sense that he was a prophet preaching. No, of course, Adam was the first human being to be created. But he was a prophet in the sense of his life, that he was going to be the purpose and all the creation taking model from that light, taking the root from that light, and at the end that light is going to become realized. So if this is the case, if the prophet is the closest to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his household are closest to him, therefore they should be the place of his secrets. There are many places in Nahjul Balagha in which Amirul Mu'minin speaks about the position of Ahlul Bayt very clearly and explicitly, which leaves no doubt about how he thought about his own position. And I think in many ways some people who have tried to argue that this idea of Imamology in Shia, the idea about what the positions of Imam were, came later on in the Shia history, is a type of fallacy actually, because these literatures were gathered later on. They say, okay, this is gathered, this is compiled by Sayyid Razi in the 4th century, so these are somehow after the Shi'i history took shape. However, these ahadith were there, they were just compiled. The fact that not many people knew about it doesn't mean that this was not existent and it was created by some people like Khulaini or like Shaykh or Razi. So you would see very explicit expressions about the position of Ahlul Bayt in Nahjul Balagha. So he says, هُمْ مَوْضَعُ سَرِّهِ وَلَجَأُ أَمْرِهِ. They are the refuge of his command. It means his command, when it comes, it is carried out by them. It is the A'imma alayhimus salam, who are the people who realize the command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَعَيْبَةُ ilmih, and of course the container which contains the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in his creation. Of course, when we say, of course, knowledge of Allah doesn't need any container or any place to be kept in his creation. Those people who have his knowledge, the knowledge about God, are of course specific people, and these are A'imma alayhimus salam in Islam, wa maw'ilu hukmih, and of course the firm stance which all his injunctions go back to them in terms of explaining, interpreting, implementing. Wa kuhufu kutubih, and they are the support. Kahf, of course, means cave, but usually since people seek refuge into caves, so it is a metaphor to use a cave as support, as a place which would take care of. So they are those who take care of, who are support of his books. It is through them that his books are known in their true sense. وَجِبَالُ دِينِهِ, and they are the mountains of his religion. As there is a function for the mountains on this earth, as it's mentioned in the Quran, that the mountains are there to keep the earth steady, so that it doesn't all the time shake and tremble. And the A'imma alayhimus salam are having that function, that keep religion from hesitation, from somehow being disintegrated from each other. As he explained himself, بِهِمْ أَقَامًا حِنَاءَ ظَهْرِهِ. The religion, the back of religion was falling down due to the pressure of the people, because of the falsehood that they are going to bring in. And it's through them that this type of bend is erected and rectified. وَأَذْهَبَ ارْتَعَادَ فَرَائِسِهِ, and the shaking of the religion, the hesitations which are in the religion, would be removed by them. Why? Because of course they have the ultimate knowledge about this. And then he compares the position of Ahlul Bayt with the position of his enemies. and those who came to Safin to fight against him. He says, وَمِنْهَا يَعْنِي قَوْمًا آخَرِينَ. Again, another part of this khutbah talks about another group of people. زَرَعُ الْفُجُورِ. They sow the seeds of mischief. وَسَقَوْهُ الْغُرُورِ. And they watered it with the seeds. وَحَسَدُ الثُّبُورِ. And they harvested destruction. This is the end of this group of people. Destruction. Because they started with mischief, they continued with deceit, and now what they have is destruction of themselves, destruction of religion, of people, destruction of everything. And then a very interesting statement about Ali Muhammad again. لا يقاس بآل محمد صلى الله عليه وآله من هذه الأمة أحد. No one in this ummah can ever be compared to Ali Muhammad. It means that at that very big early stages of the development of the history of Islam, people were comparing others with Ali Muhammad. Well, what is the merit of Ali ibn Abi Talib over other companions, for example? They all fought, they all strived, they all exerted efforts for the Prophet. So what's the difference? Well, of course, for the people who don't know about all these types of knowledge, understanding, depth of knowledge about God, of course, they are the same, they are equal. For an ignorant person, a learned man and illiterate are the same, except in their physical appearance, for example. So, right from the beginning, they started to say, what's the difference of Ali ibn Abi Talib and other companions, for example? And this is why he says, لا يقاس بآل محمد صلى الله عليه وآله من هذه الأمة أحد. No one from this ummah could be ever compared with Ali Muhammad. ولا يسوى بهم من جرت نعمتهم عليه أبدا. And those who are receiving the favors of Ali Muhammad could never be made equal with them. You see, the point is, all the ni'mah of faith, religion, came through Muhammad and his household. And others received it from them. And then they thought that they are equal. That, okay, they are, what's the difference between me and the Prophet? Prophet plays 17 zakah, I play 17 zakah. So we are the same. Well, if nothing else is there, if no other merit, the only difference, the one very clear difference is that you have taken it from him, that's all. So you cannot be equal with him. You have learned it from him. How you say that I'm equal? And it's a pity that in some hadith literature, in books of great Sunni scholars, we have this picture of some of the companions that they all the time they knew everything. And Prophet was like a dumb person, he didn't know anything. And he was all the time waiting for revelation. And some of the companions all the time told him, this is the right way that you have to behave, or you have to do this. And incidentally, all the times revelation came, confirming the view of those companions that yes, they are right, you have to behave in that way. Just like a prophet who doesn't know anything about religion, anything about social practice, anything about his mission, and this is a pity. And then, of course, after that they say, okay, they have made great service to Islam, as the Prophet, of course, did great service to Islam, so the difference is not much, actually. Now, Amirul Mu'minin says, if nothing at all, if there's no difference, the only difference is, the most clear difference is that you have taken it from us. And how could you compare yourself with Muhammad and Ali Muhammad alayhi salam? Hum asasuddin, they are the foundation of religion. Religion has sprang out from them. Wa imadul yaqeen, and the pillars of certainty and yaqeen, no doubt, no hesitation ever goes towards them. Ilayhim yafi'ul ghali wa bihim yulhaqut tali. They are the signposts. Anyone going faster than them should come back to them. And anyone who are left behind should haste to reach them. And no one can say that my religion, for example, I want to have a more intringent or harder religion than what the Prophet or Ahlul Bayt has said. As we had, of course, again, with the case of many companions, that they wanted religion to be harder than it was. The Prophet, of course, brought a religion which was somehow giving some sort of relief to everyone. It was relaxed. It was meeting all conditions and requirements and needs of a society which had people with weak faith, with strong faith, which had people with strong commitment and with weak commitment. It had, of course, seen all these and taken everything into consideration. So sometimes the injunctions would have seemed to be very relaxed, and people thought, well, what is this? We don't want to follow such a relaxed religion. We want to be we want to be strong in our religion. We want to be more committed. So these are the people who go forward, who go ahead, who pass the signposts. And of course, there are some people who are left behind. So he says, anyone going faster than them, anyone who makes exaggerations, they have to come back to them. بهم إليهم يفيء الغالي وبهم يلحق التالي. And anyone who is left behind should come and reach them. وَلَهُمْ خَصَائِصُ حَقِّ الْوَلَايَةِ. And they have, of course, the features which are the features of walaya, of supervising, having the opportunity to lead others because of those features. And it's not because they are family of the Prophet, not because they are relatives, so they have to be successors of the Prophet. Their features have made them to have the right to leadership. وَلَهُمْ خَصَائِصُ حَقِّ الْوَلَايَةِ وَفِيهِمُ الْوَصِيَّةُ وَالْوَرَاثَةُ. And in them, the wasiyah of the Prophet about his successor, and waratha, the inheritance of his knowledge, are all in them. الآن إذ رجع الحق إلى أهله. Then he now mentions that up till now the haqq was taken by those who did not deserve it. Now the haqq has come back to those who deserve it. الآن إذ رجع الحق إلى أهله ونقل إلى منتقل. And it's transferred into where it should have been. Meaning, of course, that he was not happy with what was going on before. Now the course has changed. It has come to the right place, and still look how you behave. Much worse than before, isn't it? The way his people, his troops treated him was much worse than the way they treated the Khulafa before him. So despite the fact that now the haqq has come to its place, this is the way you behave. This was the end of the second khutbah. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alihi wa
Shaykh, may I ask you one? You were saying that the foundations of Islam started with Ibrahim. Then prior to him, with the other prophets, what was it still Islam, or maybe not known as such? What was it like? What was the religion like?
No, maybe there was a misunderstanding here. I didn't say the foundations were laid by Abraham. The name was given by Ibrahim. The name Islam was given to that religion of God by Ibrahim. However, this religion was something which was laid down by Nuh alayhi salam. Because in the Quran it says, شَرَعَ لَكُم مِّنَ الدِّينِ مَا وَصَّى بِهِ نُوحًا وَالَّذِي أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ. So the religion that Allah has laid down to you is what was revealed to Nuh alayhi salam. Apparently before Nuh alayhi salam, as we can gather, of course, as we can analyze these verses of the Quran, the injunctions were not that clear. The religion was not so comprehensive of all aspects, having these details. Probably it was much more to do with with just relation with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the prayer and other rituals were not as detailed as they were at the time of Nuh alayhi salam. So we can say, of course, before that it was Islam as well, but not Islam unfolded the way that it was unfolded at the time of Nuh alayhi salam. So we could say that the foundations of this religion was laid by Nuh alayhi salam, and then it was named by Ibrahim to be Islam, and it was preached by all prophets after Ibrahim in the name of Islam.
Can we say that at the time of Nabi Nuh, when he brought it down, there were some sort of fasting, some sort of praying and injunctions similar to what we have today?
Yeah, certainly we could. Yeah.
They are the trustees or the speakers, Shaykh Muhammad, the religious trustees of the speakers. Does that mean, how do you understand it? Does it mean that the Holy Spirit transfer to the elders?
No, the secrets of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah, but where they have these secrets because the Holy Prophet taught them these secrets, or did they get this directly from them?
No, of course, whatever they had, it was through the Prophet, but it was because of their own capacity. Of course, those secrets, even if Prophet was here, it could not be taught to us, or it could not be taught to other companions of the Prophet. However high their position may have been, however sincere they have been, it couldn't be taught to them because they didn't have the capacity. The Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet had that capacity, and they, of course, received it from the Prophet, but they were the trustees of that.
Islam is, as you said, only one religion for all. So would you say that anybody who follows the religion is a Muslim? So would you say that all the prophets should, I don't know when Arabic language started with the prophets, but would they have said they were Muslims? Would you say the people of the days were Muslims? Would you say that the people of today that actually submit themselves to their Lord, like the Pope and all these other bishops, would you say they're Muslims?
Not really, because you can say, just imagine someone is living in a very far away and isolated area, and he says, I want to follow Prophet Muhammad, peace be on him. But he doesn't know that Prophet Muhammad believes in one God, and he thinks that he believes in three gods. Okay, and he doesn't know that Prophet Muhammad used to pray and fast in Ramadan, and he doesn't do anything. Could you say he is a Muslim or not? Not certainly, because he doesn't have the knowledge for it. Although he wants to submit, but he doesn't have the knowledge for it. So when we say the religion of God is submission, it's submission, of course, accompanied by this knowledge given to them, that you have to submit to this type of knowledge, to this type of concept of God, to this type of worships and rituals. So if it is changed, or if it does not reach a people, although, of course, they are sincere, we say they are sincere people, but we can't say that they are Muslims. It's just like if we say someone who very much likes to be a scientist, and he tries his best, but he never goes to university, never gets any knowledge. Do we call him a scientist or not? Well, maybe just to give him the honor, yes, but certainly no, he doesn't become a scientist. Yeah, you go ahead.
You mentioned that in previous religions they had certain injunctions for shackles, and then the prophets came and they removed the shackles. I just wanted to ask, is it possible, in fact, that these things had been in the original religion? Because how can a religion ordain something which is a shackle to the followers of that religion when it's first, or was it that after progressively there was various innovations, and those were the things that were shackles which were removed by the prophets that came and gave a true religion again? Is that what it means? Or?
No, in the true religion there were no shackles actually, but since some followers of later religions, or some latest followers of that one religion, they committed things which they shouldn't have done, as we have in the Quran, that فَبِمَا نَقْضِهِمْ مِيثَاقَهُمْ حَرَّمْنَا, or due to some other action, حَرَّمْنَا عَلَيْهِمْ طَيِّبَاتٍ أُحِلَّتْ لَهُمْ, because they did what they do. We forbidden for them the tayyibat, which was originally halal for them. So originally, in the original sense of the religion, they were all halal, but there were some shackles put on them. Yeah.
So how was that done? Was the Prophet saying?
Yeah, the Prophet told them that you have to do this. Like, for example, when Banu Israel started to worship the cow, then the Prophet Musa alayhi salam told them that you have to kill yourself. This was a shackle, of course, on them. And this was, of course, a one-off instance. But there were instances which was not one-off. It continued because it was an order of God as a compensation for what they had done. It was just like a kafara of what they had done. A collective kafara for everyone. Because they did this, they had to follow these rules until they were purified. Now, when the Prophet of Islam came, he said, you come to Islam, all those bonds are taken away.
In the beginning of the session, you guys talking about slavery and the conventional sense as well. You know, we say Islam abolished slavery, and we see that through the kafara we have to think sometimes to do this or this, be a slave. And in that way, Islam progressively abolished slavery. But you know, the Imam had slaves and bought and sold slaves. So there was no legal anything saying that you cannot own slaves. So hypothetically saying now, if an Islamic government was established and it had a war with non-Islamic empire, and there were prisoners of war, hypothetically speaking, can they be used as slaves within the Islamic empire?
You know, slavery was an international institution, and it was a type of convention among all states or societies, that when they capture prisoners of war, they turn them into slaves. And of course, Islam approved of this international convention because probably this was the best type of way to keep those slaves, because they didn't have that much surplus in their society to keep the prisoners forever in their midst, and they couldn't free them, because if they freed them, they would have come and forced them back. And the only other way was to just kill all of them. So, just to stop this, it was actually given as an economical bonus, that, okay, you don't kill our men when you capture them, just take them as slaves. And then, of course, this became a source for people fighting others just for the sake of taking slaves. That's another issue. But it was a convention. And since there was no other way on those days, Islam accepted the convention. However, according to Islam, no free man could become a slave. You cannot take anyone as slave, unless if it's according to that international convention of war. It's only the war which is the source of taking the slave, and nothing else. You can't just go to other countries and take people as slaves. So, if that international convention is there, yes, Islam approves of it. If it's not there, I don't think even theoretically Islam would go back to that convention, because it's not convention anymore. It's nothing that other nations would do. So I don't think theoretically it would be possible at the present situation of the world that this type of institution would come back. Sorry.
You heard this hadith, and I want you to confirm that the Prophet is reported and said that my ummah is going to follow the same situation that the Banu Israel followed, and what happened to them historically, how things changed. And if this hadith is correct, then what Imam Ali is describing about the religion and how it actually changed and how trouble got, is that happen to the Ummah of the Prophet as well? I just want to...
Well, there are lots of arguments and disputes about this hadith. Whether this hadith is authentic, whether it's reliable, what's its meaning, you see. But putting all these one side and just taking it for granted that such hadith was actually mentioned by the Prophet, then it means that some people in this ummah would exactly do the same things as some people in Judaism did. Like, for example, we have in our Ummah people exactly following the same methods or concepts as in many Jewish sects and sub-branches took place. For example, anthropomorphism, thinking that God is like a human being. It's a very, of course, a strong and holy human being. Of course, this was there in our Ummah. Some people believed in it. Also, taking a very hard ritualistic position in religion. They saying that religion is nothing but rituals. Some people took this. The racist type of attitude towards religion. We know that some Arabs actually had that racist attitude, that this is our religion. This is the religion of Arabs, not other people. So we can say yes, partially, part of this Ummah followed part of the people of Banu Israel, the way they treated their religion. I don't know whether there were any groups among us ever worshipping cow or calf or something like that, but it might happen in the future, I don't know.
So the idea that, the community is going to split further and further and in a sense move away from the essence of the religion is not necessarily interpreted from that idea.
No, I don't think so, no.
Because that's how it is explained.
You're all the time going away and away.
Yeah, this is why there is more and more division and somehow the moving away from what is the intention was. This is how unfolding the story. But that is not necessarily the case.
No.
They dispute about the hadith itself.
Yeah, there is dispute about the hadith.
There's some sort of it might not have been.
Yeah.
I'd just like to know when was the period of Sulaiman alayhi salam, because in one of his du'as it says, when the death comes, let the death come in the state of Muslimin, and also when he sent the letter to the Queen of Sheba, he said, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Yeah. وَأْتُونِي مُسْلِمِينَ قَبْلَ أَنْ يَأْتُونِي مُسْلِمِينَ. Or he says, Allah ta'alu alayya وَأْتُونِي مُسْلِمِينَ. Submit to Islam. To me. Well, Sulaiman lived after Musa alayhi salam, and roughly he lived about 10 centuries before Christ. So about 1,000 years before Christ he was the time he was living, roughly.
I just want to ask about last week about Hajj, I hear the Prophet referred only once in his lifetime. Is it right?
After migration, yes. After migration.
And so I heard, I don't know how it's true, that your only first Hajj is accepted. But suppose I done 3 Hajj, mashallah, inshallah, and I feel that I was spiritually closer to Allah. But is it only the first is the wajib accepted or all repeat?
No, the first is wajib.
Yeah.
The others are recommended, mustahab.
Yeah.
Certainly all could not be wajib, because otherwise you have to go to Hajj every year. So every Muslim should perform Hajj once during their lifetime. This is wajib. After that, it is mustahab for them to repeat, to go repeatedly to Hajj. As we have in the case of Imam Ali, for example, Imam Hassan alayhi salam performed 25 Hajj. Some other Imam performed more or less Hajj, as the length of their life actually allowed them. However, in the case of Prophet, we have to bear in mind that for 8 years, he couldn't go back to Mecca at all. And on the 8th year, when he went to perform Hajj, he was barred. And then there was the Peace of Hudaybiyah, and then he went back and came the following year. And after that, soon after that, he passed away. So, this is the reason why he performed 1 Hajj after migration. It was just the circumstances which didn't allow him. Otherwise, before that, of course, when he was in Mecca, he performed Hajj probably every year.
So if the first Hajj was, it was maybe I went maybe 20 years back. And at the time I was ignorant, and I felt that my second and third is better than the first one.
Yeah.
Only the first one is accepted? Is it?
No, not that the first one is accepted only. The first one is wajib, you have discharged the duty. However, a mustahab act might have more merit in terms of the quality than a wajib act. For example, we do our 17 rak'ahs every day with a very low quality in terms of salat. But maybe when we do salatul layl, which is not wajib, it's mustahab, we do it with a very, very good quality. So, being wajib is one thing. Having good quality, being accepted by Allah is another thing.
One last one. The lady was talking about secrets that anyone who was saying that we possess. I was going to ask what they were, so you can't answer it. But what is the nature of it? What is the secret about?
Well, first, the secret about God Himself, who God is. What are His attributes? These are secrets of this world. Then how He creates. Why does He create? And then what are the positions of different elements in His creation?
Are these necessarily secret? For example, if somebody says we're talking about quantum physics, it's a secret. Well, it's not. It's just that people like us don't understand it. Even if somebody came and tried to explain it, we wouldn't understand it. It's just the nature of this, that we just wouldn't understand it. It's not necessarily a secret.
No, these are not secrets actually. These are open things that are difficult for us to realize and recognize. Secrets are things which are not available to experience. There are things which only those souls which who identify themselves with the higher souls could really find out about. And of course, for them, they are not secrets because it's revealed to them, it's open to them. But it's secret in the sense that no other soul could really find out about it. Yes. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. We finished the third khutbah of Nahjul Balagha and now we start with the fourth khutbah. Of course, for several further khutbahs there are very short ones, which is a selection of some sayings of the Imam addressed on different historical occasions. And Marhum S.a.w.w has actually organized Nahjul Balagha in a way that the first khutbah, of course, is a very general khutbah talking about the beginning of the creation, the creation of Adam, then the prophets, a very general thing. And then he comes to some historical khutbahs of Imam Ali, starting with khutbah Shaykh, and then with some other khutbahs on different occasions, and then it goes to Mawa'id and Hikam and other issues. Now, the fourth khutbah, which follows Shaykh, is something which is addressed after some historical occasion. I will mention that in the middle of the khutbah because we cannot realize now what the Imam is talking about on that occasion. The theme of the khutbah is, as the theme of many khutbahs of the Imams are, after assuming the caliphate, after he became a caliph, and people started to disobey him and to break their pledges, he starts to mention his position, especially with regards to the guidance, with reference to the Quran, with reference to the Prophet, and what position did he have, so that the people might take heed and come back to their minds and follow him as a guide. Now, in this khutbah, as I said, it has a historical occasion. I will mention that later on, where the S.a.w.w starts the khutbah, because this khutbah has been reported in longer versions as well. Sayyid al-Razi has omitted all those things which were doubtful, that they are part of this khutbah. And Abul Hadith says that I have seen other versions of this khutbah, and I know that some of them are additions to the khutbah. And what Sayyid al-Razi has chosen is for certain the words of Imam. And he has discarded whatever in which there was a doubt that it's the word of the Imam. So the khutbah, how Sayyid al-Razi reported, starts like this: بِنَا اهْتَدَيْتُمْ فِي الظَّلْمَاءِ وَتَسَنَّمْتُمْ ذُرْوَةَ الْعَلْيَاءِ. It was due to us, or because of us, or by us, that you were guided out of darkness. Now, when Imam says bina, he means himself, well, the Prophet at the top and his family, including himself, including Ali alayhi salam. In many occasions in Nahjul Balagha, this type of terminology is used. Us, we, by us, through us. And by all that he means the Prophet and his Ahlul Bayt. And he boasts in a way that he's one of the Ahlul Bayt, of course not the boasting that ordinary people do, not without fakhr, of course. He mentions the honor that Allah has given them. So he says, it was through us that you were guided out of darkness. وَتَسَنَّمْتُمْ ذُرْوَةَ الْعَلِيَاءِ. And you climbed to the highest peak, to the climax. Now you imagine what is the situation of the Muslims. Just 40 years after about 40 years after the migration of the Prophet to Medina, and after all those difficult times, tortures, hardships, difficulties, it's only 40 years that now Muslims are the center of the world. They have conquered Iran, Rome, Egypt, and all pieces of land around them. All great kingdoms and empires have been now taken by Muslims, conquered by Muslims. Now they have climbed to the climax now. And what Amir al-Mu'mineen mentions here to his companions, that, okay, who guided you to this religion, that you now have the support of Allah to have all these conquests? It was through us that you did it. بَنَحْتَدَيْتُمْ فِي الظَّلْمَاءِ وَتَسَنَّمْتُمْ ذُرْوَةَ الْعَلْيَاءِ. And you climbed to the highest climax of honor and dignity. وَبِنَا أَفْجَرْتُمْ عَنِ السِّرَارِ. Sirar is a special type of night in which the moon could not be seen. The last day of the month certainly is the night which the moon could not be seen at all. Even the crescent could not be seen. And the first night of the month. So a couple of nights at the end of the month and at the beginning of the new month, the moon could not be seen at all, even the crescent. Now, in old days where there was no electricity, those nights were the darkest nights of the month or any period. So they had a special name for those nights called Sirar. Now, Imam alayhi salam says that وَبِنَا أَفْجَرْتُمْ عَنِ السِّرَارِ. You were in Sirar. You were in that type of darkness. Complete, utter darkness. And it was through us that you came out of it. Afjara means coming out of something. So, وَبِنَا أَفْجَرْتُمْ عَنِ السِّرَارِ. It was you, because of us, that you came out of this dark night. Now, why Imam is mentioning this? Because now he is facing lots of opposition. After he assumed Khilafah, he is facing lots of opposition. And everyone, of course, knew his position, his relation to the Prophet, the knowledge Prophet had given him. It was completely clear even at his own time. And people were disobeying, some of them saying that, well, the way you are running the affairs, the Muslims will be depleted of power soon, and the conquests are stopped and everything. Now Imam is reminding them that all these conquests that you have, all this power that you gained, the treasures that you have grown from different quarters of the world. Now, who actually guided you to a religion which gave you this power? It was through us, meaning the Prophet and his Ahlul Bayt. Then he said, وَقَرَ سَمْءٌ لَمْ يَفْقَهِ الْوَائِيَةِ. Wa'iyah is maw'azah, is a speech, a word which influences the heart. Now, during the 5 years of his caliphate, Imam had lots of preachings, lots of admonitions for the people. They didn't listen. To the extent that in one khutbah that inshallah we will see later on, that he says that I am tired of you and you are tired of me. I'm tired of you because you never listen to me. You are tired of me because of all these preachings and admonitions that I address towards you. This was the situation. And now the Imam says that may waqara sam'un lam yafqah al-wa'iyah. An ear that cannot hear and understand admonitions and preachings, may it be deafened. It is better that it is deaf. Why? I mean, what's the purpose of an ear? To hear things, to analyze, to understand, to be moved by it. But they were not moved at all by whatever Imam used to say. وَكَيْفَ يُرَاءِ النَّبْعَةَ. It seems that Imam is very angry in this khutbah. And I mentioned why he is very angry. وَكَيْفَ يُرَاءِ النَّبْعَةَ مَنْ أَسَمَّتْهُ السَّيْهَةِ. In terms of eloquence of literature, this is one of the khutbahs that everyone, Sayyid Razi himself that has collected Nahjul Balagha, Ibn Abil Hadid, others, they say that this is the peak of eloquence. There is no parallel to this khutbah, especially to this khutbah in Arab sermons and Arab prose. So, for those who know Arabic, they know what metaphors Imam has used and what type of language he has used in this khutbah. وَكَيْفَ يُرَاءِ النَّبْعَةَ مَنْ أَسَمَّتْهُ السَّيْحَةِ. Nab'a is a low voice. He says, my voice to you is low compared to the voice of the Prophet and voice of the Quran. Now, you heard the voice of the Prophet, you heard the voice of the Quran, you did not come to your mind. Now, how my voice is going to help to preach you and to guide you? وَكَيْفَ يُرَاءِ النَّبْعَةَ. How an ear can observe and can listen to a low voice, while the sayha, the high-pitched voice, has come and it was deaf, or it has deafened it, because it went through it and through it, they did not take heed, it has been deafened. رُبِطَ جَنَانٌ لَمْ يُفَارِقْهُ الْخَفَقَانِ. And may Allah strengthen a heart that had never been separated from fear of Him. Now, this is a dua that was a curse that the ears that do not hear may be deafened, and the heart which is with fear of Allah may be strengthened. Now, then he says, مَا زِلْتُ أَن تَدْرُبُكُمْ أَوَاقِبَ الْغَادِ. For long I have been waiting, expecting the consequences of treachery for you, the consequences of breaking the pledge. For long I have been awaiting these consequences. Now, where this khutbah was mentioned, the historians say that this was after the death of Talha and Zubayr in the Battle of Jamal. Now, in the Battle of Jamal, you know that some of the companions, including Talha and Zubayr, they gathered a force, and since they were not so much respected among the people and they couldn't actually muster lots of force, what they did, they deceived Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, and brought her out of her home and made her a figurehead of the battle, saying that this army is being led and guided by Aisha, the Umm al-Mu'mineen. Anyone who likes their mother, his mother, they should come to this force. It is the fight between your mother and an insurgent person. I mean, it is very easy to move, to move people, to instigate them to a fight like that, especially when the Quran says that the wives of the Prophet are Ummahatul Mu'mineen. It was very easy to bring forward such a figure and move people by it and bring them to the army. Now, after they did this, of course, you know, the battle was not successful. The movement was not successful. They were defeated. Most of them were killed, including Talha and Zubayr. Now, the historians say that this sermon was addressed to the people actually on the body of Talha and Zubayr. And this is why Imam is so angry. Because he didn't want Talha and Zubayr to be killed, certainly. Especially Zubayr was his close relative. And he liked Zubayr very much. And he had ordered that even in the battle you should not kill Talha and Zubayr. And when they were defeated, Imam alayhi salam, they came to Imam and Imam said, okay, leave. I have given you leave to go. And then on their way, when they were going, someone attacked them and killed them. And it was not known who killed them actually. So he was so angry. And he was so emotional probably, seeing that Talha and Zubayr were killed in that battle. And he is addressing actually them, that for long I have been expecting the consequences of your breaking your pledge, because this was a sin and you will see the consequences. There is no doubt that breaking a pledge, someone making a pledge with a caliph, especially a caliph accepted by everyone, then break that pledge, is a sin. There is no controversy among Muslims in this. There is a very nice story between Shaykh al-Mufid and Ali ibn Isa al-Rumani. Now, Rumani was a very great scholar of the 4th century, and Mufid, you know that he flourished at the end of the 4th century. He was a very young student attending the lessons of the lectures of Ali ibn Isa. Ali ibn Isa was a person who was very much inclined to Shia, but he did not reveal that. He was teaching both Sunnis and Shias, and he was respected by both groups. Now, once in one of his lectures, of course, Mufid was a young man. He went to the lecture. He sat just by the door, and Ali ibn Isa was discussing about history, what happened after the Prophet, probably. And Shaykh al-Mufid, the young boy, the young man, posed a question. He said, Shaykhana, you say that Abu Bakr deserved to be a caliph because everyone paid allegiance to him. Now, what do you say about Hadithul Ghadir? If it was the word of the Prophet, then paying allegiance to Abu Bakr would have been of no avail, because it was against the order of the Prophet, against the will of the Prophet, and any pledge given against the will of the Prophet is void. He said, my son, because he was, as I say, he was very young. He said, my son, Hadithul Ghadir is a riwayah. Although it's mutawatir or whatever, it's a riwayah. What happened after the Prophet, people paying allegiance to Abu Bakr, is diraya. We know that it happened. And we know that all companions accept it. And if you want to condemn it, you are condemning all the companions of the Prophet. وَالْعَاقِلْ لَا يَدَعُ الدِّرَايَ لِلرِّوَايَةِ. A wise person never leaves diraya for the sake of a riwayah. It's a riwayah. Now, some people have interpreted it in different terms, in different ways. So, why should we leave something which is diraya? We understand that people did it for some exigencies or for some reason. Even if it was against the will of Prophet, everyone accepted it. And the companions, if they accepted it against the will of the Prophet, there should have been reason behind it. So, this is diraya, this is understanding. That's a riwayah. Now, a wise person never leaves diraya for riwayah. Now, Mufti didn't say anything. That session finished. There came another day that Ali ibn Isa was discussing this fight between Talha and Zubayr and Ali. Now, Mufid said, Shaykhana, what do you say about Talha and Zubayr? No, he said, Shaykhana, what do you say about someone who breaks the pledge, the allegiance he has paid to a caliph, a rightly chosen caliph? He said, kafir, and goes to hell. He said, okay, Shaykhana, what do you say about Talha and Zubayr? Do they go to hell? They are kafir. He said, no. He said, why? Because they broke their allegiance with Ali. He said, because they did tawbah. Mufid said, how do you know? He said, we have a riwayah about it. He said, Shaykhana, breaking their allegiance is the raya, we know it. This is somewhat history. But their tawbah is a riwayah. وَالْعَاقَلْ لَا يَدَعُ الدَّرَايَا لِلرِّوَايَةِ. How do you do that? And it was at that point, because he was very young, and at that point Ali ibn Isa said, أَنْتَ الْمُفِيدُ حَقًّا. You are someone who has knowledge, and you can give knowledge. Who can give. So you are Mufid. Now, this breaking the allegiance of Talha and Zubayr is something that has puzzled lots of historians, theologians, how they have to approach this, because anyone breaking that allegiance is regarded as a kafir, as a disbeliever, and then what should we do about these two companions of the Prophet, that all companions of the Prophet should be regarded highly by all Muslims. So here Amirul Mu'mineen mentions that you broke an allegiance which was a great sin, and I was expecting this for you. Although they were killed despite his will, despite Amirul Mu'mineen's will. And he became so angry when they were killed that he had this type of khutbah, a very strong khutbah. However, he said, I was expecting the consequences of your breaking your allegiance. Al-Ghadr. Al-Ghadr is khiyana, is betrayal. I were expecting this. Now, you might say, how Imam is addressing dead bodies? Because as historians say, he was actually addressing this towards Talha and Zubayr after they were killed. Now, we have the same thing coming from the Prophet as well, and this is mentioned in Ibn Hisham and other histories, that on the day of Badr, when many of the heads of Quraysh were killed, and they somehow dumped them in a well, 70 of them, they dumped them in a well. The Prophet went over the well, and he mentioned the people by their names. He said, Ya Utbat ibn Rabi'ah, Ya Shaybat ibn Rabi'ah, Ya Amr ibn Hisham, and Ya Fulan, Inna wajadna ma wa'adana Rabbuna haqqa. فهل وجدتم ما وعدكم حقا ما وعدكم ربكم حقا. We found what our Lord promised us to be true. Because He promised us victory, He gave us victory. Have you found what your Lord promised you to be true? Punishment, of course, it was. And of course they couldn't answer, but the Prophet could hear the answer himself. So he addressed the dead bodies. And we have in the Quran as well, for example, after the people of Samud were destroyed, فَقَالَ يَا قَوْمِ لَقَدْ أَبْلَغْتُكُمْ رِسَالَاتِ رَبِّي. Salih stood upon them and said, O my people, I conveyed the messages of my Lord to you. وَنَفَحْتُ لَكُمْ. I wished you good, وَلَكِنْ لَا تُحِبُّونَ النَّاسَ. Here, of course, as the historians say, Amirul Mu'min was addressing this to Talha and Zubayr. مَا زِلْتُ أَنْتَظِرُ بِكُمْ أَوَاقِبَ الْغَادْرِ. I was expecting the consequences of your betrayal. وَأَتَوَسَّمُكُمْ بِحِلْيَةِ الْمُخْتَرِّينَ. Mukhtar is someone who is deceived by shaitan. I was seeing the signs of those who are deceived by shaitan in your face. I was seeing it. However, حَتَّى سَتَرَنِي أَنْكُمْ جِلْبَابُ الدِّينِ. Because you were wearing the dress of deen of Islam, I couldn't say anything. I was seeing this in your faces, but Islam and deen had actually prevented me from saying something to break your dignity and honor of religion. وَبَشَّرَنِيكُمْ صِدْقُ النِّيَّةِ. However, since I have صِدْقُ النِّيَّةِ, I have good intention. That good intention showed me what is inside your, what are you plotting, what's inside your heart. And this would show that if a person gets real صِدْقُ النِّيَّةِ, real true intention for God, then Allah would show them things that other people cannot see, that other people cannot understand from behind many veils that Allah has put between people themselves. So he said, due to Sidq al-Niyya, I was seeing the signs of deception in your faces. However, that jalbab-ud-din, the dress of deen that you are wearing, stopped me from saying anything. And now this is the end. We have come to this end. أقمت لكم على سنن الحق في جواد المذلة. I stood for you in the middle of the road, in a road in which there were lots of slippings and going astray. I waited there for you, stood there for you to come to bring you back. But now you have disobeyed me, and this is the consequence. حيث تلتقون ولا دليل وتحتفرون ولا تمهون. I stood on a road to guide you, a road which you were looking for someone to guide you. There was no guide but me, and you were digging wells for water, but you did not reach to water. This is the end that you have come to. Then he addresses the people now. Now after, you know that Jamal was the first battle that Amirul Mu'mineen had. And it was very hard. I mean, the whole 5 years of his caliphate is full of hardship, difficulty, heart-rendering issues which really, really annoyed Amirul Mu'mineen alayhi salam. And one of them is this battle in which some companions of the Prophet were killed, in which he had to fight against Al-Mu'mineen, against his own wish. He didn't have any grudge against Al-Mu'mineen. He never had any intention to fight a wife of the Prophet. And that's why after the battle he had Aisha escorted by 20 women, dressed as men, to Medina, so that the respect of the wife of the Prophet is preserved. And no one would say afterwards that Amirul Mu'mineen disrespected the wife of the Prophet, disrespected Al-Mu'mineen, and had men guarding over her. I mean, he had all these things. But you can imagine how difficult it was for him to go through all this. And really, I mean, if you imagine, you would say Ali really did not deserve all these difficulties. And this is why, as I mentioned, on the night that he was going to leave this world, as he mentions in Nahjul Balagha as well, that he just went into short sleep and came back, and he said, Malakatni aynai, my eyes possessed me, meaning that I went into sleep. Fasanaha li Rasulullah came to me, came to my dream. And I just told him, Ya Rasulullah, ماذا لقيت من أمتك من اللبد والأول. Ya Rasulullah, what did I see from your ummah? What did I meet from your ummah? In terms of crookedness, in terms of betrayal, treachery. And this was really what he went through. I mean, it was very difficult. Then the most difficult one was the Muawiyah coming after the blood of Usman, something in which Ali had no share and no part at all. And then, of course, fighting with Khawarij, with those people with apparent faith. Now, here he addresses the people who are around him. Al-yawm untiqu lakumul ajma'. ذات البيان. Ajma' is something that cannot speak. Not that cannot speak, it has no ability to speak at all. Now he says, today I make those things that cannot speak to speak for you with eloquence. Well, of course the interpreters of Nahjul Balagha has tried to interpret this in different ways. For example, some of them say that, meaning that I will speak in a way that you will get preaching and admonition from everything which is around you. One meaning is that now today I'm going to speak. I did not speak for 25 years. Now I'm going to speak. And I'm going to mention things which I did not mention before. However, this also would not be a good interpretation, because Amirul Mu'minin did not speak about many things which were in his heart and in his mind. Even during his caliphate, he did not speak about them. So here it means that things which happen, because this is in the context of Talha and Zubayr now speaking about their betrayal by their action. Never anyone would have imagined that Talha and Zubayr are going to betray someone to whom they had paid allegiance. Now, he says, now things will happen around us, that hearts which were quiet, tongues which were quiet, people who were quiet, now come forth and they will speak for themselves. And they will say which one of them were mu'min, true mu'min, which one of them were kafir, hypocrites. And this happened in his time. Even the Prophet said that, Ya Ali, you are the thing by which mu'min and munafiq will be distinguished from each other. Because the Prophet, when he spoke, everyone said, we believe in you. Even قالت الأعراب وآمنا, every day, even the Bedouins come and say, we believe. قل لم تؤمنوا, say, well, keep it slow. You not say we are mu'min, we say we are Muslimun now. وَلَمَّا يَدْخُلِ الْإِيمَانُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ. Now, but after the Prophet, there was a test, a fitna. Well, as the Quran says that they think that there is no fitna, no test. And the fitna and test came through Ali. And this is where the mu'min and munafiq were distinguished from each other. And this is why Amirul Mu'minin said, today I will make the unspeakable or the thing that cannot speak to speak for you eloquently. اليوم أنفق لكم الأجماع ذات البيان أذب رأي امرئ تخلف عني. The opinion of anyone who disobeys me and opposes me is far away from truth. ما شككت في الحق مذ أريته. I have never doubted about truth the day I saw it. This is, of course, a very strong statement from Amirul Mu'minin, that the first day I saw the haqq from the Prophet, I never have doubted it. I am on that path. I am on the path of the Prophet. I am on the path of the truth. لم يوجس موسى عليه السلام خيفة على نفسه بل أشفق من غلبة الجهال ودول الضلال. Now, the question might come that if you really did not doubt about your haqq and truth, why did you keep quiet about all these things? Why today you want to speak about it? And why today you are going to distinguish between right and wrong? Why not before? He says, because I was afraid. And why were you afraid? Were you afraid of death? Were you afraid of calamity? What? He says, no. He brings a verse from the Quran. Of course, he doesn't mention the verse, but he gives an explanation. In Surah Taha, we have the verse that speaks about Musa and the Sahara, the magicians. When the magicians started to introduce their magic and put it forward, when the Musa saw the enormity of this magic and overwhelming power of it, the Quran says, فَأَوْجَسَ فِي نَفْسِهِ خِيفَةً مُوسَى. Musa felt a fear in his heart. And then we said, قُلْنَا لَا تَخَفْ. We said, do not fear. Do not be frightened. إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْأَعْلَى. You are higher. Now, this has been a question, that why Musa was afraid. Why was he frightened? Because he knew that this is magic. And he knew that his power is superior. His miracle is power of God. Coming and actually, as compared to them, is completely above everything. Why was he frightened? Amir al-Mu'min says that لم يوجس موسى عليه السلام خيفة على نفسه. He was not frightened about himself for himself. He did not have a fear in the heart that these may defeat me and I may be killed or whatever. بل أشفق, I may be defeated. بل أشفق من غلبة الجهال ودول الضلال. But he was worried that the ignorant people might think that his miracle is like that magic. And then the magicians might claim that they were victorious. Of course, Musa didn't know that stick that he had, which was going to be turned into a serpent, was going to eat all of it. Allah said, it will do that, all that magic. He thought that, well, how people are going to realize, how people are going to compare. And this is true, isn't it? How people were going to distinguish between Ali and other Sahaba. Even if he said that I'm true, I'm the truth. How they were going to distinguish? So he said, if I was frightened to speak, it was not because I didn't know what is truth, what is not true. It was because I was frightened that people might not understand it. And then things would become confused and trouble, fighting and everything. So right from the beginning, I was not in doubt of haqq and truth. However, take the example of Musa. He was not frightened because of the magicians for himself. He was frightened that the juhal, the ignorant, might overcome, and the duwal al-zalal, her own, might take that magic as something which would deceive other people. Now, then he says, اليوم توقفنا على سبيل الحق والباطل. Today we are standing on a path which has two ways ahead of us, haq and batil. You follow me, you come to haq. You don't follow me, you certainly have gone to the other branch, which is batil. Man wasiqa bima'in lam yazma. Whoever who relies on water, thinks that they have water, they are not going to suffer thirst. Meaning that you have water among you. Rely on that water and you wouldn't feel thirst anymore if you follow me. And of course, all this, as I said, it is mentioned in a position where Amirul Mu'minin was posed against other companions, was posed against Ummul Mu'minin. And he wanted to take the confusion from the adversaries, that do not be confused by what has happened, even by the death of Talha and Zubayr. Now the next khutbah, I'm not going to go into details about it, but it speaks in the same vein in another occasion, and that is exactly after Saqifa and what happened. And what happened after Saqifa, you know, Banu Hashim did not pay allegiance to Abu Bakr. So they came to Ali. Now, among these people was Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, and Abu Sufyan, who was very much against the bay'ah of Abu Bakr. He didn't want the bay'ah to go to that branch of Quraysh. As he mentioned in his sermon, in one of his khutbahs, Abu Sufyan, in one of his addresses, that this should not go to the meanest and lowest tribe of Quraysh. And this is, of course, the tribe of Abu Bakr in his eyes. So he was very much against this. Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, was very much against this. And there is a story of this, inshallah, I will mention next week. But both of them came to Ali and said that, give your hand, we pay allegiance to you. And Abu Sufyan said, just give me the signal. I would fill the Medina with foot soldiers and with riders. and no one can defeat us. Now, of course, Amir al-Mu'mineen knows what is the purpose of Abu Sufyan. Abu Sufyan does not think about Islam. He is now thinking about who should rule, who should not rule. So Amir al-Mu'mineen, of course, rejects them and says that, no, I'm not accepting this, I'm keeping quiet. And the things that he mentions here, inshallah, we'll discuss this next week. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alihi wa
We'll now take questions for about 15 minutes, inshallah. The ladies would like to go first. Inshallah.
Shaykh, one question. You said Imam Ali alayhi salam said over the bodies that Allah has there are evil consequences, and that you also mentioned they wouldn't be forgiven. But didn't Imam Ali forgive them when he said he released them and go? Wasn't that an act of forgiveness, or that wasn't?
No, Imam Ali forgiving them is different from, the sin that they committed. What he did forgive his own rights, and he released them. But of course they are held indeed before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for what they did. And especially even after they left, they were not content with that, and probably they had in their heart that they might want to come back and take a revenge or something like that. And it was the consequences of that betrayal. And even whether Amir al-Mu'mineen forgave them or did not forgive them, the consequences were going to befall them anyhow. Yes.
My question is related to the last lecture. That you mentioned that Imam Ali, the sermon of Shaykh was actually because of emotions he said that the sermon that he said. But at the end of the sermon, it seems that he stopped abruptly because somebody came and gave him a letter. Now, who was this person and what was actually written in the letter? Do you know?
No, we don't know.
Did nobody inquire? Did you not get anybody in?
Yeah, he was probably a messenger from one of the administrators of Amir al-Mu'mineen coming from far away. But what was written in the letter, what was the message, it was not something which is recorded in the history, no.
Shaking consequences that they felt Allah were there. It sounds as if, those consequences were very real in this world. But doesn't necessarily have to be in this world. Could people commit sins like this and have no consequences in this world? And maybe even they get benefits like their own in this world, and the consequences are on the next.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah. But anyhow, we have to expect some consequences to come. It might not come in this world, but it is in place to expect people who betray, who do wrong, to receive some sort of consequences in this world. Now, if they don't receive it, well, that's the worst for them, because they are going to have worse consequences in the next world. If they receive some of the consequences in this world, that's better for them, rather than leaving everything for the next world. Yes.
You talked about in the beginning of the lecture, you talked about Imam Ali being very proud. In fact, you used the word boastful about his family. When you qualified it by saying it was in terms of proper. What did you mean by that? Did you use that same principle when you come out in war and you so forth, with this term brag about his family and lineage?
No, it's different. It's different in war, because in war everyone bragging about their family. And now here it's like what Prophet says, peace be on him, that I am the most honorable or the best of the children of Adam. Wala fakhr. And there is no boasting, of course. It's a reality, it's a truth that I'm mentioning, not that I'm boasting about it. As I said here, Amirul alayhi salam, maybe boasting is not the correct term to use. Amirul Mu'minin is also mentioning the honor of the Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet and telling a truth about it without the type of boasting that comes to our hearts usually when we speak about these things. Alaykum salam.
Going back to Shaykh, since the beginning of his khutbah, alayhi salam, praised himself.
Yes.
But at the same time, in number 28 in Nahjul Balagha, he sort of contradicts himself. So one does think that Shaykh is a comfort.
What is 28 in Nahjul Balagha? Sorry, I don't know.
Number, in the letter 28, that is يَنَّهِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُمْ مِنْ تَزْكِيَةِ الْمَرْءِ النَّفْسِ. So it seems to praise yourself for something that Allah has disagreed and discussed. And also, moreover, Akrama, who revealed this Shashaba, known by Allah Muhammad, and also other books that they do not accept his hadith because they call him he's from Khawarij, and he's Huwa Kazzabun, he's a liar. So what's your opinion on this?
Well, ولولا نهي الله عن تزكية المرء نفسه is something which, of course, an order of the Quran, a command of the Quran. فَلَا تُزَكُّوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Do not purify yourself or do not honor yourself. Allah knows who is pure, who is not pure. Allah would honor you rather than you yourself honoring you. And in that khutbah as well, Amirul Mu'minin says, if it was not for this, if it was not for this prohibition that Allah says, do not somehow honor yourself, I would have said about my positions. Now, we know that in many occasions the prophets had some praises for himself and for his Ahlul Bayt. So we shouldn't take this to be tazkiyatul mar'i nafsahu, of course. It was okay. That's the second issue. Okay, that's the second issue.
Even Khafi has mentioned that he died as a Khawarij, so he was the enemy of Ali and also so we cannot take things from him. And all those sort of profound scholars like Allah Muhammad and Allah Maqali or others, they do not accept his beliefs. And why should he accept it?
Now, I don't know which akrama you are talking about because we have several akramas.
So in Khafi,
yeah, however,
and there is another one along Hilli and Azrijal, the second book, Mukhtasar al-Afar. I just have to go to the references here. Maybe another time we can talk about these people.
No, no. I mean, all these people have spoken the same thing about an akrama. But what akrama, which akrama he is? Because you have to mention either his laqab or his kunya or name of his father. We have several akramas, of course. However, the point is, this shaqshaqiyya is not reported only through one chain. It has been reported through several chains, different chains of transmission. It doesn't come only through one person, whether Akrama or anyone else. And secondly, how would it be possible that a Kharijite person would report something like shaqshaqiyya, which is all in praise of Ali and, of course, justification of his actions and these things. And thirdly, the people that you mentioned, like Allama al-Hilli, Maqani, and others who have somehow impaired akrama, they have accepted shaqshaqiyya to be authentic. So therefore, it means that they have other chains for it. Even if akrama is the same akrama as you mentioned, they have other chains for it, which would justify and authenticate. Sorry?
Akrama who released the story from the Nabab, and also in this particular khutbah, it seems Imam Ali developing his character?
Now, let me finish with Ikramah, first of all. As I said, it is not possible that a person, a Kharijite, would speak something like this. Now, the other thing is, I mean, when we judge a report, we have to see whether the type of literature, the level of eloquence would ever match the reporter himself or not. And those people who are experts in Arabic literature, like Ibn Abil Hadid, like Sharif al-Razi, and like others, certainly Sharif al-Razi never ever would report a hadith in Nahjul Balagha from a Kharijite. The character of Sharif al-Razi that we know. I mean, when you are somehow criticizing Nahjul Balagha, you have to bear in mind the character of Sharif al-Razi himself, and you have to study a little bit about his life, his manners, his etiquette, his akhlaq, which is praised by both Sunnis and Shias, and because he was a very, very famous figure, the son of Abu Ahmad al-Naqib, the Naqib of all Shias. He was not some sort of unknown person. It's not possible that he reports something from a Kharijite. And as I said, Sharif al-Razi, Ibn Abil Hadid, Jahiz, people who were the peak, the climax of Arabic literature, all of them have mentioned that it is not possible for an ordinary people. Now, when you are mentioning the Kharijite, all the words, to speak or to create or to make up an eloquent khutbah like this. As I said, Ibn Abil Hadid, who is a Sunni, of course, he has problem with this khutbah. He is in trouble with this khutbah, and he says some people say that this is from the makings of Sharif al-Razi, but I testify, according to my knowledge, that Sharif al-Razi's level of eloquence was not this much. It is not something that could be made up by Sharif al-Razi. I mean, we have to bring all these in mind. I know the problem, where the problem lies. The problem is that now here Amir al-Mu'minin is doing something which he usually didn't do, and that's criticizing the Khulafa. And that's why he says this is shaqshaqatun hadarat. It was just something coming out, and I captured it now. You wouldn't hear something like this anymore. This is the problem, and we have to find some sort of justification for it. But certainly, criticizing one person in the chain, in one of the chains, and justifying it by words of people who themselves believed in the authenticity of Shaqshaqiyya would not be a right justification. We have to find other justification for this khutbah.
But inshallah, I will bring those on.
Inshallah, what, sorry?
I will bring those on.
Okay, inshallah.
I'll put the links here.
Okay, inshallah. Okay. This is a long-lasting discussion. I don't think we can resolve it. Well, of course, everyone knew Arabic, but to be able to speak like it, it's just like, for example, all of us know Persian, but can we ever create a poetry like Hafiz? Oh, no, never. It's impossible. Okay, I think the time is up. Okay. wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. We come to the fifth sermon of Nahjul Balagha. As I said, the opening sermons are on more historical issues. The Khutbah Shaqshaqiyya was about a brief history of what happened after the Prophet. Then there was another khutbah number 5, which went before this and talked about the encounter with Talha and Zubayr. Now here it then talks about the beginning of the events which happened after the Prophet, peace be on him. Now, a very amazing thing happened at the beginning, and that was, of course, some of the Muhajirun and Ansar, they did not accept the bay'ah of Abu Bakr. So what they did, they went to Ali and they wanted to ask what we shall do. Now, two of very most prominent people of Quraysh came to Ali. One was Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, the other was Abu Sufyan, who had great power still in Mecca, and also great number of soldiers he could muster if he wanted to wage a war. So they came to Ali ibn Abi Talib and they told him that why should we not rise? We have enough people and we can fight back against this tyranny which has happened and the usurpation of your rights. So here Sharif al-Razi tells us, puts us in the context of the khutbah. He says, وَمِنْ كَلَامٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ, and one of his words, alayhi salam, was his speeches, لَمَّا قُبِضَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَآلِهِ, when the Prophet was taken by Allah, when he passed away, وَخَاطَبَهُ الْعَبَّاسِ وَأَبُو سُفْيَانَ بْنِ حَارِثٍ فِي أَنْ يُبَايِعَ لَهُ لِلْخِلَافَةِ, when Abbas and Abu Sufyan suggested to him that they would make bay'ah with him. Now, of course, they said many things. I will mention that later on, what they said and what Amirul Mu'mineen answered. This is his answer. This khutbah or this kalam is the answer of Amirul Mu'mineen to Abbas and Abu Sufyan. However, what they said to Amirul Mu'mineen, I will discuss it later on. So when they came to him and they said that we pay allegiance to you, we do bay'ah with you, and Abu Sufyan actually said, just signal and I will fill Medina with cavalry and with infantry. I will fill up Medina with soldiers and we can have a good fight. There is no chance for them to win. So it was a very tempting suggestion. Let's fight back against what has happened. Now, what Amirul Mu'mineen said, Ayyuhan Nas, of course, his addressee were not only Abbas and Abu Sufyan. As I said, a great number of people had gathered in his house and they didn't know what to do. And now then suddenly they were faced with this very tempting suggestion of Abu Sufyan and of course Abbas, who was the eldest of Banu Hashim at that time, and they were agitated a little bit. They were somehow excited about the suggestion, about the offer. So they were all looking to Ali what the answer would be. What would be the answer? Now he said, Ayyuhan nas, shuqqu amwaj al-fitan bis-sufun al-najam, steer clear through the waves of mischief by ships and boats of deliverance and safety. Shukku amwaj al-fitan, meaning that we are now in the midst of waves of fitna. What has happened now after the Prophet? We are in fitna, of course. So he said, I'm not happy with what has happened. This is the fitna, but we are in waves of this fitna. And you have to somehow steer clear of this with boats of deliverance and safety. وَعَرَّجُوا عَنْ طَرِيقِ الْمُنَافَرَةِ. This is very beautiful. The first thing Amir al-Mu'mineen said, keep away from fighting. A very categorical sentence. Turn away from the path of fighting and dissension. This is not good that we fight immediately after the Prophet for, of course, his successorship. وَعَرَّجُوا عَنْ طَرِيقِ الْمُنَافَرَةِ وَضَعُوا تِيجَانَ الْمُنَافَرَةِ, and put down the crowns of boasting and pride. Put it down. Because what Abu Sufyan said that now the smallest clans of Quraysh tribe, like Taym and Adi, which were the tribes of Umar and Abu Bakr, he said the smallest clans of this tribe, the smallest branches of Quraysh is taking this Khilafah for themselves. This is not something that we can ever accept. Of course, Abu Sufyan was very close to Banu Hashim himself, and a very flourishing and respectful clan inside the tribe of Quraysh. So he said, we can never accept that these Taym and Adi are going and putting us under their helm and their rulership. So Amir al-Mu'minin says, put down the crowns of pride. This is not a place that we have to fight for pride or something like that. أفلح من نهض بجناح أو استسلم فأراه. Now, imagine Abu Sufyan is an old man, Abbas is an old man, or both of them, and Ali is only 33 years old. Now, the way he speaks, of course Abbas knows he has no chance for Khilafah, because he was uncle of the Prophet. Certainly he could have said that I will be the Khalif. If any one of the relatives of the Prophet, it would be me. Abu Sufyan could have no claim, of course, over this. So they knew the best person and someone whom people will accept is Ali, the young Ali, someone like him. And of course, the way he speaks is full of prudence, politics, understanding of situation, and of course care and consideration for the Ummah on the whole. So it says, what he says here, which has become a very famous Arab parable actually, أفلح من نهض بجناح أو استسلم فأراه. He prosperous is he who rises with wings. It means he who has power. You say that you have power, but this is a war of attrition. Certainly, if you want to go into war, it's war of attrition. There is no winner coming out of this. So we have no wing, we have no power to go to fight now. So anyone who goes to fight with wings is prosperous. Or if he cannot do that, أَوْ اسْتَسْلَمَ فَأَرَاهُ, or else he remains peaceful and leaves others in peace. If we fight now, what we do, many people get killed, Islam would disappear, the power of Islam would go, because that would become a war of attrition. There would be a tribal war. And then you could imagine, inside Medina there were different clans, outside Medina different tribes would have actually gathered around different clans of Medina, and what type of war after the Prophet would have been spread in all Arabian subcontinent. So the most prudent decision here, when people came to Ali immediately after the Bay'ah of Abu Bakr, the most prudent answer was that we have no power, don't put yourself and others in trouble. So أفلح من نهض بجناح أو استسلم فأراه, or else he remains peaceful and leaves others in peace. هذا ماء آجن, this is a turbid water. What he means by this, of course not Khilafah, because then he accepted Khilafah himself and he said that this is my right. What he means by هذا ماء آجن means this incident, what has happened, the Khilafah which is taken, the power that you are fighting for. Of course, Abu Sufyan was not fighting for Islam, he was fighting for his own, he was worried for his own pride, and he didn't imagine that this would happen someday, that people of that clan or that sub-branch of Quraysh would take power in Quraysh, which was quite improbable. So he says that leave this aside, this is muddy water. هذا ماء آجن ولقمة يغص بها آكلها. And it is a morsel that would suffocate the eater, the one who eats it. Either on the day of judgment or on this day. If you want to take this morsel, you will become suffocated. What this shows is that the young Ali at that time was completely aware of the power structure inside Medina and outside Medina, and what would happen if he had decided to wage a war. He didn't lack soldiers, of course. There were many soldiers that could fight for him, but not soldiers of Islam, certainly. Soldiers, some of whom were from Muhajirun and Ansar, but the majority would have been soldiers of Abu Sufyan coming in, and soldiers of other tribes coming for the booty of this war. So he said, this is not our war, certainly, not something that I'm going to fight it out. So, وَلُقْمَةٌ يَغُصُّ بِهَا آكِلُهَا وَمُجْتَنِ الثَّمَرَةِ لِغَيْرِ وَقْتِ إِنَاعِهَا كَالزَّارِعِ بِغَيْرِ أَرْضِهِ. And one who plucks fruit before ripening is like one who cultivated in another's field. It would not come to them, certainly. If you cultivate something in another person's field, you cannot get it but by trouble. And he says, this is not the time that we can claim this back. This is not our time yet. Now, of course, Sharif al-Rawi had omitted some parts of this khutbah because he was not sure whether these are additions to the khutbah or they are words of Ali alayhi salam, peace be on him. So, there is a discontinuation somewhere in the khutbah, but it shows, I mean, the way the khutbah goes shows that Ali said this at the end of all these discussions. Because people now told him, you are frightened. You were the man of war and all these things. Now you are frightened. You say that this is not our war. We cannot succeed. You are frightened of death. And others, of course, would have accused him that he is after the Khilafah and power. So he said himself, فَإِنْ أَقُلْ يَقُولُ حَرَسَ عَلَى الْمُلْكِ وَإِنْ أَسْكُتْ يَقُولُ جَزَعَ مِنَ الْمُلْكِ. If I speak, they would call me greedy towards power. That I am greedy for power, that's why I'm speaking, I'm talking to people about this issue. And if I keep quiet, they say that you are frightened of death. And the position, of course, was a very hard position. As in Shaqshaqiyya, we had that Amir al-Mu'minin said, فَاتَّفِقْتُ أَرْتَعِيَ بَيْنَ أَنْ أَصُولَ بِيَدٍ جَزَّاء أو أصبر على تخطيط عمياء. I pondered deeply whether I should stand and fight with a cut-off hand because I didn't have sincere followers to fight for me, or I wait over this dark period and wait for it to pass. And then he says, then I decided that no, waiting and having patience would be better. So here as well, you would see the type of trouble that he was in and the type of attitude that people would have taken regarding any decision that he would have made. So he says, فَإِنْ أَقُلْ يَقُولُ حَرَسَ عَلَى الْمُلْكِ. If I say anything, they say that he is greedy for power. وَإِنْ أَسْكُتْ يَقُولُ جَزَعَ مِنَ الْمَوْتِ. And if I keep quiet, they say he is frightened of death. حَيْهَاتْ بَعْدَ اللَّتَيَّا وَالَّتِي. Is far off after all those things, after my history that you know about. So, it is a pity that after all the ups and downs here, بعد اللتا والتي here translated as, it's a pity that after all the ups and downs I have been through, now they say such a thing from me. Meaning that I have never been afraid of death. You shouldn't talk about him like that. Wallah, then he says, he mentions a statement about his own attitude towards death. Wallah, labnu Abi Talib, anasu bil maut min at-tifl bi-saddi ummih. By Allah, I swear by Allah, that son of Abu Talib is more familiar with death than an infant with the breast of its mother. Meaning how an infant would return to the breast of its mother to be fed and to be satiated. My familiarity with death, my closeness with death, or my attitude towards death is even closer than a child, a baby towards the breast of its mother. Wallah, labnu Abi Talib, anasu bil mawt min at-tifl bi-thadi ummih. بل اندمجت على مكنون علم لو بحت به لاضطربتم اضطراب العرشية في الطويل البعيد. However, I keep quiet because I have come to a knowledge, I have been exposed to a knowledge that if I reveal it to you, you would be shaken. You would be shaken from fear. If I disclose it to you, you will start trembling like ropes in deep wells. Tawi were those wells which were somehow made with stones. The round which the walls of the well were made by stone, and it was a special type of well that it has a name in Arabic called tawi. Now, when they wanted to put the bucket into water and put it off, usually, maybe you have seen this, certainly back in your homes, and I have seen that as well. The rope would shake very quickly when the bucket is full of water and you want to bring it up. He says, if I disclose the knowledge that I have been exposed to, you will tremble and shake like that rope which brings the bucket up. Of course, it's a very nice allegory mentioned here, but what we get from this is that Amir al-Mu'mineen knows about all these things and where the direction of the Ummah is going to. Like what the Prophet, of course, knew and saw in his dream that Banu Umayyah will come and all these things. He says, I have been exposed to a knowledge that if I disclose it, then you will tremble. You don't know what is coming after all these things. And what Allah has actually destined for the Ummah as a fitna. Now, I say as a fitna because Allah says that even after Musa, we had somehow exposed Banu Israel to some fitna. Test. We wanted to test them. And why they failed in the test? Because they thought that there would be never a test for them. Because they were the chosen Ummah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They felt that there will never be a test there. So, as the Quran says, وَزَعَمُوا أَلَّا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ. They thought there will be no test afterwards. They have been given the Bible, Torah, they read it, they worship, they go close to Allah. They thought there's no fitna, no test. وَزَعَمُوا أَلَّا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ فَعَمُوا وَسَمُّوا. Then they went blind and deaf for that purpose. Now, here, of course, for Islam, there was a fitna as well, as is mentioned in the Quran. وَمَا جَعَلْنَا الرُّؤْيَا الَّتِي أَرَيْنَاكَ. Because Prophet saw in his dream that monkeys were going off his pulpits, and it was somehow explained or construed as the Banu Umayyah coming to power. Now, Allah says that وَمَا جَعَلْنَا الرُّؤْيَا الَّتِي أَرَيْنَاكَ إِلَّا فِتْنَةً لِلنَّاسِ. The dream you saw is a fitna, is a test coming for the people. Now, of course, this knowledge was given to the Prophet, and the same knowledge Prophet conveyed to Ali, peace be on him. So he said, I am exposed to a knowledge that if you know what this ummah is moving towards, what's the target, what is it heading towards it, so you will shake and tremble inside yourself. So now keep quiet. So this is a beautiful piece of history that which is reported from Ali alayhi salam in response to the offer of Abbas and Abu Sufyan. Now, if you want to go to a bit of history in this incident, as is mentioned by Ibn Abi al-Hadith. You know, I use Ibn Abi al-Hadith because it's a Sunni source. I don't want to use Shia sources here because this is a history which is somehow is a muddy type of history. We better use a Sunni source rather than a Shia source. Now he says that لما قبض رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, when the Prophet peace be on him was taken, passed away, and واشتغل علي بغسله ودفنه. Ali was engaged with doing the ghusl and burial of the Prophet. وبويع Abu Bakr. While he was actually busy with that, the bay'ah with Abu Bakr happened. خلى الزبير وأبو سفيان وجماعة من المهاجرين بعباس وعلي عليه السلام لإجالة الرأي. Zubayr, Abu Sufyan, and a group of Muhajirun, they went to Abbas and Ali to consult, to discuss what to do. Because there was now the bay'ah there, they didn't know whether they have to follow, whether they shouldn't follow. So they تكلموا بكلام يقتضي الاستنهاض والتحريج. They spoke with a type of tone which implied uprising, opposition, struggle, resistance. فقال العباس رضي الله عنه, Abbas said, okay, we heard what you said, those group of Muhajirun, Zubayr and others, we heard what you said, we will think about it. And we will let you know whether we want to fight or we don't want to fight. Now, at that point, Ali alayhi salam said this khutbah, that شقوا أمواج الفتن بسفن النجاة. This is the instance where Ali actually had this khutbah mentioned. Now, Bara bin Azib, one of the famous companions of Prophet, he mentions as well, Lam azal libani Hashim. Right from the beginning, I was on the side of Banu Hashim. Muhibban, I loved Banu Hashim, because Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet himself were from Banu Hashim. When Prophet passed away, خفت أن تتمالى قريش على إخراج هذا الأمر. When Prophet passed away, I fear that Quraysh now wants to take this issue of ruling and wilaya and khilafah out of Banu Hashim. So, although I was very sad because of the demise of the Prophet, I was going to Banu Hashim, who were in the hujrah of the Prophet, busy with the ghusl and burial issues, and looking at the people who were there. وَأَتَفَقَّدُ وُجُوهَ قُرَيْشِ, to see which man of Quraysh is here present, which man is not present, because I was fearful that something might immediately happen, things go out of hand. And while I was looking, فَأَنَّا كَذَلِكَ إِذْ فَقَدْتُ أَبَا بَكْرَ وَأُمَرَ, I saw Abu Bakr and Umar are not there. So I felt worried. وَإِذَا قَائِلٌ يَقُولُ, and I asked people, where is Abu Bakr, where is Umar, why they are not here present for the ghusl of the Prophet? Someone told me they are in Saqifa Bani Sa'id. And then, not long past, someone else told me that قَدْ بُويَ Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr has now been given the bay'ah. finished. So I hurried towards Abu Bakr. No, I rushed out to see what has happened. وَإِذَا أَنَا بِأَبِي بَكْرٍ قَدْ أَقْبَلَ. Then I saw Abu Bakr is coming. And with him were Umar and Abu Ubaidah وَجَمَاعَةٌ مِنْ أَصْحَابِ السَّقِيفَةِ, and a group of people from Ashab al-Saqifa. And what they were doing, they were taking people and they were bringing them before Abu Bakr. They took their hands, they made their hands to touch the hand of Abu Bakr and left them, and they said, this is your bay'ah. So what they did, so لا يمرون بأحد إلا خبطوه. They took him out of their way. وقدموه, they brought it before Abu Bakr. فمدوا يده, they took their hands. فمسحوها على يد أبي بكر, and they rubbed it to the hand of Abu Bakr to be their bay'ah. شاء ذلك أو أبى, they wanted or they didn't want. Now, as I said, this is of course not our report. This is a report of Bara bin Azib from Ibn Abi al-Hadith. فَأَنْكَرَتْ أَقْلِي. Now I said, this is not right. This cannot be right. This type of bid'ah cannot be right. My reasoning was denying such a thing. وَخَرَجْتُ أَشْتَدُّ حَتَّى انْتَهَيْتُ إِلَى بَنِي هَاشِمٍ. Now I rushed towards Banu Hashim again, towards the house of the Prophet, towards the houses of Banu Hashim, and وَالْبَابُ مُغْلَقٌ, their door was locked, and I started to knock very hard and strongly, and I was shouting, قَدْ بَايَعَ النَّاسِ لَأَبِي بَكْرِ بْنِ أَبِي قُحَافَةَ. People have given bay'ah to Abu Bakr. Abbas said, may their hands be broken. People did not obey me. And I had told you what to do. Abbas probably wanted a fight to happen. And of course Ali, who was the only one who people would have given him bay'ah from Banu Hashim, he said no. And now Abbas became angry. He said, I told you what to do, you did not agree. Then Bara says, وَرَأَيْتُ فِي اللَّيْلِ الْمِقْدَادِ وَسَلْمَانِ وَأَبَا ذَرٍ. I saw on the night Miqdad, Salman and Abu Dhar وَعُبَادَةَ ibn Samit وَابْنُ التَّيْهَانِ وَحُذَيْفَةَ وَأَمَّارِ وَهُمْ يُرِيدُونَ أَنْ يُعِيدُوا الْأَمْرَ شُورَى بَيْنَ الْمُهَاجِرِينَ. They were consulting and they were saying the solution is not of course fighting. We have to say we don't accept this bay'ah. Let's have another shura and decide. This is what they wanted to do. Salman and Abu Dhar and Hudayfa and Ammar, they said we have another shura and we decide about it. And this of course reached Umar and Abu Bakr. So they became very angry. They sent to Abu Ubaidah and Mughira ibn Shu'bah and they said, what should we do? If they take Muhajirun and Ansar and if they agree, then what would be the solution? Now what the solution was, they told we go to Abbas. We cannot approach Ali, of course. He's not accepting anything from us. We go to Abbas and we tell him, why are you somehow motivating people against us? If you want a share of this, we give you. To you and to your children. So this is what they did. They went to Abbas, they started to talk to him with very soft language. Abu Bakr, we know that you are uncle of the Prophet, we know you are respected, and we did this for the good of the Ummah. If you want a share of this, we give you. Now, of course, Abu Bakr spoke a very soft language. فَأَعْتَرَضَ كَلَامَهُ Umar. Now Umar interrupted. وخرج إلى مذهبه في الخشونة والوعيد وأتيان الأمر من أصعب الجهات. This is interesting that Ibn Abi al-Hadith knows the characteristics of Umar ibn al-Khattab. He says that now he started to speak according to his own temperament, with harshness, with threatening, and always doing things from the most difficult door, going through the most difficult door. So he said that you shouldn't think إِنَّا لَمْ نَأْتِكُمْ hajatan ilaykum. You shouldn't think that we have come to you because we need you. But we didn't want that the Muslimun would tell us that you have ignored Banu Hashim, you haven't given anything to them. However, Abbas of course rejected the offer. And then Ali as well rejected the offer of Abbas and Abu Sufyan. Then there are things about what Abu Sufyan said, which I mentioned that. Now, just two other sentences before I finish. He said that the father of Abu Bakr, Abu Quhafa, because it was Abu Bakr ibn Abu Quhafa, ibn Abu Quhafa. The father of Abu Bakr was very surprised when people paid allegiance to his son. And people came to him, وَقِيلَ لَأَبِي قُحَافَ يَوْمَ وَلَّ الْأَمْرَ ابْنُهُ. When the day his son had taken the position of Walaya and Khilafah, they came to Abu Quhafa to congratulate him. And they said, قَدْ وَلَّ ابْنُكَ الْخِلَافَةِ. Now, Khilafah has come to your son. He was of course a very old man. He, upon hearing this, فَقَرَأَ قُلِ اللَّهُمَّ مَالِكَ الْمُلْكِ تُؤْتِ الْمُلْكَ مَنْ تَشَاءُ وَتَنْزِعُ الْمُلْكَ مِمَّنْ تَشَاءُ. And this is very interesting because it means that Allah has taken mulk from the family of the Prophet and given the mulk to his family. I mean, this is a misplaced verse mentioned here. Then he said, why did they give Khilafah to my son? He was very surprised. He said, ثُمَّ قَالَ لَمَا وَلُّوا. Why did they give Khilafah to my son? قَالُوا لِسَنِّهِ. They said, because of his old age. You know, one of the justification was that he was the elder companion, one of the elder companions of the Prophet. قَالُوا لِسَنِّهِ. So he said, قَالَ أَنَا أَسَنُّ مِنْ. He said, I'm older than him. Why they don't give it to me? Why they give it to my son? And also, when this fight was going between Abu Sufyan and Abu Bakr, he said that أَغْلَظَ لَهُ Abu Bakr. At the end, Abu Bakr became angry and he started to speak very harshly, using bad language with Abu Sufyan. His father, Abu Quhafa, said, يَا بُنَيَّ أَتَقُولُ هَذَا لَأَبِي سُفْيَانَ شَيْخِ الْبَطْحَى. Do you say such a thing to Abu Sufyan, who is the master of Makkah, Shaykh al-Batha? I mean, why he has brought all these to bring the mentality of Abu Quhafa. Still thinks that Abu Sufyan is master of Makkah, master of Batha. And he said, my son, why do you speak to the master of Makkah like this? قال إن الله تعالى رفع بالإسلام بيوتا ووضع بيوتا. He said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with Islam has raised high some of the houses of Muslimun and has humiliated others, and Abu Sufyan is humiliated. فَكَانَ مِمَّا رُفِعْ بَيْتُكَ يَا أَبَتِ. Now our house, our base, our family now has been raised to the position of power and rulership. Now, I think, I'm not sure why Ibn Abdul Hadid has chosen these bits of history, because this is of course selection of history he has chosen to bring here. The sayings of Abu Quhafa, of Abu Sufyan, of Abu Bakr. He wants to show that what was the mentality of people. I mean, if a person like Abu Quhafa, father of Abu Bakr, still was thinking of Abu Sufyan as master of Makkah, I mean, you can imagine what other people thought. And how then Ali could come and say, okay, I fight with the help of these people to take back the Khilafah. In fact, he is explaining why Amir al-Mu'mineen said that I have no wing to fight with, to fly with. So the best thing is that I rest and let other people rest. I am at ease now, I let other people to be at ease. It's not the time وصلى الله على محمد وعلى
We'll now have the time for questions. Inshallah, there should be a mic available on the ladies, and Shaykh will repeat the questions without an answer. So if the ladies have any questions.
Apparently this is men's business.
Sheikh, I was wondering that supposing Imam Ali had had the chance to rule Muslims from the beginning, because when you look at his life, 4 years of his ruling, he had so much difficulties and he was then martyred. But if he had been given that chance at the beginning, from the beginning, then the period of 25 years which he got, he wouldn't have got that chance of to be within the people and spread the correct Islam. So in a way, I think it was better the way it happened.
So you are somehow endorsing what God has planned?
No.
You are not.
I don't know what you mean by endorsing, but let's look at Imam Hussain alayhi salam's example.
Yeah.
Because we all mourn and we commemorate the martyrdom, but in the end, the result is that we know that up to the end of the Qiyamah, with all that we said, we know that if Imam Hussain hadn't stood up, then Islam, what is now there, is whatever is left of the true Islam, wouldn't have been left as true Islam. So what if Imam Ali got the chance of the 25 years period? He wouldn't have got that chance. Maybe he may have been martyred in the first few years of Islam.
Well, we can never imagine what course the history would have taken if even the smallest factor would have changed place or something like that. It's very difficult to speculate. So I don't think we could ever think or imagine what would have happened if, for example, Amir al-Mu'minin would have taken the Khilafah right in the beginning or something like that. Very difficult. Sorry, the question was that if Amir al-Mu'minin had taken Khilafah right from the beginning, he wouldn't have the chance to live among the people and spread Islam right from the beginning after the demise of the Prophet. So maybe this was better for him to be among the people rather than being the Caliph.
Should we ask the question?
Yes.
Hadith is funny, and presumably he's respected by Muslims as an authentic person. And the way he's written about the first two Khalifas, I still don't understand how they can attribute so much praise to them. I mean, he's making that something so negative and so normal like the rest of us. Why do they attribute such high qualities to them? From where?
So please, you yourself repeat the question now that you have the mic.
Okay, if Ibn al-Hadid is such a renowned scholar and the Sunnis presumably have a lot of respect for him, why do they attribute so much respect to the two Khalifas when Ibn al-Hadid himself does not do that? And in fact, he paints them in such a negative light.
You see, there is a dilemma here when we go to the history and when we go to the books of Hadith. In the books of Hadith, you see rawayat from the Prophet, peace be on him, in praise of Abu Bakr, Umar and Uthman, very much. And it is of course amazing. I mean, why Prophet should have praised this much Abu Bakr and Umar and Uthman? I mean, in retrospect, when we look, it's very natural, because these were very prominent people now after the Prophet, but they were not as prominent, I mean more prominent than others before becoming Caliph. So it gives some sort of suspicion that why only these people are singled out for praise by the Prophet, peace be on him. However, It's there. In books of hadith, there are lots of praise about Abu Bakr, Umar and Uthman. You have these traditions about Umar that many verses of the Quran were revealed because Umar had suggested something. And Allah had actually agreed with Umar and had revealed verses of the Quran. Even in some cases, Prophet disagreed with Umar, but the verses were revealed afterwards confirming what Umar said, for example. I mean, we have lots of these ahadith. When we come to history, of course, history is very different. History is an analysis of what went, and is somehow the best judge as well, by which we can judge people. Because by ahadith, it's a hadith reported from the Prophet. But history are events that you can never deny. So even Ibn Abil Hadid, when he comes to the description of Umar and Abu Bakr, he goes to those ahadith. And he says, okay, these are praised by the Prophet. When he comes to history, he says, okay, there was ikhtilaf. There was disagreement among companions. And this is what Abu Bakr did, this is what Umar did, this is what Ali did, for example. And he says, I refrain from judging. As most Sunni scholars say, they say, we are not God. We cannot judge these people. And there are lots of ahadith from the Prophet who say that my companions are the best. My qarn is the best qarn. It means my generation is the best generation. My companions are like stars. Any one of them you follow, you are guided. So then they say, okay, this means that we shouldn't judge them. We leave the judgment to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. However, the history is so clear that when they come to historical analysis, they cannot deny what went on at the beginning.
Alaykum salam. I have a question, Sheikh. You know, when there were actually some people were opposing the choice of Abu Bakr, among these, wasn't there anyone who remembered the incident Sahifa quoted it? Because so many people were present. Was this ever brought in picture or the history hasn't recorded at all?
Yeah, I just read one incident of that recording from Bara ibn Azib, who had reported what happened and who were the people who opposed, who were the people who agreed, and how the bay'ah was taken. This is only one instance. There are many, many other instances of recording and reporting what went on and what happened in Saqifa.
Thank you.
Shaykh, there is a quite widely held view that the origin of Shia Islam it could be dated back to the events that you have just related to and discussed in your lecture. Obviously, we don't subscribe to that view. We say that Shia Islam predates even that event. Could you? I am still trying to, in my own mind, trying to struggle. How can I express that opinion to my Sunnah brothers or sisters?
Yeah, because we have mention of Shia to Ali at the time of the Prophet. I mean, this is a hadith reported by both Sunnis and Shias, that Ali wa Shi'atuhu humul fa'izun, Ali and his followers are fa'izun, for example. Or in many instances, when something was mentioned, Prophet, for example, said, Ya Ali, this is about you and your Shia, for example. Now, the best thing is that why those who oppose the bay'ah of Abu Bakr, why did they oppose this? And why they were inclined towards Ali? The reason is because they had heard from the Prophet that Ali is the wali of mu'minun after me. So when we say it predates this event, it means that those who supported Ali on that event had heard previously that the Prophet had appointed Ali as wali or as Khalif or whatever. So everything goes back to the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And in fact, this is why the bay'ah the bay'ah of Abu Bakr was a very difficult thing to pull together. because people all had the memory of what Prophet had said about Ali, the memory of Al-Ghadir and all these things. So it was very difficult to put together. It came by force. I mean, if it was not for that reason, why should Muslimun actually pay bay'ah forcefully? They would have a consultation and they would have appointed someone and it would have gone very smoothly. Why it came, why with such hurry, why with such rush? It was because in everyone's memory, things should have gone some other direction rather than this direction.
Just a brief follow-up. I think when we talk to our Al-Sunnah brothers and sisters, when we try to relate to historical events, it becomes a question of validity and judgment. Could you identify any references to, say for example, the Quran, which is accepted by both schools, where we can identify the lineage in such a way that it was prescribed appropriately that the Shia Islam and Imam Ali would be the successor?
But if it was as easy as that, I mean, everyone would have become a Shia. Or, I mean, our Sunni brothers and sisters, they do not follow their faith because they are arrogant or because they want to defy Allah or they want to defy Prophet. They think that way because things are confused. I mean, if you can make it quite clear, then no one would be confused. So, and the confusion comes from the history, from the forged hadith and all these things. And any verse of the Quran, you can interpret it in a different way. And therefore, this confusion is going to go on and on and on. However, the history that usually is mentioned and is there is not from Shia sources. It's all from Sunni sources. And I think the books of history are the best witness that would show the disagreement of Ali with all these things. It shows how the bay'ah was taken. It shows how some people were not satisfied. And all these things, I think history books are a very good witness for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheikh Ibn Abdul Hadidi will be regarded as a Sunni scholar. In spite of knowing all this history, why do you call him as a Sunni scholar? Does it have a different context in those days than what we mean by Sunni now?
He is a Sunni. He is a Sunni, Mu'tazili Sunni. You know, Mu'tazilis were somehow close in their theology and also in the analysis of the history to Shias. However, as I said, he has explained all these things, but he said, I do not want to judge the Sahaba and companions. And in this way, of course, he will become a Sunni. And he says that I don't say that Abu Bakr was wrong or Umar was wrong. I, of course, have criticism against Umar because of his harsh attitude, his quick-temperedness and all these things. However, well, I follow the Ahl Sunnah habit in this, that I do not judge, I respect all of them, I accept the Khilafah of Abu Bakr, so in this way he will become a Sunni. Okay? وصلى الله على محمد وعلى أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. In the statements number 6, 8, 9, and 10, and also 11, 12, 13, 14, and 14, Amir al-Mu'mineen speaks about the people who followed the camel carrying the wife of the Prophet, called S.a.w.w. Jamal. Of course, these are different bits and pieces of Amir al-Mu'mineen's statements on different occasions, collected and put together here by Sharif al-Razi. Of course, he has put them in an order to denote that he had different statements on different occasions, and we could put them on the same thread. Of course, these are very short statements recorded from Amir al-Mu'mineen, and the longer versions are found in other books. However, in Nahjul Balagha, as we mentioned several times, the purpose of Sharif al-Razi was to bring only the most eloquent statements known in Arabic language, and therefore he has picked those sentences which are parables and examples of eloquence in Arabic language and has brought them here. Now, in statement number 6, we cannot call it a sermon. Of course, it's a part of a sermon given in an occasion. However, now it's just a short statement recorded from Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. Here, Sharif al-Razi says, لما أشير عليه بأن لا يتبع طلحة والزبير ولا يرصد لهما القتال، وفيه يبين عن صفته بأنه عليه السلام لا يخطئ. When he was told, the suggestion came to him that he should not follow Talha and Zubayr and should not ambush them, or should not wait or obstruct their way and consequently make a fight against them. He had made that statement when the suggestion came to him to this effect. Because, as we know, I will go through the story of Talha and Zubayr and what happened to him. When they wanted to move out and to start the battle against Amir al-Mu'mineen, and Amir al-Mu'mineen knew what they wanted to do, where they were going, people didn't know what type of stance should Amir al-Mu'mineen take against Talha and Zubayr, because these were two very close companions of the Prophet, peace be on him. And people were confused: should we fight in the army of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali, or should we fight in the army of Talha and Zubayr and Aisha? Which one? And many people were confused in this. You can imagine yourself in that situation, and you will find the decision making was very hard. That's why some people said, do not make a fight against Talha and Zubayr. You would lose your credibility right from the beginning. Now, what Amir al-Mu'mineen mentions here, I mentioned, and then I'll go through the story of Talha and Zubayr and who they were, and how prominent and important they were among other Sahaba of the Prophet, peace be on him. He says that, Wallahi, when he was told as such, the suggestion came to him that just leave them do whatever they want and do not lose your credibility by fighting against them. He said, Wallahi la akunu kazzabu. Zabu is an animal which is deceived very easily. It's called badger in English. Now, of course, these badgers were famous in Arab, especially as an example in Arabic language, of an animal which is deceived very easily. Because they said when they wanted to hunt these animals, the badgers, Usually they went into holes or caves, and the one who wanted to hunt them, they went to the opening of the hole or the cave, and they started to beat the ground with some stone or stick or something continuously and in a very soft manner. And the badger started to sleep, and then they made lots of poetry about that, because usually they said when the hunters wanted to hunt this zabo, what they said, they went to the opening of the hole, they started to hit the ground with a stone to give a very continuous type of constant sound. And then they started to say, Hamari Abu Amr, Hamari Abu Amr, sleep Abu Amr, and Abu Amr they meant this double, the badger. And they said that by this way the animal would have slept, and then they could hunt, just put a rope around their legs and pull them out of the hole. Now, it was an example, a parable in Arabic language. And Amir al-Mu'minin uses that here. He says, I wouldn't be like a badger. تنام على طول اللدم. For the whole period of that constant beating and hitting of the earth, giving the sound, he would sleep. حتى يصل إليها طالبها. The animal would sleep until the hunter goes and hunted. I am not going to be like that. Now, of course, Amir al-Mu'minin is alluding to something very important, that up till now he didn't have power, of course. He was doing whatever he wanted. Now that he's a ruler, he has to protect his authority. And he cannot just sleep and people go and do different things and say, okay, I leave them to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He does to them whatever they deserve. No, I'm not going to be like that. Wallahi la akunu kadhabu. I swear by Allah, I wouldn't be like a badger. Tanamu ala tul al-ladam. He would sleep the whole length of those beatings, hatta yasila ilayha talibuha, until the hunter who is after it would reach it, وَيَحْتِلَهَا رَاصِدُهَا, and the person who lies in ambush would deceive them. وَلَكِنِّي, well, of course, what I do, I'm not going to sleep like the badger. وَلَكِنِّي أَضْرِبُ بِالْمُقْبِلِ إِلَى الْحَقِّ الْمُدْبِرَ عَنْهُ. With those who have turned towards the truth, towards haqq, I will hit the face of those who have turned away from haqq. Means that now that I have power and I have people around me who have turned to the truth, I will fight with the help of these people, those who have turned away from haqq. وَبِالسَّامِعِ الْمُطِيعِ الْعَاصِيَ الْمُرِيبِ, and I will fight with the help of those who listen and obey against those who disobey and doubt. Abadan, of course, I'll do that as a constant habit. حَتَّى يَأْتِيَ عَلَيَّ يَوْمِي, until my day comes and I pass away. I'm going to do that. فَوَاللَّهِ مَا زِلْتُ مَدْفُوعًا عَنْ حَقِّي مُسْتَأْثَرًا عَلَيَّ مُنْذُ قَبَضَ اللَّهُ نَبِيَّهُ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ حَتَّى يَوْمِ النَّاسِ هَذَا. I swear by Allah that I was constantly deprived of my rights, which was of course Khilafah of the Prophet. I was deprived of my rights, and other people were given my rights. Musta'tharan alayya. Istithar is to give one person's right to another person's right, to another person, and my right was given to others. Since the Prophet's history and him had been taken by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, passed away, until this day, hatta yawm al-nas hada. So I'm not going, now that the power has come to me, and by this power I can I can establish justice and truth, I'm not going to lose it. I'm not going to wait for other people to come and take it out of my hand. Now, several things we can understand from this khutbah. Of course, the most important is that the rulership means, of course, conflict, battles, and a person like Amir al-Mu'mineen, who is very much inclined towards Akhirah, has no other choice but to involve in all these things. He has to come forth, he has to involve himself in all these things. And secondly, the planning is very important. It's not the case that since a Muslim is with haqq, he could leave things to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Especially when they are in charge of the society, in charge of the community. They have to plan, they have to think, they have to be aware of deceptions that might come from different quarters. They have to be careful not to be deceived by others. This is another thing that Amir al-Mu'mineen said. It's not good to be like a badger and be deceived all the time by the hunter and to become a hunt of others. We have to plan, think, and counter the plot and conspiracy. Now, the most bitter instance of Amir al-Mu'mineen's Khilafah, which of course came right at the beginning, was this Battle of Jamal. The succeed was very easy for Amir al-Mu'mineen to fight with Muawiyah. That was not a big deal, because Muawiyah and people around him were known for everyone. Nahrawan and the Khawarij, they were very difficult because they were outwardly, apparently, they were very pious people. All the time they had words of Quran in their mouth, but they did not have that type of background and history among Muslims. They were not prominent companions of the Prophet. They were not people of outstanding prominence among Muslims. However, in the first battle that Amir al-Mu'mineen had, the Jamal, the people fighting on the other side were not insignificant people. First of all, and first and foremost, was Aisha al-Mu'mineen, riding on a camel, encouraging people to go and fight against Amir al-Mu'mineen. And of course, this was something that could have very easily enticed people into that war. Talha and Zubayr were people who were promised paradise by the Prophet. And these were on different occasions. And how we can actually bring this into our understanding and theology about what the Prophet said and how his companions acted after him is something that we have to address very seriously. Now, Talha was one of the companions of the Prophet, peace be on him, who was as well a member of the Shura that Umar appointed. So very prominent person. Because the 6 people appointed for the Shura, out of which Osman came out as a caliph, were very prominent people. Everyone respected them. One of them was Talha. And he was one of the people who steadfastly protected the Prophet in Uhud. And you know, in the Battle of Uhud, people dispersed from around the Prophet. Just only a few people stood by the Prophet, protected the Prophet. One of them was Talha. And he lost actually some of his fingers there. While a sword was coming to the Prophet, he protected the Prophet with his own fingers, with his own hands. And therefore, you can now imagine what type of respect he gained by that type of sacrifice that he offered to the Prophet, peace be on him. And it was on that occasion that the Prophet has reportedly said that اليوم أوجب طلحة الجنة. Today paradise became wajib for Talha, for what he did. Now, that's why they say he's one of the al-asharatul mubashshara, the 10 people who were promised paradise. Of course, these 10 people were not people who were at once mentioned by the Prophet that they were going to go to paradise. On different occasions, one of the occasions was Uhud, that Talha, of course, very bravely protected the Prophet, and he has reportedly received a statement from the Prophet that اليوم أوجب طلحة الجنة. Today, paradise is wajib for Talha. This is a promise of paradise, of course. Now, how we are going to resolve the issue of someone fighting against Ali alayhi salam and then having that history is an issue that we have to address, as I said. And you can realize the difficulty of the situation for Ali alayhi salam, peace be on him, fighting against Talha and Zubayr. As I said, they were not insignificant people. They were people who had respect all their lives due to their companionship and due to the sacrifices they offered for the Prophet, peace be on him. And Zubayr, of course, more important than Talha, although he was not, although he was a family member of the house of the Prophet and Ali alayhi salam, but this was not his only merit. He had many other merits as well. He was Zubayr ibn al-Awam ibn Khuwaylid ibn Asad, and therefore he was his mother was Safiya bint Abdul Muttalib, who was an aunt to the Prophet, peace be on him. So he was a cousin of the Prophet, a cousin of Ali, peace be on him, and between him and Ali was a very close relationship from the early days of Islam, both of them fighting with each other, alongside with each other, for the cause of Islam. And again, this is, Zubayr was another one of those 10 people who were promised paradise by the Prophet. And another person who had actually stayed with the Prophet on the day of Uhud. And it is reported from the Prophet that لكل نبي حواري وحواري الزبير. Every prophet has a close disciple, and my close disciple is Zubayr. It is not, of course, inconceivable that Prophet has mentioned such a statement on some occasions about these people, about some of his companions. It's completely conceivable. And the close relationship that was between Zubayr and Ali as cousins as well is mentioned in the history. So it was a very, very bitter occasion for Ali to fight against both Talha and Zubayr. Now, what happens? After Ali was given the rulership, the caliphate, Talha and Zubayr went to him. Now, what exactly they told him, I want to find that, and to see why the fight actually broke out between Talha and Zubayr and Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. Here Ibn Abdul Hadith says that after Amir al-Mu'mineen was given the bay'ah, جاء الزبير وطلحة إلى علي عليه السلام, just a few days after the bay'ah, and they told him, يا أمير المؤمنين قد رأيت ما كنا فيه من الجفوة في ولاية عثمان كلها. You know that we were wrong and deprived during the time of Uthman. And they were, of course, prominent companions of the Prophet. And you know how Uthman treated Banu Umayyah and how he treated us. And now وَقَدْ وَلَّاكَ اللَّهُ الْخِلَافَ مِنْ بَعْدِ. Now Allah has given you the Khilafah after him. فَوَلَّنَا بَعْدَ أَعْمَالِكَ. So you have now to appoint us to some of the counties, to some cities. فَقَالَ لَهُمَا, Amir al-Mu'mineen said to them, told them that أَرْضِيَا بِقَسْمِ اللَّهِ لَكُمَا حَتَّى أَرَى رَعِيِّ. You have to be content with what Allah has destined for you, and wait until I decide about you, what I want to do. Whether I want to appoint you to somewhere or I don't want to appoint you somewhere. وَأَعْلَمَ أَنِّي لَا أُشْرِكُ فِي أَمَانَتِي إِلَّا مَنْ أُرْضِي بِدِينِهِ وَأَمَانَتِهِ مِنْ أَصْحَابِهِ. And you should know, I'm not going to appoint anyone, to share anyone with my power, unless I establish the sincerity of their faith and their amana, their trustworthiness. I have to know, I have to examine, I have to see who's most trustful, who's most sincere. Then I give my amana. I would share my power with them. Wait until I see. They went out and they negotiated with themselves. They came back to Ali and they said, would you permit us to go to Umrah? Now this is where the whole problem is from. Again he reports that specifically Talha and Zubayr asked Ali to appoint them as rulers of Basra and Kufa. He said, okay, I will think about it, whether I want to appoint you as rulers of Basra and Kufa or not. Then he negotiated with Mughayrat ibn Shu'bah. Of course, Mughayrat ibn Shu'bah was an enemy of Amir al-Mu'mineen, and then he joined the camp of Muawiyah. But why Amir al-Mu'mineen consulted with Mughayrat ibn Shu'bah? Because at that time he was the ruler of Kufa. Because he was a ruler of Kufa from the time of Umar and then Uthman, and then later on Amir al-Mu'mineen deposed him, and then again at the time of Muawiyah he was reinstated as ruler of Kufa. So Amir al-Mu'mineen, just out of respect, consulted him, and he told Amir al-Mu'mineen that yes, these are not insignificant people. And of course you don't have Banu Umayyah behind you as Uthman has, so they can make trouble for you. What I suggest, you say that these people are not after sincerity, they are after rulership. What I suggest to you is that you give them Basra and Kufa now, and let them rule there until your power is established. And then you do whatever you want. You want to depose them or whatever. Now, and of course, this was, politically, this was a good consultation, good advice given to Ali by Mughayrat ibn Shu'bah. Now, then Ali, alayhi salam, consulted Ibn Abbas. And all these give us lesson as well. I mean, a person like Ali consults different people about an issue. Like, for example, appointing a person for ruling a city. He asked Ibn Abbas, قال ما ترى؟ قال يا أمير المؤمنين إن الكوفة والبصرة أين الخلافة. Kufa and Basra are two eyes of Khilafah. If you lose Kufa and Basra, you know, Kufa and Basra were garrison cities, were barracks actually, and they were formed and established by Umar as two very main centers of army from which he could attack both Iran and Rome. So from Basra he could attack Iran, and from Kufa he could attack Rome, Sham, and therefore the whole power of Khilafah was based in Basra and Kufa. Now he said, Ibn Abbas said, well, you know, Basra and Kufa are very important. It's not insignificant cities. And they are the eyes of Khilafah. And وَمَكَانُ طَلْحَ وَالزُّبَيْرِ مِنَ الْإِسْلَامِ مَا قَدْ عَلِمْ. And Talha and Zubayr are not insignificant people. You know how important they are for the people. What would happen if you appoint them for Basra and Kufa? They get strength. Then they can conspire against you. وَلَسْتُ آمِنُهُمَا إِنْ وَلَّيْتُمَا أَنْ يُحْدِثَ أَمْرًا. I'm not sure that if you give them the rulership that they are not going to fight against you. Then Ali said, okay, I will think about all these things. And interestingly enough, Mughayra gave the same consultation to Ali about Muawiyah. Because Mughayra said, do not depose Muawiyah, do not remove Muawiyah from his power now, because you are not powerful at the moment. Let him be there for a while, and let him pay allegiance to you, and after a while you would remove him. Again, politically it was a good opinion. However, Amir al-Mu'minin was not after politics. He was, of course, a wise person, but he wanted to establish values for us, not just how a politician can win and rule the support of people, and then he could discard of them whenever they are weak or whenever they gain power. So he didn't take that advice as well. Now what he did, he told to Talha and Zubayr, wait until I think they sense that Amir al-Mu'minin is not a man who would deal with people, who would make deal with people, who would bargain about the Khilafah. So they started among themselves to think about some other means. Now, it was in this midst that Muawiyah found out that what is the position of Talha and Zubayr. So he wrote them a letter. Now, you can see how shrewd Muawiyah was at that time. He wrote them a letter and to Zubayr. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. لعبد الله الزبير أمير المؤمنين من معاوية ابن أبي سفيان. So he called Zubayr Amir al-Mu'mineen, meaning that I do not pay allegiance to Ali, I pay allegiance to you. Now how simple-minded Zubayr was, thinking that Muawiyah is going to pay allegiance to him, and calling him Amir al-Mu'mineen. He says, Salamun alayk, amma ba'd, فَإِنِّي قَدْ بَايَعْتُ لَكَ أَهْلَ الشَّامِ. I have taken the bay'ah of Ahl al-Sham for you. You are now Amir al-Mu'mineen. From Sham, you can be relieved. Everyone has given you the pledge. And what I suggest, فَدُونَكَ الْكُوفَةِ وَالْبَصْرَةِ. Now be careful, take Kufa and Basra. Now, as I said, Kufa and Basra was very, very important. Very important. And Muawiyah wanted Amir al-Mu'minin not to have those two cities. So he says, go to Kufa and Basra. لا يسبقك إليها ابن أبي طالب. Be careful, Ali ibn Abi Talib do not precede you in taking those two cities. فإنه لا شيء بعد هذين المكرين. Because after these two cities, there's nothing else. If you take these two cities from Ali, he has no power completely. And what else I have done? قد بايعت لطلحة بن عبيد الله من بعده. And I have taken the pledge for Talha after you, that after you die, Talha will become the caliph. فأظهر الطلب بدم عثمان. Go and seek the blood of Uthman, the recompense for the blood of Uthman, distribution for the blood of Uthman. And this is what exactly they did. It really amazes a person looking into the history, how these people, close companions of the Prophet, were played by Muawiyah at his cause against Ali, peace be on him. So go and ask for the blood of Uthman. وَلْيَكُنْ مِنْكُمَ الْجِدُّ وَالتَّشْمِيرُ أَظْفَرَكُمُ اللَّهُ. May God give you victory and success. وَخَذَلَ مُنَاوِرُكُمَا. And may He humiliate your enemies. Now, when the letter came to Zubayr, he was out of himself. well, Muawiyah has taken the whole pledge of Sham, Bay'ah of Sham for me. He went to Talha and he said, we are now Amirul Mu'mineen, I am Amirul Mu'mineen first, you are Amirul Mu'mineen second. And they did not doubt at all that Muawiyah was conspiring something. They said, yes, Muawiyah has taken the pledge for us. And they started their plan. The first thing they did, they went to Ali and they said, we want to go for Umrah. Now, of course, Ali sensed the trouble. Why these people are moving out from Medina. So he told them that, I know you are not going to Umrah, but be careful, do not break the pledge that you have made with me. Because they had paid allegiance to Ali, they had made bay'ah with Ali, they were from among the first people who had made bay'ah with Ali. Now Ali says that you want to move out, I know, I'm sensing something out of this, but be careful, do not break the pledge and the allegiance that you have with me. Now, the story is mentioned again by Ibn Abil Hadith. He says that Zubayr and Talha came to Ali. They asked permission to go to Umrah. فَقَالَ مَا الْأُمْرَةَ تُرِيدَانِ Ali said, I know you are not intending to go to Umrah. فَحَلَفَا لَهُ بِاللَّهِ أَنَّهُمَا مَا يُرِيدَانِ غَيْرَ الْأُمْرَةِ They swear by Allah that they only want to go to Umrah. Again, Ali told them, you are not intending to go to Umrah. مَا الْأُمْرَةَ تُرِيدَانِ وَإِنَّمَا تُرِيدَانَ الْغَدْرَةَ You are intending to betray. وَنَقْتَ الْبَيْعَ You want to break your pledge. Again, they swear by Allah, and this is very famous. 3 times they swear by Allah that you are not intending anything but Umrah. فَحَلَفَ بِاللَّهِ مَا الْخَلَافُ عَلَيْهِ وَلَا نَقْتُ بَيْعَةً يُرِيدَانِ They swear by Allah, they are not intending to oppose him or to break their pledge. وَمَا رَأْيُهُمَا غَيْرَ الْأُمْرَةِ And they are not intending for anything but the Umrah. قَالَ لَهُمَا Now Ali told them, okay, I accept from you. فَأُعِيدَ الْبَيْعَ لِي ثَانِيَةً Give me another pledge. Give me another bay'ah, so that you assure me that you are going for Umrah only, not for anything else. And what they did, فَأَعَادَاهَا بَأَشَدِّ مَا يَكُونُ مِنَ الْأَيْمَانِ وَالْمَوَاثِيقِ They repeated their pledge with Ali with the severest and strongest swears and pledges that is possible. We are with you, we pay allegiance to you, we make bay'ah with you, and after this, فَأَذَنَ لَهُمَا He said, okay, I permit you, you go. فَلَمَّا خَرَجَ مِنْهُ When they went out, قَالَ لِمَنْ كَانَ حَاضِرًا He told to those people who were at his presence, عليه alayhi salam, وَاللَّهِ لَا تَرَوْنَهُمَا إِلَّا فِي فِتْنَةٍ يَقْتَتِلَانِ فِيهِمَا I swear by God, you are not going to see them after this, unless in a fitna, in which they are going to fight against me. قالوا يا أمير المؤمنين يا أمير المؤمنين فمر برفعهما عليك He said, Ya Amir al-Mu'minin, ordered them to be brought back to you. قال ليقضي الله أمرا كان مفعولا Now Allah has a plan that you should go. This is going to be done, it's going to happen. It's not even. Now, one question, of course I just make the question, put the question and leave it for next week because we are running out of time. The question is, these were the people about whom the Prophet had said very nice things. It is not improbable that Prophet had said about them that Talha is one of the people who deserves paradise, or Zubayr is one of the people who deserves paradise. But how can we somehow bring together those statements with what they did? And how can we judge them having their past history in mind with the Prophet and seeing all these things? Now, this is not something reported by Shia sources. This is something reported in the history by Ibn Abil Hadith, how they broke their pledge, how they gave another pledge to Ali, and how when they went out, they went directly to Basra instead of going to Umrah. While they had swear 3 times by Allah that they are going to go to Umrah, they didn't go to Umrah, they went to Basra to fight Ali alayhi salam. So how can we somehow make compromise between these conflicting attitudes and conflicting statements that we hear about these people? I leave this for next week, inshallah, and maybe we discuss it in questions then. Yes.
Sheikh, in one of your lectures earlier, you said that if a person believes Allah will never let him make serious mistakes. He may make a mistake, he may move on, but never take a serious one. So what happens here?
If a person believes,
if a person is a believer, Allah will never make him make such a serious mistake.
Yeah. So it means that sincerity is very important in all these things, and if the level of sincerity is not sufficient, then Allah might lead people to commit such mistakes. Yeah, we have to discuss this when we are answering this question. Actually, I just hope this.
What was the situation surrounding Talha's death and Zubayr's death? I mean, did they run away, then they were killed? Or...
I will discuss this next week, inshallah, because it's all mentioned in the history. Yeah.
Do you give any advice on maintaining sincerity?
We just have to be very careful all the time and just seek refuge to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. To be very careful about what we say, what we do, all the time see ourselves in danger of going into, falling into pitfalls, going astray, and therefore keep ourselves on the straight path by worship, by recitations of the Quran, by du'as and all these things. And well, we are here to be tested for our sincerity. So, I mean, that's the whole purpose why we are here. So, it's a very difficult process.
A couple of weeks ago you mentioned how Talha broke their allegiance with Amir al-Mu'mineen and that the consequences of this would manifest. Could you please explain our pledge with the Imam of our time and how this is broken and the consequences of this pledge, and lastly the importance of making this pledge manifest in our daily life?
Well, inshallah, we have not broken our pledge with Imam al-Asr. Well, the situation is very different, of course. I mean, we intend to have a pledge with him, inshallah, when he comes, and we intend not to break away from him. However, the whole issue is to learn lessons from the story of Talha and Zubayr. They made pledge to Ali, they were followers for a while, and then they broke away due to some vested interest. And we have to be careful, inshallah. Of course, all of us now, maybe every morning, recite this dua of ahd, and we say that now we pledge with the Imam, we make allegiance with the Imam. We have to be careful, inshallah, to keep our sincerity. If Imam alayhi salam comes back in our lifetime, inshallah, we could somehow pay a true allegiance to him and do not break it. However, when he is absent, I don't know, it's very difficult to compare the two situations. Yes.
How did Aisha cope with this? What was she called? I'm assuming that she wasn't the person who was instigating anything, but rather she was suffering into it or something like that.
Yeah, she was brought into the whole issue as an emblem, because Talha and Zubayr, they saw that by themselves they could not muster forces from among Muslim community. So they needed a type of superior emblem that would be so significant as al-Mu'mineen, for example. And they used the bitterness that existed between Aisha and Ali from long time. And it's amazing how they did it. Of course, Muawiyah was very instrumental in this as well. I mean, the deceptions of Muawiyah, the type of machinations that he used, it was very much instrumental in this. The amazing thing is that one of the strongest critiques of Osman was Aisha. And now they brought her into an affair which was actually outstandingly demanding the retribution for the blood of Osman. And this is a very amazing thing. I mean, analyzing this history is very difficult. How these different parties came together, how they could bring Aisha in. And inshallah we'll discuss some aspects of it next week, how Aisha came into this war. And this was not a war which, of course, she had started. It was something which was started by some other parties, and she was brought into it. Inshallah, we'll discuss it next week.
And sorry, on that point also, the skill and cunning of Muawiyah, was it himself or was it Amr ibn As even right at the beginning?
Well, certainly Amr ibn As was not as talented as Muawiyah was in these issues. He was very talented, and when they joined forces, then they could really make an influence, and a very significant influence. But right from the beginning, Muawiyah himself was a very talented man in these issues.
Sheikh, when Imam Ali had a doubt that Talha and Zubair were not going to go to Umrah but were going to go to Basra, had he received some intelligence or something was telling him?
No, probably he knew Talha and Zubair for a long time. You know, they were in that shura as well. And they didn't vote for him. He knew that they were after this Khilafah. Our people didn't go to them. Probably, maybe he was aware of the letter written to them by Muawiyah somehow. It was probably not very difficult for him to surmise, if we don't talk about the ilmul ghayb that he had in many occasions. It was not very difficult for him to surmise that what was the intention of these people. And in fact, what the history says, as is reported by Ibn Abi al-Hadith, he had no doubt about it. He was quite certain that these people were going to go to Umrah. And the way he speaks, of course, the way it's written here, it insinuates, it implies a type of ilmul ghayb of Imam. Because they told the Imam, why do you not bring them back? If you are so sure about their intention, he said, لِيَغْضِيَ اللَّهُ أَمْرًا كَانَ مَفْعُولًا. This is something that should be done, and Allah would make it to happen. Whatever we do, this is something that... So he had that type of ilmul ghayb. And of course, the Prophet had told him, Ya Ali, you will fight against Naqifin and Mariqin and Qasitin, and he knew who Naqifin were. He knew that it was Talha and Zubayr. He knew that the Prophet had told the truth, and he's going to fight against them. And we have other occasions, instances, why Zubayr desisted from fighting against Ali. You know, Zubayr desisted. He left the army and went, and he was killed on the way, of course. Why he was desisted? Because Ali reported something to him that he had forgotten from the Prophet, peace be on him. We'll see that next week. So many things are left for next week. Okay. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Last time we discussed about khutbah number 6, which was about the issue of Battle of Jamal, and some people giving advice to Amirul Mu'mineen alayhi salam that he better not move to Basra and wait and see what will happen. And Amirul Mu'mineen said, no, I'm not going to do that, and I will not wait like a badger to be deceived out of their hole. Again, in the next khutbah and the khutbah, 3 khutbahs after them, after it, there are short statements about this Battle of Jamal and how Amirul Mu'mineen judged and viewed the people who went out for that battle. In the 7th khutbah, Amirul Mu'mineen mentions that these people who went for Jamal, اتخذوا الشيطان لأمرهم ملاكا. They took shaitan as a criterion for their action, for what their affairs. Why? Because what they wanted was not, of course, the truth. They wanted falsehood and batil. Because why they opposed Ali alayhi salam, it was not because they thought that they were more rightful to occupy that position, or because they wanted to gain something because of haqq. So they just did it for the sake of power and for the sake of coming to the position that Ali alayhi salam had. So it was shaitan which was a criterion for their action. اتخذوا الشيطان لأمرهم ملاكا واتخذهم له أشراكا. This is the most eloquent type of literature coming in Arabic language. And shaitan took them, they took shaitan as their criterion. Shaitan took them as his booby traps. Meaning that they, because of their honor, because of their past, their precedents, they became the booby traps of shaitan. People were attracted to them because one of them was Ummul Mu'mineen, Aisha, the other was Talha, the other was Zubayr, and well, people thought that these people couldn't be wrong. And therefore they were attracted to them. Of course, we will analyze who were attracted to them, and we will see that not all of them as well were booby trapped by shaitan, but many of those who were attracted to these people were booby trapped by shaitan. So they became the booby traps of the shaitan. So وَاتَّخَذَهُمْ لَهُ أَشْرَاكًا فَبَاضَ وَفَرَّخَ فِي صُدُورِهِمْ. Shaitan, what he did, he egged in their hearts, and the eggs became chicks, and the chickens came out from their hearts. وَدَبَّ وَدَرَجَ فِي خُجُورِهِمْ, and started to grow and to move on their laps. And these chicks, which were made by shaitan, they started to grow. What happened now? فَنَظَرَ بِأَعْيُنِهِمْ. Shaitan looked by their eyes. وَنَطَقَ بِأَلْسِنَتِهِمْ, and speak from their tongues. Now we have the opposite, that if someone is one of awliya Allah, Allah will look from his eyes and will speak from their tongue. These people were the opposite. Shaitan took them. You have probably seen in films that some people, when they are possessed, whether this is true or not, when they are possessed by an evil spirit or by a jinn or something, that evil spirit would speak from their tongue. Now this might seem for us to be something very far-fetched, cannot imagine it very well, but it is something which happens every day in front of our eyes with regards to some people. Shaitan speaks from their tongues and they don't understand it. And we don't understand it. And Amirul Mu'mineen says, these people who mustered others against me to come and fight. Shaitan had actually spoken from their tongues, looked from their eyes, spoke فَرَكَّبَ بِهِمُ الظَّلَالِ, and he wrote by their help the amount of misguidance, وَزَيَّنَ لَهُمُ الْخَطَالِ, and decorated for them all mistakes and wrongdoings. فِعْلَ مَنْ قَدْ شَرِكَهُ الشَّيْطَانِ فِي سُلْطَانِهِ, just like the action of someone whom Shaitan has become a partner of their power. They have some power, Shaitan comes and says, okay, I have a share in this power, and starts to ruin them. وَنَفَقَ بِالْبَاطِلِ عَلَى لِسَانِهِ, just like someone who an evil spirit, a jinn or something, speaks on their tongue. This is what happened to these people. Now, when we go through the story, you will see what Amirul Mu'mineen means by all these. The next khutbah talks about the same people again. However, this time it talks about Zubayr, his own cousin. Amirul Mu'mineen talks about Zubayr, his own cousin, and he says that يَزْعَمُ أَنَّهُ قَدْ بَايَعَ بِيَدِهِ, he thinks that he has made bay'ah with his hand, وَلَمْ يُبَايَعْ بِقَلْبِهِ, and did not make bay'ah with his heart. This is what Zubayr said. Now, Talha and Zubayr, they didn't have any excuse for disobeying Ali, peace be on him, because they had paid allegiance to him. Now, when they were asked, when they wanted to move towards Basra to start the fight, they were asked, didn't you pay allegiance to Ali? Are you breaking your bay'ah? Now, what Zubayr said, he said, of course he could not deny that he had made bay'ah with Ali. He said, okay, I did bay'ah with my hand, but my heart was not content, was not satisfied with it. I didn't like to do it, I just did it with my hand. So, Amirul Mu'mineen says, يَزْأَمُ أَنَّهُ قَدْ بَايَعَ بِيَدِهِ, he thinks that he has made bay'ah with his hand, وَلَمْ يُبَايَعْ بِقَلْبِهِ, and he did not make bay'ah with his heart. This is of course a very unjustifiable excuse. فَقَدْ أَقَرَّ بِالْبَيْعَةِ, by this statement, he has confessed that he has made the bay'ah. Isn't it? He said that I did bay'ah with my hand, not with my heart, so he has confessed that he has made the bay'ah. وَدَّعَ الْوَلِيجَةِ, and of course he claims that this was not something by his heart. فَلْيَأْتِ عَلَيْهَا بِأَمْرٍ يُعْرَفْ أَوْ وَإِلَّا فَلْيَدْخُلْ فِيمَا خَرَجَ مِنْهُ. So he says that he didn't make bay'ah with his heart. What is the proof of it? How could people, if everyone after any bay'ah come and say that I didn't want to make bay'ah with my heart, what is the proof for it? If he has a proof for it, let him bring it. Otherwise, he has to follow the bay'ah he made. And the two other khutbahs, I don't want to go through it now because I want to go through some history now about Talha and Zubayr, some of which we discussed last week, of course, but in a more detailed way, especially with their relation with Aisha as well. Now, apparently I have lost the place where I had to read for you here. If you just give me 1 second. Now, when Talha and Zubayr went for Umrah, as we mentioned, they came and asked for permission to go to Umrah. Why they wanted to go to Umrah? The reason was that Aisha was already in Mecca. Now, of course, they didn't go for knowing what they are going to make in terms of alliance with Aisha, because Aisha was not very thoughtful about waging a war against Ali. Now, why Aisha was in Mecca at that time, while of course her house was in Medina, and usually the wives of the Prophet didn't go out, except of course for Hajj they went. What happened? You know that Uthman was surrounded in Medina by many companions of the Prophet, and they wanted to kill Uthman. And of course, one of the most prominent people who could have come out and helped Uthman was Aisha, as Ali did, peace be on him. Ali came and said that you should resolve this with negotiation, not with killing Uthman. If you kill the Caliph, there will be fitna and all these things. Now, Aisha, what she did, she went out of the city so that people would not go to her to say, come and help Uthman. She didn't want this to happen, because she had lots and lots of grudges against Uthman. So she went out, she said, I want to go to Mecca. Even Marwan came to her and said, don't go out at this time. If you go out, this man is going to be killed. And she said, I don't care, I'm just going to Mecca now, I don't want to stay here. So she went to Mecca, she stayed there, and just looking after the news that what comes from Medina, until the news came to her that Uthman is killed. And she was happy, because as I said, she was against Uthman. She was happy and started to pack and go back to Medina, because now everything was resolved, Uthman was killed, and she wanted to go to Medina. And on the way, unfortunately, when she was going back to Medina, she heard that people have made allegiance with Ali, and this was even worse. So she wished if Uthman was not killed, because what she thought and what everyone expected, that after Uthman the bay'ah would go to Zubayr and to Talha, and Zubayr of course was husband to Aisha's sister, and she thought, okay, that would be very good, and Abdullah ibn Zubayr, her nephew. So everyone expected that. And since people paid allegiance to Ali, not Zubayr, so she was very upset. She returned to Mecca again. She didn't want to go to Medina at that time. She returned to Mecca to see what should be done. And we know that Talha and Zubayr came towards Mecca, and they sent someone to Aisha. When they heard that she was very upset, and they had come to Mecca as well, they sent someone, and that someone was Abdullah bin Zubayr, Aisha's nephew. And they told him, go and tell Aisha that we want to wage a war against Ali. What is her opinion? Is she going to come with us? Abdullah came to her and said, you know what has happened, people have made a great mistake, they have paid allegiance to Ali, not to Zubayr, and they want to wage a war because they are not happy. What is the opinion? Aisha said, well, I'm not thinking of such a thing at the moment, but I will think about it. And when Abdullah came and brought the message, Zubayr said, well, Alhamdulillah, Ummul Mu'mineen has agreed with us. Just saying, I will think about it means that she's happy with this. So they sent Abdullah the next morning, again, early in the morning, they sent her to ask Aisha of the result of her thoughts. And she said, yes, I will come with you. And in this way, an alliance was made between Aisha and Talha and Zubayr to go and fight against Ali. And the first thing they wanted to do, as I said, they wanted to go and take Basra, which was the most strategic place. Now, who were the people who had gone with Aisha and Talha and Zubayr? Now, first of all, Banu Umayyah, all of them who were in high positions, they knew that Ali is going to remove them. And take their position out of their hands. Many of them had lots of money of Baytul Mal in their hands, and they thought, if Ali comes, we are finished, we are done. So they all marched to Mecca to see what they have to do, and they found an army is going to fight against Ali, and they said, well, that's very good, we go with this army. And it is interesting, although al-Mu'mineen, who had great respect, of course, among Muslims, for several days was announcing in Mecca that I am going to war, and of course many excuses. The first excuse was usage, that Uthman is killed by Ali, we have to take the revenge of the Khalif. Now everyone knew that, of course, Aisha came out of Mecca because she wanted not to help Ali, to help Uthman, and now she was saying that Uthman is killed, we have to take the revenge. Uthman, of course we know, everyone knew that Aisha had grudges against Uthman, criticized Uthman very much. Even the one who called Uthman Na'asal, the cockroach, was Aisha. And everyone knew, and she said that no, Uthman repented. When they asked him for repentance, he repented. We have to support now the cause of Uthman. So, although she was summoning people, calling people for fights in Basra, moving to Basra for several days, not many people actually joined. Only those who had run away, the remnants of Banu Umayyah, who were in power at that time, the family of Uthman, they came to support her and go with her to the battle. Now, the interesting thing is that at that time, Salama, another al-Mu'min, another wife of the Prophet, was in Mecca as well. And upon hearing the decision of Aisha, she came to Aisha and said, why are you doing this? We are not responsible for what is happening, and Prophet is not happy with what you are going to do, certainly. And then she reminded Aisha of a hadith of the Prophet that told to Aisha, because on the way to Basra they were going to pass by somewhere called Hawab, and Prophet had told Aisha that, woe to you when the dogs of Hawab would bark for you. And she reminds Aisha, do you remember this hadith from the Prophet, peace be on her? And Aisha, for a while, she was somehow terrified hearing that. But again, she said, no, we go forward, we are going to take the right of Uthman and the blood of Uthman. And, of course, the war was waged, and Amir al-Mu'mineen, of course, made a khutbah and said what these people are. And he said, when he was making the khutbah, this is a very, very interesting forecast of Ali about the battle. He said, Wallah, لَيُقْتَلَنَّ ثُلُثُهُمْ وَلَيَحْرِبَنَّ ثُلُثُهُمْ وَلَيَتُوبَنَّ ثُلُثُهُم. I swear by God that 1/3 of them will be killed, 1/3 of them will run away, and 1/3 of them would repent. And this is exactly what happened about Ashab al-Jamal. وَإِنَّهَا الَّتِي تَنْحَبُهَا كِلَابُ الْحَوْأَبِ. And she is the one for whom the dogs of Hawab would bark, because this was very famous among everyone. The Prophet had told to Aisha, be warned when you are barked by the dogs of Hawab. And in fact, when Aisha was passing by Hawab, the dogs started to bark at her. And she was terrified again at that moment, and she said, I want to return. She was reminded of the hadith of the Prophet. And she said, I want to return. And then she asked, where is this place? At the beginning, she knew that it's Hawab. Then people started to say, no, this is not Hawab, this is another place. Don't worry, this is not what you are worried about. This is not that place that Prophet mentioned to you. And then Amir al-Mu'mineen says that وَإِنَّهُمَا لَيَعْلَمَانَ أَنَّهُمَا مُخْتَآنَ. They know that the two, Talha and Zubayr, they know for sure that they are wrong. It's not the case that things are confused for them. They don't know. They want to come for the blood of Uthman or something. They know for sure. وَرُبَّ عَالِمٍ قَتَلَهُ جَهْلُ. And of course they were ulama, they were alims, and how many alims that their jahl, their ignorance has killed them. وَمَعَهُ إِلْمُهُ لَا يَنْفَعُ. And then she says again, وَمَا لَنَا إِلَىٰ عَائِشَ مِنْ ذَنْبٍ إِلَّا إِنَّا أَدْخَلْنَاهَا فِي حَيِّزِنَا. I haven't done anything against Aisha except mercy and goodness. I don't know why she is now waging a war against me. And then he says, وَاللَّهَ لَأَبْقَرَنَّ الْبَاطِلِ. I would split apart the batil. حَتَّى يَظْهَرَ الْحَقُّ مِنْ خَاسِرَتِهِ. Until I bring haqq out of it. And then he finishes. Now, all these, of course, was somehow making Talha and Zubayr and Aisha, they were doubtful also, because they knew they were sinners. They knew they are wrong against Ali alayhi salam. Now, what happened was that Ali spoke to Zubayr on the battle, on the day of battle, and Zubayr repented. And this is very important. I mean, the psychology of these companions of the Prophet, knowing that they were batil, and coming and fighting against Ali, and regretting just before the war. This is what happened to Zubayr. It's very interesting what happened to Zubayr. Zubayr, as I said, was the cousin to Ali, cousin to Prophet, and a very great companion. So Ali really liked Zubayr. He didn't want to kill Zubayr. And it was with great regret and sorrow, that he wanted to face Zubayr and kill him. Therefore, the interesting thing is that بَرَزَ عَلِيٌّ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ يَوْمَ الْجَمَلِ وَنَادَ بِالزُّبَيْرِ يَا أَبَا عَبْدِ اللَّهِ مِرَارًا. When the two armies were facing against each other, Ali came forth and several times called Zubayr to come forth. فَخَرَجَ الزُّبَيْرِ. Zubayr came forth, went out of his own army, came near Ali alayhi salam. فَتَقَارَبَ حَتَّى اخْتَلَفَتْ أَعْنَاقُ خَيْلِهِمَا. They came so close until the necks of the horse were meeting each other. فقال له علي عليه السلام إنما دعوتك لأذكرك حديثا. Ali says, I called you because I want to remind something to you. It's on the very day of battle. He said, what's that hadith? What do you want to tell me? He said, you remember the Prophet told me and you one day we were hugging each other, and أتذكر يوم رآك وأنت مؤتنق. Do you remember when the Prophet saw us, we were hugging each other? And Prophet told you, أتحبه, do you love this man? Do you like this man? Meaning Ali. And you said, why shouldn't I like him? And he is my brother in Islam and my cousin. And the Prophet told you, أما إنك ستحاربه وأنت ظالم له. But I tell you, you will fight him while you are zalim against him. Now, Zubayr suddenly was shocked. When Ali reminded him of this hadith, he was suddenly shocked. فاسترجع الزبير. He said, إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. Now, what has he done? I mean, even if he regrets, even if he wants to repent, what should be done? I mean, he has brought all this army along with him to fight against Ali, and he cannot stop the fight, certainly. What a person in that situation can do? He just said, قال أذكرتني ما أنساني الدهر. You reminded me of what the days had made me to forget. And he returned to his army. his son Abdullah ibn Zubayr. Abdullah ibn Zubayr, you know, is one of the fuqaha and one of the mufassirun, which is very much quoted. But to know about the history of these people, no matter how knowledgeable they were, and no matter how respected they might have become in the eyes of people. Of course, Abdullah ibn Zubayr is the one who fought against Yazid as well. When Hussein alayhi salam left Medina, he left Medina, and then afterwards he got the Hijaz and Mecca, and he fought against Yazid. But now his son is encouraging Zubayr to fight against Ali. Now his son Abdullah ibn Zubayr said, your face is very different just from a while ago when you left us. And Zubayr said to his son, Ali reminded me of something that I had forgotten. فَلَا أُحَارِبُهُ أَبَدًا. I'm not going to fight against him. وَإِنِّي لَرَاجِعْ وَتَارِكُكُمْ مُنْذَ الْيَوْمِ. And I'm going to go back, and from this day I abandon you. Abdullah, his son, said, well, he just smiled and said, I think the sword of Bani Abdul Muttalib has frightened you. It's not because of you are reminded of something, you are frightened. إِنَّهَا لَسُيُوفٌ حِدَادٌ, because they are very sharp swords. Zubayr said, وَيْلَكَ أَتُحَيِّدُنِي عَلَى حَرْبِهِ أَمَا إِنِّي قَدْ حَلَفْتُ اللَّهُ وَأُحَارِبَهُ. He said, are you encouraging me to fight against Ali? I just swear that I'm not going to fight this man. His son said, كَفَّرْ عَنْ يَمِينِكَ. Take kafara. You have sworn, take kafara and fight. And don't go back, because then the woman would say, this is Zubayr, is frightened of the fight. You see how the values are changed now? I mean, once these people were fighting for the sake of Allah, now do not go back, because women would say that you are frightened from Ali and from his army. And you never had been but a brave person. He said, now, of course he encouraged Zubayr, and Zubayr had nothing to say in this situation, and he was out of really himself because of what he had done. He just said, مَكْهُولُ غُلَامٍ مَكْهُولُ حُرٌّ كَفَّارَةٌ عَنْ يَمِينِهِ. He said, okay, I pay the kafara, my slave Makhul is free as a kafara of my swear, and okay, I'll go and fight. So he came out straight away towards the army of Ali with his spear, but what he did, he took out the head of the spear. So everyone, well, especially Ali alayhi salam, he realized that this man hasn't come to fight. What Ali said, he said, فقال علي عليه السلام أخرج له فإنه مخرج. He said, open way for him, do not fight him, do not kill him, because he's going out of the war. So he came several times with that spear which didn't have any head. He came towards the army moved away, and he went back several times, and then he went to his son and said, do you think I'm afraid? And he said, no, now you are not afraid, of course, do whatever you want. And he left the battle. Now this man left the battle, Zubayr. But, of course, what calamity he brought. First of all, Aisha he encouraged to come to this war, who never wanted to, who never imagined that she would sometimes would fight against Ali. He brought a huge army. He started a fight, the consequences of which remained until Nahrawan, and now he regretted that what have I done? Now he went, of course, someone who wanted some hadiyah, some ja'iza or gift from Ali, on the way found him and tricked him and killed him. And after the war brought his head for Ali, peace be on him. Now what Ali did, of course, there's a long story how, because Zubayr was a very brave man, how he killed him, how he tricked him, there's a long story. But when he broke the head for Ali, peace be on him, he said, his name was Amr ibn Jurmuz, this man. he said, tell to Ali that Amr ibn Jurmus has come, and with him is the head of Zubayr and his sword. And he went in. Then Ali asked him, did you really kill Zubayr? Is it true that you have killed Zubayr? He said, yes. He said, I swear by God, Ibn Safiya was not a person scared of war, and you are not the type of man to kill him. And certainly you have tricked him. Give me his sword. He took the sword, he looked at it, and he said, سيف طالما به الكرب عن وجه رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. This sword for a long time removed hardship from before the Prophet, because Zubayr was one of those who really had fought for the Prophet in the battle, especially in Uhud. So Ali was so sad seeing the sword of Zubayr in front of him killed. Then Ibn Jurmus said, Al-Ja'iza ya Amir al-Mu'min. What's my gift then? I have killed Zubayr. He said, you know what is your ja'iza, what's your gift? Ama anni sami'tu Rasulallah sallallahu alayhi wa alayhi yaqul bashir qatil ibn Safiya bin-nar. He told me, give the news to the one who killed Zubayr that he would go to hell. This is your gift. And because he just did it for the sake of that ja'iza, not for the sake of God. And of course he didn't know that, maybe he knew that Zubayr had repented and left the war. So this was, then of course the war went on. Talha was killed, 1/3 of that army was killed. Aisha, of course, people were somehow encouraged by that red camel on which Aisha was placed. And Ali, peace be on him, said that until this camel is there, people are going to resist very fiercely. And as soon as the camel was brought down, Aisha was taken respectfully, and Ali looked after all the affairs so that Aisha could be brought back to Medina with respect, because of the respect of the Prophet. However, this issue brought the ensuing wars of Muawiyah against Ali, and then of Khawarij against Ali. So it was something which was, as Ali said here, that Shaitan نَطَقَ بِأَلْسِنَتِهِمْ, spoke with their tongue. And اتَّخَذَهُمْ لَهُ أَشْرَاكًا, they were the booby traps of Shaitan. Shaitan took them as his booby trap, attracted more people, and then of course after this battle Muawiyah could come forth for the blood of Uthman, although Muawiyah himself was a part of that incident, and then Khawarij came forth. So the whole issue was created by Shaitan from people who were not really the people who had to fight Ali, like Zubayr. Zubayr was not a man who really had to fight Ali, or had to really come to this end and this type of destiny to bring this calamity to Muslim Ummah. But well, what can we do? All of us should be really aware of what we are doing, and be careful about the destiny that we might bring for ourselves in the due course of our life. The next khutbah that talks about, he thinks that he has made bay'ah with me with his hand, and he thinks that he hasn't done it with his heart. This also was somehow resolved when Zubayr was reminded of the hadith of the Prophet, and he regretted and he left. It's a very, very sad story, and one really doesn't know how to judge it and how to judge Zubayr. We are not concerned now about Talha, because Zubayr was the one who repented, as Amir al-Mu'mineen said, 1/3 of them will be killed. Even in this trial it happened as well. 1/3 of them, Talha was killed, Zubayr repented, Aisha of course was returned to Medina, and this happened for the whole army and brought all those consequences for the Ummah afterwards. وصلى الله على محمد وآله.
Are there any questions from the lady?
Last week you talked about, you said you were going to talk about how to reconcile the fact that the Prophet said that Zubayr was one of the inmates of Jannah, and yet he committed such an act. How are we going to talk about
Yeah,
that?
I forgot that actually. The important issue, because this comes up in Quran as well several times, and that is people usually do some actions which due to those actions they deserve a reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And what Prophet said that on the Yawm al-Uhud, Zubayr deserved Jannah because of what he did, the bravery, the sincerity, defending the Prophet, peace be on him. But all these informations given to people does not mean that from now on up to the end you are somehow without duties. Whatever you do, you will go to paradise. It's not the case. It's just like when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commends mu'mineen in the Quran. That for mu'mineen is paradise. And all of us are mu'minun inshallah. However, we don't know what happens tomorrow. Whether we will remain faithful or not. And all these things, if they have come from the Prophet, peace be on him, about different people, or in the Quran, for example, about those who made Bay'atul Radwan. لَقَدْ رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ إِذْ يُبَايِعُونَكَ تَحْتَ الشَّجَرَةِ. Allah was pleased with mu'minun who made bay'ah with you under that tree in Hudaybiyah. And of course Allah was pleased with them because of their action. However, it is completely possible that Allah becomes displeased with the same people another day because of some other action. So we always should take the present situation and at the end the final situation of people rather than just taking a certain circumstance in which Allah might be wrathful or pleased with those people. And these Asharatul Mubashara, the 10 which were separately Ahlul Sunnah believe that were given the good tidings that they will go to paradise. Even if this is right, if this is true, they were given at certain times that good tiding by the Prophet that your action deserves paradise. And if you are certainly remaining like this, if you continue like this, you will go to paradise. Otherwise, of course, Allah would not guarantee for anyone, even for His prophets, that they are deserving paradise until the last moment of the life comes. And that is where the file is closed and people are determined to go where they have to go.
I understand that, but could it also be possible that it could mean that eventually they will end up in Jannah? Because I hear that eventually everyone ends up in Jannah, so maybe that could be a case. Is that possible?
No, then that is a type of useless statement. Because if eventually everyone goes to Jannah, why some people should be singled out and said that these people will go to Jannah, these people will go to Jannah?
Sisters, your question?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Just related to the previous question, like the situation about Zubayr, we can see that he was redeemed the way he died. He repented and everything. What about Talha? How did he die? The Prophet said, Wajabat alayka al-Jannah. Then how did he die?
No, he did not repent. He was killed in the battle. So
isn't it a bit difficult? I mean, the Prophet says Jannah is wajib on him. And the Prophet has knowledge of the future as well.
You see, it is, as I said, impossible to say to some people that they will go to Jannah before their life comes to end. It means that they are given extra hope, with which they might think that, okay, it doesn't matter, whatever we do, we go to paradise, because Prophet has told us that we go to paradise. And certainly Prophet would not tell anyone anything like that, because it would destroy the whole future of the person. Except if that person is a ma'soom or something like that, of course. And whatever the Prophet has said is just like all the promises Allah has made in the Quran. About mu'minun, about those who wage jihad. I mean, you can compare this with this verse, that whoever wages war for the sake of Allah would go to paradise. Does this mean that a person who wages war, who does jihad, once in his lifetime, then after that, whatever they do, it doesn't matter, they will go to paradise? Is that true? Certainly not. I mean, a person might go to jihad for the sake of God, but after that he might come and kill a person intentionally. I mean, what would happen then? Certainly he would have deserved paradise for what he did in terms of jihad, but afterwards he destroyed it, he ruined it, and therefore this is not going to be one of those about whom that promise will become true. It's the same case about when Prophet talks about people, that you deserve paradise. If they destroy it in future, of course, that's something else.
Sheikh, after this situation, what happened to Aisha? Did she repent? Did she cause more trouble? What did she do?
Aisha was not happy, of course, that Ali became a caliph, and she did not see that she had done anything wrong in Jamal, and well, of course, this continued until the end of her life. So, what will happen? We don't know. She is one of Ummul Mu'mineen. What will happen? We don't know. What Amirul Mu'mineen says, he said that from the time they moved out towards Basra until the time Aisha was returned to Medina, she took all her steps with sin. This is what Amirul Mu'mineen says. So it was a complete sin to go along this battle. But, well, this is what she has done. We cannot judge, we have to just wait for the judgment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes. Alaykum salam.
You know, I was wondering at the time of Abu Bakr and Umar and Uthman, how did Zubair and Aisha behave and think? Or did they think it was right for Abu Bakr to be taken the Khalif? Or did they feel that Imam Ali was taken out his right? Or did they forget the name? Did they forget all that?
Well, of course, for Aisha, it was very good that her father became the Caliph, and she always boasted about that my father became the Caliph after the Prophet. For Zubayr and Talha, no, of course they wanted to pay allegiance to Ali, and they wanted to fight with Ali, alongside Ali, against Abu Bakr. But it did not materialize. But you should, of course, bear in mind that now about 20 years have passed from that time, and people have accepted the reality and what had happened. The issue was now, of course, the the Khilafah of Uthman. None of these people were happy with Uthman, neither Talha, nor Zubayr, nor Aisha. And it's interesting that when Talha and Zubayr went to Aisha, Aisha told to Talha that you were throwing arrows at the house of Uthman and then paid allegiance to Ali. And now you have come and want to fight for the blood of Uthman against Ali. This is very interesting. And Talha said, well, I regret what I've done. I was wrong. And now I want to correct things. So now the immediate issue was Uthman and then the Khilafah of Ali. And of course the most important thing is that Talha and Zubayr saw themselves to deserve the Khilafah more than Ali. And if you remember, they were a part of that 6 people who were appointed by Umar to appoint a Khalif from among themselves. And they thought that the chance of them to become Khalif after Uthman was much more than Ali. And now the things had turned against them, so they started to make all this fuss.
It's understandable how Talha and Zubayr might have felt at the loss of an opportunity to become the Khalif after the death of Uthman. But it seems that the Battle of Jamal has got the momentum that it obviously attained. Aisha was instrumental and very, very important. So she must have had a very deep historical hatred of Amir al-Mu'minin. Was that the case? What was the underlying reason?
Yes, she did. She did have actually very deep hatred against Ali. It is not really known why that hatred was there. Well, it's understandable as well. But as you said, it was really impossible for Talha and Zubayr to wage that war if Aisha had not accompanied them. Because they didn't do it in their own names. They called people towards al-Mu'mineen, saying that this is your mother going to fight, come and help her. This is al-Mu'mineen, mother of the Mu'mineen, all these things. But Aisha, from the time of Abu Bakr, of course, because Ali was very bitter about what had happened, he criticized Abu Bakr and why he took the Khilafah. And even before that, Prophet was favoring Ali very much, and this was not very nice in the eyes of Aisha. So, right from the beginning, at the time of Khilafah of his father, he had developed that hatred against Ali, and now, of course, it was showing itself, that hatred.
I understand at one time Imam Ali has advised the Prophet to actually divorce is that correct?
I don't know. What I have heard is that because al-Mu'minun were the wives of the Prophet even after the Prophet. I mean, no one could marry them, they had their own due respect. And what I have seen in some hadith is that Prophet actually gave the authority to Ali, that if he thinks that one of his wives had deviated very much, he had the authority to divorce her on behalf of the Prophet, so that then she would not be called al-Mu'mineen afterwards. But of course Ali did not use this authority at all. And the situation was as such, even if he had said and claimed that Prophet had given me this authority, no one would have accepted from him, certainly. So, this is what I heard. Not that Ali, I don't think Ali ever advised Prophet in any issue. We have that Umar advised Prophet very much, and Abu Bakr advised Prophet, but I don't think Ali ever dared to advise the Prophet on anything. He saw himself much, much lower than the Prophet to advise him about it.
No, thank you.
Is there a last question from Jamil?
presume is not in any way accepted for sure. There's no, we cannot give Bishara to anybody that dead before we get to heaven. The same thing applies to that person who killed Zubair, that you will have Bishara was going to hell. Presumably that also is only valid until the guy does something good.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Exactly. Okay. Sallallahu ala Muhammad. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. We have to discuss statement number 9. Of course, these are very short statements coming at the beginning of Nahjul Balagha, and as I said, the reason is that S.a.w.w has tried to put all these statements about the Battle of Jamal in one place. So anything he has found from Amirul Mu'mineen, a short statement which is related to the Battle of Jamal, he has compiled it at the beginning of Nahjul Balagha. One might say that these very short statements would have been more suitable for the section of short statements at the end of Nahjul Balagha. However, as I said, the reason they are placed here is that he wanted all the statements about the Battle of Jamal are compiled in one place. Now, as we discussed, I think we discussed in much detail the events which happened prior to Battle of Jamal and during the Battle of Jamal. As I mentioned, it was a very bitter occasion for all Muslims, and especially for Ali ibn Abi Talib, especially the death or the murder of Zubayr, who was, apart from being a companion of the Prophet, who was his cousin as well, and they were very close to each other. It was a very bitter time. Al-Mu'mineen Aisha had come to the battle against the Caliph, the official Caliph, who was Amirul Mu'mineen at the time. And you can imagine how bitter the time was. And these statements are all mentioned at a time of turbulence, at a time of unease, at a time in which Amirul Mu'mineen himself was in great hardship. I don't think even the battle of Siffin, in which he fought against Muawiyah in big armies, was as hard and heart-rending as the battle of Jamal, in which companions of the Prophet had gathered in two camps and had actually fought against each other. In Siffin, as I mentioned before, it was not companions against companions. As the history has it, in the camp of Ali ibn Abi Talib, there were 18,000 Muhajirun and Ansar. And in the camp of Muawiyah were only 1920 of companions of the Prophet, including Muawiyah and Amra'at themselves. So it was not a fight of Muhajirun and Ansar against each other. It was at one side Muhajirun and Ansar and companions of the Prophet fighting alongside Ali, peace be on him, and at the other side were of course people who were newcomers to Islam, who had come from Sham, from Damascus, and just a very few companions of the Prophet. But the Battle of Jamal, of course, was quite different. It was something which was very hard, and this is why all these statements are mentioned by Amirul Mu'mineen. And just we can put this into the context to see on what occasion, in what situation these statements were issued from Amir al-Mu'min. In the statement number 9, another very short statement is reported here by Sharif al-Rabi, when Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam said, وَقَدْ أَرْعَدُوا وَأَبْرَقُوا وَمَعَ هَذَيْنِ الْأَمْرَيْنِ الْفَشَلِ وَلَسْنَا نُرْعِدُ حَتَّى نُوقِعْ وَلَا نُصِيلُ حَتَّى نُمْتَرْ. They came like thunder and lightning, because the very process of mobilization of the army and bringing, of course, al-Mu'minin Aisha into it was so eye-catching, was so huge in the eye of the believer, that everyone thought that what is going to happen? This is on this side, there is Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, Talha, Zubayr, many of the companions, and how Ali is going to tackle this problem. And this is why he says, well, they came with lightnings and thunders, just bringing all these things. And usually when thunders and lightnings happen, you expect that after that there is some rain. There is some benefit in it. However, he said, وَمَعَ هَذَيْنِ الْأَمْرَيْنِ الْفَشَلِ. There was no rain after that. It was just a show. Just something that attracted only a few people, of course. The Mu'minun were not deceived but by what Talha and Zubayr actually made up and conspired against Ali, peace be on him. And however, Amir al-Mu'minin says, وَلَسْنَا نُرْعِدُ حَتَّى نُوقِعْ وَلَا نُصِيلُ حَتَّى نُمْتَرْ. And of course, we are not going to have thunders before we have come over the enemy. And we are not going to have flows of words before we have some rains coming, some action. We are not going to have words before action. Now, apparently, of course, we don't know the context of the statement, but what we can guess, apparently I didn't get time, unfortunately, to find this statement in the longer hadith from some other books, but what we can guess is that some people were somehow criticizing the way Ali, peace be on him, had taken the issue, especially in terms of propaganda and in terms of somehow giving a good picture of his own army to other people, talking about the victory and all these things. And Amir al-Mu'minin says here that we don't need these things. Of course, I will speak after I have done something. They have spoken a lot about their intentions, that the Khilafah of the Prophet is now in the process of decay, and I am not a person fitting for that Khilafah, and all these issues. But I'm not going to talk. I'm going just to show them. You remember, we said that both Talha and Zubayr were actually had received letters from Muawiyah privately, telling each one of them that you are the best person to be the Caliph after Uthman. And this is how they were enticed into the conspiracy, which of course later on Zubayr himself repented from what he did, and of course he was murdered by someone who just killed him for the sake of a prize from Amir al-Mu'minin, peace be on him. So here Amir al-Mu'minin says, we don't need flower wars, we don't need propaganda or anything. I will show them by my action before I mention anything. Another statement about this army of Jamal, which Sayyid al-Razi said, of course the khutbah starts, أَلَا وَأَنَّ الشَّيْطَانَ قَدْ جَمَعَ حِزْبَهُ. Beware that Shaitan has mobilized his party. And Sayyid al-Razi said, يُرِيدُ الشَّيْطَانَ أَوْ يُكَنِّي بِهِ عَنْ قَوْمٍ. He either means Shaitan himself, the real Shaitan, or he is actually using it as a metaphor to speak about people. Now, certainly about Muawiyah. What he meant, of course, Shaitan, he did not mean by Shaitan Aisha or Talha or Zubayr. He meant that it was Muawiyah who conspired all these things and mobilized this army against me before I encountered Muawiyah himself, of course. ألا وإن الشيطان قد جمع حزبه واستجلب خيله ورجله وإن معي لبصيرتي. Beware that Shaitan has mobilized his party and has summoned its foot soldiers and its cavalry, summoned all of them. وَإِنَّ مَعِي لَبَصِيرَتِي. Of course I have my sagacity, my insights. مَا لَبَّسْتُ عَلَى نَفْسِي وَمَا لُبِّسَ عَلَيْهِ. I never have confused myself, and I have never been confused by the situation. وَيْمُ اللَّهِ لَأُفْرِطَنَّ لَهُمْ حَوْضًا أَنَا مَاسِخُهُ لا يصدرون عنه ولا يعودون إليه. I swear by God, I will dig a whirlpool for them, that only me can take the water out of it, and they are not going to leave it, or if they leave it, they are not going to return to it. Now this is of course a very strong statement about what's going to happen in Jamal. I don't want to return to the story again and again, of course, but the important thing is that we realize how grave was the situation when Amir al-Mu'minin was mentioning these issues. I mean, people thought that since al-Mu'minin is heading or is leading the other party, and Talha and Zubayr are with the other party, this is a battle that Amir al-Mu'minin is doomed to lose, or even if he wins, he is going to lose his face among the Mu'minun and Muhajirun and Ansar, which of course did not happen. As I said, even in his army against Muawiyah, he had about 18,000 of these Muhajirun and Ansar with him. So this did not happen. However, the gravity of the situation was as such that people were coming once and again to Amir al-Mu'minin saying that what you want to do with this situation is not an easy thing to deal with. Now, what Amir al-Mu'minin mentions here is that, first of all, this is an army mobilized by Shaitan. And this is a very strong language used against Talha and Zubayr and Aisha, of course. أَلَا وَإِنَّ الشَّيْطَانَ قَدْ جَمَعَ حِزْبَهُ. Shaitan has mobilized his party. As Sayyid al-Razi mentioned, he either means Muawiyah, and since he knew the conspiracies going behind the scenes and the letters exchanged between Muawiyah and Talha and Zubayr, this is why he mentions that Shaitan has mobilized his army. It's not them, it is someone else who has done this. Or he means Shaitan really summoning these people, influencing them and putting them under his control. And this is something that, of course, the idea that we are very familiar with from the Quran, that yes, Shaitan would influence certain people and they will become his party. We are very familiar with the term party of Shaitan and party of Allah, Hizbul Shaitan and Hizbullah. Both terms are used in Surah Mujadila, chapter 58 of the Quran. استحوذ عليهم الشيطان فأنساهم ذكر الله. This is a definition of actually party of Shaitan mentioned in Surah Al-Mujadila, that Shaitan has overcome them or overwhelmed them or has taken the control out of their hands, taken their reins. استحوذ عليهم الشيطان فأنساهم ذكر الله. And what has Shaitan done to them is that he has made them to forget remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, of course, this remembrance is not subhanallah, alhamdulillah, or salat or something like that. As we know, in this case, for example, these people all were praying, all were fasting. They were committed Muslims. Even in the event of Karbala, as you know, I mean, people who went to Karbala to fight against Hussein and to kill the grandson of the Prophet, peace be on him, they were not missing their salats. You are aware of that. Even in the scene of Karbala, the army of Hussein was doing prayers on this side, and the army of Ubaydullah and Yazid were doing their prayers on the other side. So this Ansahum Zikrullah, this is not Zikrullah in the meaning of Salat or something, as we have in many other ahadith, that there is one Zikrullah which is most important, and that is whenever you want to proceed with an action, first you remember God and think whether this would please God or displeases Him. This is the most important aspect of Zikrullah. Otherwise, other things would become a habit. I mean, you can do your salat habitually, you can say Zikrullah just because, I mean, if you practice, then you can teach yourself how in every occasion you say Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah, Subhanallah. And we have in many ahadith in Kafi from Imam Ali, especially from Imam As-Sadiq and Al-Baghr, that أشد ما فرض الله على العباد, the most difficult obligations that Allah has ever asked the people to do, had put on people's shoulders, are three. One is al-insaf ma'an-nas, to have insaf. Insaf is to see yourself, to put yourself in place of others and then judge them. This is the meaning of insaf. Fairness, equity. To put yourself in place of others and then judge them. And see if you were in that situation, what you would have done, for example. And then start blaming others. So insaf, al-insaf ma'an nas, whether good, evil people or good people, to have insaf with them. Wa muwasatul akh, and to have muwasat with your brothers. With everyone to have insaf, with your brothers to have muwasat. Muwasat is to prefer your brethren over yourself. This is muwasat. You need something, he needs something, you give priority to their needs. Well, of course, this is very difficult, isn't it? So, this is why it says, أَشَدُّ مَا فَرَضَ اللَّهُ عَلَى الْعِبَادِ. These are the most difficult obligations Allah has ever put on His servants. And then the third one, وَذِكْرُ اللَّهِ عَلَى كُلِّ حَالٍ, remembering God at every occasion, in every situation. And then Imam says, أَلَا لَا أَعْنِي Subhanallah wa la ilaha illallah walhamdulillah wa in kana dhalika minh. Beware, when I say Zikrullah, I don't mean Subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la, although this is Zikrullah, but this is not that difficult obligation. That difficult obligation is whenever you want to proceed with an action, to start something, you first think of Allah and see if He is pleased with it or displeased with it, and then start doing it. Now, the verse in Surah Mujadala, it says, استحوذ عليهم الشيطان. Shaitan has taken their control. فأنساهم ذكر الله, and has made them to forget Zikrullah, to forget Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, do not remember Him. And do not remember Him, not in the sense that they do not perform salah, not in the sense that they do not say Zikrullah in a habitual way. No, they might do that. However, they are heedless. Now, then, this is the description of Ula'ika Hizbu Shaitan. These are Hizbu Shaitan. These are the party of Shaitan. Whatever their status, whatever their position, whatever their religion, if someone is like this, this is a member of this party. Ula'ika Hizbu Shaitan. Ala inna Hizbu Shaitan humul khasirun. of course the party of shaitan are going to be the losers. Either in this world, and if it does not happen in this world, certainly in the next world they are among the losers. Now, Hezbollah is described in the following verse, that Hezbollah are those who would not give priority or put their parents, their brothers, their wives, their relatives before Allah. They wouldn't put them first. They put Allah first on every occasion. أولئك حزب الله ألا إن حزب الله هم المفلحون. These are Hezbollah. These are the party of God. Also in Surah Al Imran, when Allah mentions the verse which of course all Shias believe that it is about Amir al-Mu'min, and many Sunni exegetes have mentioned this. إنما وليكم الله ورسوله والذين آمنوا الذين يقيمون الصلاة ويؤتون الزكاة وهم راكعون. Your wali, your superior, is Allah and His Messenger, and those believers who pay zakat while they are bowing in prostration, in salah. And of course, exegetes say that the cause of revelation of this was when Amirul Mu'minin gave his ring while he was in ruku to a poor person. And the verse is certainly alluding to that occasion, and the verse is putting Ali, peace be on him, as the wali of Mu'minun. And then after this verse, immediately after this verse, he said, وَمَنْ يَتَوَلَّ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. And those who take as their superiors Allah and His Messenger, and those who believe, which of course we alluded to in the previous verse, not of course all mu'minun, the mu'minun that we mentioned before, وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا فَإِنَّ حِزْبَ اللَّهِ هُمُ الْغَالِبُونَ. These are Hezbollah, and these are going to be Ghalib. So we have a party of God and a party of Shaitan mentioned in the Quran. And party of Shaitan are those who are controlled by him in a way that they forget in what they want to do. They forget Allah. They don't take care of their faith to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is what exactly Amirul Mu'minin wants to say. That they forgot. They were great people. They had a very excellent, outstanding record in the past with the Prophet. Talha, Zubayr, both of them, they had received commendations from the Prophet, peace be on him. And Aisha was the wife of the Prophet, described in the Quran as Ummul Mu'mineen. So, what happened? They forgot. They forgot Allah in this undertaking of them coming to the battle against the former Caliph, which was of course something unforgivable at that time, something that Ali did not do, although he did not believe that Abu Bakr deserved to be a Caliph, but he did not make a revolt against him. And here of course they had, although they had willingly paid allegiance to Ali, they started to conspire, make an army. So he says, أَلَا إِنَّ الشَّيْطَانَ قَدْ جَمَعَ حِزْبَهُ وَاسْتَجْلَبَ خَيْلَهُ وَرَجَلَهُ, and has summoned his cavalry and his foot soldiers. Everyone who is in this army now are under his control. وَإِنَّ مَعِي لَبَصِيرًا. Of course I'm not going to be deceived by who's on the other side. It is a case of deception, isn't it? I mean, you cannot imagine that you want to judge. This is why our Sunni brothers have taken that position, saying that we do not judge. It's very difficult to judge. I mean, you take the record of Talha, you take the record of Zubayr, you take the honor of Aisha. It's very difficult to judge, and that's why they say we do not judge. We leave it to Allah. And now, Ali, peace be on him, he said, I have my insights. I'm not going to be deceived by it. Whether Talha is on the other side. And in fact, some people had mentioned this to Ali, peace be on him, that, look, who are you fighting against? These are the companions of the Prophet. And of course, Ali said that you should not judge the truth by the people. You should judge the people by the truth. You should judge the people by haqq, not judging haqq by the people, because these are the people, you say, so they are right. No, see what they are doing. If what they are doing is right, then you give them their due respect. However, we have to judge the people with the truth, not the truth with the people. So, وَإِنَّ مَعِي لَبَصِيرَةٍ. Exactly the same thing happened when he fought against the Khawarij. That was, of course, a difficult situation as well. We will come to ahadith about Khawarij here in Nahjul Balagha, of course. These were people whom you would have been their disciples if you had seen them. People of worshipping all the time, having the name of Allah on their tongues all the time, having injuries on their forehead because of prostration. How would you want to somehow bring blame on these people? And as Ali mentioned himself, and this basira, which is very important, inna ma'i la basirati, I have my basira, my insight. I'm not going to be cheated by anything like that. This is what he mentioned even in the case of Khawarij, that ana faqa'tu ayna al-fitnah, I plucked the eye of fitnah, and no one could do it but me. And if anyone else was there, if they had faith, of course they would have somehow backed off, seeing these people coming to their fight and to the war. So here Amir al-Mu'min says, although there are great people on the other side, but I have my insight. وَإِنَّ مَعِي لَبَصِيرَتِي مَا لَبَّسْتُ عَلَى نَفْسِي. I never have confused myself. In the sense that this مَا لَبَّسْتُ عَلى نَفْسِي, usually a person is confused when they mix sin with good doing, and then they become hesitant in what they want to do. What Amir al-Mu'min, of course, he never confused himself. وَمَا لُبِّسَ عَلَيْهِ, and no one can confuse me. I never have been confused by others. And again, it is a very fitting expression in the case of Battle of Jamal. I'm not going to be confused by the people who are on the other side. Although they have brought al-Mu'mineen, you know that Amir al-Mu'mineen had great respect for the Prophet and for, of course, his wives. And you know how he treated Aisha after the battle. Of course, we will, inshallah, deal with the Battle of Jamal in other khutbahs to come, and how Amir al-Mu'mineen saw the camel on which Aisha was riding to be the shaitan itself, and said, you should bring down that camel, otherwise the fight is going to go on and on and on, and we have lots of casualties from both sides. And as soon as the camel was killed, then of course the battle was ended. So he was seeing shaitan in the form of that camel coming forth. However, of course, he never disrespected Aisha afterwards, and he took her, had her taken back to Medina with due respect as a wife of the Prophet. However, this was not going to confuse Ali, that what is right and what is wrong. Although it's Aisha on the other side, although it's al-Mu'mineen, wife of the Prophet, but I know what's right, what's wrong. I'm not going to be confused about it. So he says, مَا لَبَّسْتُ عَلَى نَفْسِي وَلَا لُبِّسَ عَلَيَّ. No one has ever confused me. Waymullah, I swear by God, لَأُفْرَدَنَّ لَهُمْ حَوْضًا أَنَا مَاتِخُهُ. I will make a whirlpool here, a big pond with water which would drag everyone in, and no one can take the water out of it except myself. It means no one can finish this, can end my plan, abort my plan, except when I want to finish it. لَا يَفْتِرُونَ عَنْهُ. When they come into it, they are not able to leave it. And when they leave it, they never think of returning into such a thing. And of course, this is an expression of his measures and the way he had measured the situation and the way he wanted to fight against the army of Jamal. The other khutbah which Sharif al-Razi has brought here, because of the eloquence and the way Amir al-Mu'minin has expressed a technique of battle, is what he said to his son Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah. Of course, Hanafiyyah was the nickname for another wife of Amir al-Mu'minin, Khawla, who was from the tribe of Banu Hanifa. So Muhammad, his son, who was from that lady, was called Muhammad ibn Hanafiyyah. And of course, this Muhammad ibn Hanafiyyah was later on he became, at this stage he was very young, but later on he became a very outstanding personality in Islam. You have his story even with Imam Hussein when he wanted to go to Karbala. A very respected person, of course, later on he became. Now here, Muhammad ibn Hanafiyyah, was the standard bearer at the Battle of Jamal. When Amir al-Mu'minin wanted to give him the standards, he advised him how he should keep these standards. And the interesting thing about the battle is that Amir al-Mu'minin had his son, like Muhammad, for example, in the very forefront, giving him the standard. And usually the standard bearers were at more danger than others, because everyone from the other side of the army, they wanted to bring down the standard, the banner of the other army, and they tried to attack the standard bearer more than others. Now here, Amir al-Mu'minin mentions to him that تَزُولُ الْجِبَالِ وَلَا تَزُولُ. If the mountains move, you do not move. You keep the standard strongly and stay where you are. And if the army goes ahead, you go ahead with them. Never think of coming back. Never think of that. If the mountains move, you do not move. تَزُولُ الْجِبَالِ وَلَا تَزُولُ عَضِّ عَلَى نَاجِذِكَ. Grit your teeth. This, of course, in the war, it would be a very powerful type of technique of keeping one's energy and bravery. عَضِّ عَلَى نَاجِذِكَ أَعِرِ اللَّهَ جُمْجُمَتَكَ. Give your skull to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Give it as a type of let Allah borrow your skull. It means that from now you think that you are dead. Don't think of life anymore. Think that you are dead. Give your head for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أَعِرِ اللَّهَ جُمْجُمَتَكَ تَدْ فِي الْأَرْضِ قَدَمَكَ. Of course, there's another meaning for this أَعِرِ اللَّهَ جُمْجُمَتَكَ. It means that take your head high, in a sense that as you are giving your head to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And تَدْ فِي الْأَرْضِ قَدَمَكَ. And make your steps to stick to the earth like a peg, you just drive it into the earth. Do not move from where you are. ارمِ ببصرك أقصى الغوم. And do not be diverted by what's going around you, the battles that are going around you, because then you get afraid. Look at the end of the army, because at the end of the army is usually calm. Don't look around yourself, because there are lots of killings, people are coming to you, they attack you, and of course there are others who will protect you. So if you look around you, then you lose heart. Just look at the end of the army, don't care about what's going around you. So أرمي ببصرك أقصى الغوم وغض بصرك. And of course, this is a type of paradox, that look at the end of the army and lower your gaze, meaning that do not pay attention to the number of the enemy, how numerous they are. Do not care about how big the army in front of you is. Just cast down your eye. Of course, look at the end, cast down your eye. It means that just leave the world around yourself and stand with your standards here. وَعْلَمْ أَنَّ النَّصْرَ مِنْ عِنْدِ اللَّهِ سُبْحَانَهُ. And you should know that the victory only comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not, of course, from what we do. There is only one other or a couple of other statements about this Battle of Jamal that inshallah we'll deal with it next week. Sallallahu ala Muhammad wa Okay, now questions, and we start from ladies. If there is any questions from the ladies, please. Yeah. Any questions?
My question is, as Imam Ali was so assertive to say that, well, I know what they are up to, what is the difference between this battle and the one which was in which Imam Ali had to call Malikash back? I think if my memory serves me right, it's on Jungle 16. You know, why at that time Imam Ali had to call back Malikash? I know what had been said in the member, other thing, but what makes the difference between these two? Although Imam Ali, you see, he had all this knowledge, what they are up to, and what Tangi Jamal they are up to. Why he had to take a different course? Is it because in his heart they are going to reward, on the other side they're showing the Quran, and that's fine?
No, I don't know what you have heard from the members, but the reason which is mentioned in the history is that the Khawarij came around Ali and said that either immediately call back Malik or we'll kill you. And they were, of course, a great number, and Ali did not want to start a fight at the center of his own camp, because that was actually falsifying the whole aim and objectives of that battle. So it was not the Muawiyah army who made him to call Malik back or whatever they had plotted. It was the Khawarij telling him that we either kill you or call back the Malik, and that's why he did call him back.
Sheikh, was it usual for ladies to be in war?
Not as a commander, of course. There were instances in which ladies were attending the battles to help the injured ones, or to prepare some provisions for the army. However, not to take part in the battle, especially as a commander, which of course Amir al-Mu'minin condemns here very much. We come to those khutbahs that condemns them taking Aisha to be a commander in the battle, which had no precedence.
Are there any questions from the ladies?
Sheikh, do all the other Muslims accept that Aisha did fight against Amir al-Mu'minin?
Yes, of course. This is an established fact in all histories. Of course, Shia and Sunni, regardless of
what do they have to say?
As I said, what they say is that we do not judge what happened between the companions themselves, and we leave this to Allah, because they were, of course, the best people, as the Prophet said in a hadith that they reported, خَيْرُ الْقُرُونَ قَرْنِي, the best generation is the generation of my companions, and then people coming after them. So they say we do not judge them, and the reason is because there is lots of confusion here. How we want to judge these people, except by taking side. And when we take side, of course, then things will become like what Shias believe, that we have to see the truth rather than seeing the people. And what Amir al-Mu'minin said himself, that you shouldn't judge the people, the truth with the people, by the people. How you should judge the people by the truth. Of course, this has not always been like this. The history has somehow built up in this way. I mean, even this Khulafa al-Rashidun that we have now with Sunnis, they say the first four caliphs were Khulafa al-Rashidun. This was not always like this. In fact, certainly until the end of Umayyads, Ali was not one of the Khulafa al-Rashidun. And he was added later on to those other three caliphs. And certainly until the demise of Muawiyah, he was not even regarded to be a caliph of the Prophet, and he was cursed from the pulpit. So the history has somehow developed in a way that it has created such an ideology or theology about theology, in the sense that kalam, I mean, because theology is not a good translation for kalam. The Sunni kalam has developed in this way, to just say, okay, these were Khulafa al-Rashidun and we are not going to judge. And although we know companions fought against each other, again we are not going to judge, we leave it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
My question is that you say that our greatest task is that we should always think of Allah whenever we do something. So what's your advice to us on how to make sure that every step of our life is for the pleasure of Allah? That everything we do in life, we do it for the pleasure of Allah. How?
Well, how we have to do it is, of course, we have to practice in a way that usually we don't do things suddenly. Whenever we want to do something, we want to proceed with an action, we think about it before we proceed with it. We are not overwhelmed by excitement or by our feelings or by motives which are usually out of our control. And then, of course, we judge it by the knowledge that we have about Sharia, from the Quran, from the Hadith, and see whether this is according to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what would please him or not. And this needs practice, of course. And usually we have to refer to our conscience. Usually there are long battles with one's conscience when big tests come. And this has been a pitfall in which many people have failed. Many big people of faith have failed when a great test has come. A test which would test them according to their station and their status. And this is something that, of course, all of us are vulnerable. There's nothing that could guarantee this, or no sort of teaching or code that if we learn it, we will be guaranteed that we are going to act according to pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's something that it's a battle between a human being and his soul and shaitan, and his nafs and shaitan, which continues until the end of their life.
I'm
coming back to my favorite lady, just talking at street level, when Imam Ali alayhi salam pointed the camera and said, that's the shaitan, bring it down, are you not really saying that by bringing it down, we've actually got the Aisha? And that would actually have an effect on that?
Well, of course, the camel itself was not something which would have attracted Muslims to it. It was the one who was riding the camel, which drew respect, of course, because she was al-Mu'mineen. And when he said, bring the camel down, what he meant was that, of course, take this symbol from the army. Let the army know that Aisha is no more leading or commanding or whatever. So, of course, he was respectful to the wife of the Prophet. Said that the camel is the symbol of shaitan. Bring it down.
Sheikh, we look at these people, Talha and Zubair, who the Prophet himself commended, the wife of the Prophet, and we're sitting here today thinking probably after listening to you, these Sunnis were Shias, and yet they could fall. Should we be really scared that we could do the same thing, and that we're becoming very arrogant looking at them this way?
As I said, everyone is vulnerable to such deception of shaitan, whether she is Sunni. Those who invited Imam Hussein to Kufa, they were Shias. And you can now judge what they did to Imam Hussein. This is something which is human nature, and Allah is testing everyone, regardless of being Shia, Sunni, Muslim, Christian, Jew. Everyone is going to be tested. And there is no comfort in this world in this sense. This is why when Prophet was asked, where could we find comfort in this world? He said that, Allah told him that people ask you, where can we find comfort in this world? Tell them, I have not created comfort in this world at all. So we should not seek comfort, especially in this matter of battle against the nafs all the time and against the shaitan. No one is safe. That's the rule.
Is there a known reason why the Prophet married her?
The point is, you never just put aside the knowledge of the prophets. You never know how people develop in future, and people take different decisions. And of course, Aisha was a young lady, and she may have made mistakes. We do not believe that wives of prophets are masoom. They had different categories of faith themselves, for example. No wife of Prophet could ever have been like Khadija, peace be on her. And as Prophet himself said, "Man li mithlu Khadija," who would be like Khadija for me anymore? And Salama had a different status, Suda had a different status, Aisha had a different status. And even at the time of the Prophet, of course, there were things done by some wives of the Prophet, as to say Hafsa and Aisha, which displeased the Prophet, peace be on him, and the verse was revealed. And a very strong example given by Allah in that Surah Tahrim, ضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا لِلَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا امْرَأَةَ نُوحٍ وَامْرَأَةَ لُوطٍ. Allah gives the example of wife of Lut and wife of Nuh. They were wives of prophets, but they are going to go to hell. Why Allah gives that example in this surah? Because He wants to say, you wives of the Prophet are not safe. Don't think that because you are wives of the Prophet, you are safe. Look at the other two wives of the Prophet, Nuh and Lut. So, it's not something, even a Prophet's son can go astray. Not only a wife, a son, like the son of Nuh, for example, or son of Imam Al-Hadi alayhi salam could go astray. Ja'far al-Khazzab, for example. or son of Imam As-Sadiq alayhi salam, Al-Aftah, Abdullah Al-Aftah, he could go astray. I mean, this is human nature. You never base your decisions on what is going to develop in future. Yeah.
I understand that Aisha came under the pretext that she wanted to avenge the death of Uthman.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you got Talha and Zubair, whose caliber was such that, as you said, the Prophet had even praised them. Couldn't they judge in between that this is a plot from Muawiyah on one side, with the letters, as you said, went to and fro, and on the other side there's Aisha with the pretext that this is to avenge the death of Uthman. This is a clear plot. With that caliber of people of Talha and Zubair, they would not distinguish in between. This is really they're on the wrong side of it.
Yeah. Well, the point is, of course, everyone knew that Aisha was one of the most bitter enemies of Uthman. It was very clear, of course, at that time. And everyone knew that Aisha was somehow encouraging people to take their rights from Uthman. And everyone knows that when Uthman's house was seized and was surrounded and he was put under a siege, Aisha left Medina so that people would not go to her for help of Uthman. Everyone knew this. However, you see, human being is always put to test by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the test sometimes is something very tempting. I mean, what made Talha and Zubayr to be tempted was the idea that why Ali, why not us? Who deserves to be a caliph after Uthman? If Ali deserves, why not us? Because they were in the Shura of Umar, of course, as you know. They had good chance to become caliph in that Shura, both Talha and Zubayr. They did not. And after Uthman, of course, they thought we are more deserving to become caliph. And now, just imagine that time, of course, people had paid allegiance to Ali. They had paid allegiance to Ali as well, but they were reluctant to some extent, as they themselves said, that we did pay allegiance, but we were reluctant. They were reluctant in the sense that after they asked Ali for some walaya of some cities, they said, okay, where are you going to appoint us? He said, no, it's not going to be done like that. Not because you are Talha, not because you are Zohar, I'm going to appoint you. I will think who is most suitable for where. And then they became disappointed. And imagine at that time they receive a letter from Muawiyah that you deserve Khilafah. I have taken Bay'ah of Sham for you. So, in fact, it's not Ali who is Khalifa now, it's you who are Khalifa. Now, what will you do? I mean, sometimes the tests are very difficult, and this is why Zubayr all through was a bit hesitant about what he was doing. And as soon as he met Ali in Jamal, and Ali mentioned the hadith of the Prophet to him, he repented. And he said, Astaghfirullah, he repented, he left the battle, and although Abdullah ibn Zubayr actually said very harsh things to his father, that why are you leaving the battle, you are afraid, and he didn't care, he just left the battle. With the story that I mentioned previously, it shows that he was battling with himself, with the issue all through. And at the end, he overcame his nafs and he repented. He left the battle. But, well, unfortunately, what happened? He was murdered by someone else on the way. Okay? Sallallahu alaihi wa sallam.